follow me under when I'm crumbling. Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL 1 DPC CIS is brought to you by Intel.
Hello, my name is Dmitry, I'm playing for Virtus Pro.
Hello to everybody, my name is Yaroslav, nickname is Miposhka, I'm playing for Team Spirit.
Hi, my name is Solus Fly, Team Navi.
Hello, my name is Ignark, I played for Team Empire.
Hello, my name is Bakit WZ Semiljanov, I'm playing for Techies.
Hello there, I'm G and I'm playing position 5 for XctN.
Good afternoon and welcome to ESL 1 powered by Intel. We have a day of Dota 2 in the CIS upper division of the DPC League. 2 series coming your way. Should be a ton of action, and I'm totally ready for it.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
I am completely ready for the action, as I just said, and I will be joined by 2 guys who are also ready for some CIS Dota 2 in the upper division. Let's welcome in ODPixel and Kyle. Hey guys.
Thank you.
I still don't know how to do this without an audience, you know? I want to have the live. We should get everybody in the studio over here every time you guys enter at the start of the day to try and create.
We need Cap for that, and Cap's too busy playing Dota. He doesn't care about us.
It's true. This is true. But at least it's Dota, not For Honor this time around.
That's true.
That is true. How are you doing this morning, Kyle? Afternoon, that is.
I mean, great. I was already here this morning. Back again.
You were?
More Dota. It's a metaphysical question. You know, I don't know how.
It really is not. Let me demonstrate this for you. Hey, Owen, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I mean, well, I was here this morning, I guess, as well. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Looking forward to the games. I hope we're going to get some close ones. I'm a little skeptical, but I'm always down to be wrong. So I hope we get some close matches today.
We have that in common. Look at that. Sorry, such a good team.
Great. Well, I have just been trying to hype up the people for the awesome series we have today. And you're like, it might not be that even today. But we'll talk more about that. Obviously, we also had 2 games that was 2 days ago by now. We had 2 series in the upper division for CIS. Let's take a quick look at some of the top plays from 2 days ago.
It's getting rough. TPs are coming in. Maybe they can save Ghostic and turn it around. They're going to be able to get in onto the morph. Supernova from the side, though, is going to force them to get out of here. But actually, I always want to fly. The range of that Supernova burn was enough to catch Ghostic. They get the Soulbind and the Silence is there on 2 of them. Hanagon comes out, but Vision is low. They bring down the morph. They will manage to find General as well. As Find always want to fly, they'll pick up a 3rd. Finally, Unique able to get some action going. General is going to have the Raw to also ensure. General's kind of low. They've got the damage from Ghostic as well. Stun is off the mark. The Siphon, is it going to kill him? It will. The Siphon will get the kill, but indeed this Supernova is going to cause troubles for the 2 of them as the stun connects on both Bignum and Ghostic. Ghostic's taken out. Bignum also to fall, and now Slayer's left alone. He'll pop the ult. Roger able to put it to a more abrupt turn with a Hex. Slayer also will be taken down as Na'Vi now starting to get that lead 3k.
Gonna try to run. He's ruptured to Heck, and they even managed to go land the blinding light, push them out. There's a big Mars arena forward, but it's not enough to save Crystallize at all. Now Aragon, he's forced to flee his own arena. Lots of these nice bounces with the coconut, but it's not enough damage. It's not gonna be able to take them down. Solo goes down. He's gonna buy back. Immersion also falling here. See if he can get himself another kill, and he finds it. He gets himself a double kill over on the Mars. He can take him down just yet. Seneka will fall, and DR definitely wants Solo here. Buys himself a bit of time, and I think Crystallize, maybe you stuck around too long on him anyways. Afterlife, last second. Not looking super great for him now as it's slow death. Gets a triple kill now for DR.
Yeah, 3 clips with a lot of action happening in them, but if we think back to what actually happened over the entire day last Friday, it was a little bit of a one-sided ordeal that day as well for both series, Kyle.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was watching those games from home, but kind of as expected. Same deal as EU. The invited teams just look a step ahead of the squads that had to qualify. Specifically Na'Vi, they're my pick to win this division. I'm really happy to see them play. Only squad picking Doom mid. Iceberg dominates on it. Surprised that nobody's replicated that, but yeah, just solid Dota. Definitely there's a big disparity. That's why I was a little concerned about our next matchup.
Both of the games today.
Yeah, I mean, no Techies can't even come up with a unique team name. Now they have to go up against Na'Vi, top team in CIS. That's a tough ask.
It is a tough ask indeed. And as we know, it's very important to be in that top 4. Even more important to be in that top 1. We can take a look at what these teams are playing for. We have, of course, the prize pools. But most importantly, I think the DPC points are where it is really at the moment. Like, you want to be the top 1. It's TI that these guys are playing for, Kyle.
Yeah. I feel like the DPC points are the real... this is the real prize
This is the real prize pool.
The rest, I don't think teams care too much about the $1,000 per better placement.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you might be able to get to TI. And realistically, if you look at the way points are distributed throughout the regions, if you're top 2 in your region, you're likely going to TI.
Yeah.
So, like, major results notwithstanding.
Wait. If you're top 2 in your region, you're guaranteed TI. If you're top 3 in your region, you're guaranteed TI. It's just you get seeded into the group stages of not TI. Sorry, I've been major. My bad. I was a little bit. You know, I'm taking one step at a time. Major
Kyle
first,
was right.
TI later. But
She was wrong.
Yes, Kyle was right. Happens sometimes, and you were here to witness it today. Call your parents and tell them about it, because this is a highlight. Absolutely. But yeah, no, I am very curious as well about today, because we talked, Owen, to Seneko, and we asked him also to make a little bit of a list, you know, who he thought was in the top 4. Do you remember what he said?
No, he said VP Na'Vi, his team. And who did he say was the 4th?
Spirit. But then we asked, like, okay, so are there any dark horses? Like, is there any glimmer of light for the other 4 teams? And Seneca's a really nice guy. And he thought long and hard. No. It was literally
I don't know if I agree with that. I think Empire. I think Empire's got a shot. I liked their run in the qualifiers. I'm a big fan of Smiling Knight, mostly just because he's also referencing a semi-obscure lore fact from the Song of Ice and Fire universe, but also because the team's pretty good.
Okay, well, we are actually going to see them in action today as well. But before we get there, let's first talk about Dota specifically. It's been a week. DPC has been live for a week with all the 6 regions. We've seen a lot of different games, upper division, lower division, and I thought it'd be very interesting to take a look at what all the regions have been playing. What are the heroes that we see coming out from these regions? And we're going to start with the CIS region that we are obviously currently covering as well. Anything that stands out to you, Kyle?
This is from upper and lower division? I wouldn't say too much just yet. I think Earth Spirit's prominence is definitely just a kind of reflective of the hero pool preferences of the 4 positions, specifically in CIS. You know, Immersion as a good example. The man will play Earth Spirit whenever available. I wouldn't say anything too wild. It's too early to really find patterns. It's too low. To quote Nahas, it's too low of a sample size.
But
you need more stats.
That's why we have not only the CIS region, but we're also going to take a quick look at the European region, who is looking very different compared to the CIS region, for example. Like, where is Earth Spirit? We've seen him picked a couple times, but like...
I mean, I think some of that's probably got to be down to the way these regions ban. You know, like, I'm sure Spirit's just probably been banned more in Europe compared to CIS.
The Death Prophet with 100% win. I don't want to say I told you so, but I did tell you so.
Those 4 games definitely prove your point.
Yeah, I think DP and Shadow Shaman are still underrated simply because they have easy methods of just turning ability usage into towers. Like, it's automatic, and you're just naturally going to get more objectives from a pickoff.
Let's also move into North America. We're gonna go through these a little faster, but this is.
I mean, it's winning. Look at this, 63%.
It is winning.
My brother's team picked it off lane yesterday.
25% for Earth Spirit.
That's like the main role for it. What are you on about? What are you flaming OD off lane?
I just, man, 11. Like, how is this hero the most popular? It's just such an NA thing.
It's really good.
They go Brown Boots, Meteor Hammer.
You're saying
and it's very good. They were doing that in EU as well.
It's just, it's such an NA thing.
That's why it's the NA region. Let's see what South America has been up to. They actually go hard on the Witch Doctor. Look at that.
I am 81% Witch Doctor win. I love it. Dude, I want to watch this region. This sounds like a region where Witch Doctor's just crushing across the board. That sounds like a whole lot of fun.
Because currently our win rate with Sheev's Witch Doctor is 0-5. So perhaps it's a regional imbalance, you know? It's just not as strong in EU.
I think we played fun and we actually won that game, but sure.
Maybe they're maxing Mojo. Maybe that's the secret.
Maybe that is the secret. Like, what is China doing at the moment? Oracle.
Yeah. That hero's definitely underrated. I'd agree with China there. ET. Yeah, it's higher level heroes that we see more of.
Yeah. Dude, look, OD again here is crushing it. 85% win rate, 7 games. This hero's very, very good.
Offlane.
And then
you don't know that. I'm sure they're playing it offlane as well.
I've watched every game.
You think there's always mid?
Every game.
Every game.
Okay.
Including the one that's happening right
Nothing
now.
from the sidelines.
Including the one that's happening right now.
Yeah, well, I would watch it, but I can't because I'm looking at Dota buff.
Let's see what Southeast Asia has been up to then. They go for the puck, Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
I guess it's not too surprising. I think for all of these regions, they also have a lot in common. Obviously, we see some differences, but Phoenix is popular in every region. I mean, and doing well in every region as well.
Rating not being touched at all in SEA. I mean,
it makes sense. You know, SEA is traditional. They're well known for their don't give a puck play style. So it's strange, honestly, that it keeps getting through the ban phase.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm waiting for you to make a comment or ask a question about the other heroes that were selected.
I could not answer said question. I am not here to answer questions. I'm here to ask the questions. That's what my job is. Asking a question. Hey Cap, how are you doing today? How are you looking forward to the matches?
Well, I'm having a great time so far. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but
are you cold?
A scarf?
Yeah, I'm cold.
I'm
staying warm. I'm preparing. What's wrong, Kyle?
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
You know, I'm preparing by looking over research, like whether or not Kyle is wrong about OD never being off. Like, Mister, I've watched every Chinese game.
Okay.
Nobody believes that. Does anybody in chat possibly believe that Kyle has watched every single one of the Chinese games?
I've watched at least.
I would love to meet that person that's that gullible.
Speaking of China and being cold, were you at the CQ Major with us?
No, I was not.
Really?
I declined that event.
They remember we had to do the arena days.
Yes.
They didn't have the heat on, and Fogged was casting in a glove, scarf, and overcoat.
Speaking of
we have
Fogged,
photos?
we have Fogged behind us. See, that's a photo right there, but not a still. It is an moving image.
Fogged.
Hey Fogged, how you doing?
Good morning.
Are you cold?
It's actually super cold right now in New York.
Really?
We have like a wind chill and stuff coming in. I think we're supposed to hit 0 American temperatures, so that's pretty cold.
How much?
Wait, whoa, in American units?
American.
Wow,
yes, in American.
that is cold.
So it's supposed to be really, really cold.
I don't know how cold that is.
0 in European units is 32 degrees American. 0 American is more like, I think not negative 32. It's
definitely not negative 32. We're not negative 32.
No,
closer to like
-8.
Negative
32 times 1.8, which would be, or times negative 1.8.
Minus 17? 0 Fahrenheit to Celsius. Minus 7.
Yeah, that's like we have wind chill that's supposed to be hitting that around today or yet tomorrow. I think today I think it's supposed to be like 8 or something or 7, and then later it gets to 0. It's gonna be cold.
That's mad. Well, hopefully it doesn't have an impact on your performance. Or maybe, you know what my economy teacher always used to say? He always had his temperature in his classroom 2 degrees lower because a cold brain actually works harder. So it's gonna be even better cast than normal. Imagine that. So you should take your coat off.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing from this. I feel like you just indirectly are calling me stupid, Cheever. Thank you. Thanks for that.
We'll come back to both of you for the cast, of course, as well. And we have got 2 fantastic series today. I say fantastic. We're going to break down exactly how fantastic they are going to be, or maybe, are not going to be. We're going to find out. We're going to talk more about No Techies and Na'Vi after the break.
Part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side, I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes.
We have on one side with a very, very spooky logo, No Techies, captained by none other than Solo, and they are facing up against the notorious Na'Vi. Na'Vi considered to be one of the favorites in the region at the moment. No Techies coming in without any games played before this. This is a stack specifically made for this event. And before we get started talking about this match, let's quickly look again at the standings, because both of these teams have already played a game. No Techies played against Live to Win, and they lost that game. And then Na'Vi, they won their game, and they won against Unique. Both of those games, both of those series were a fairly one-sided ordeal. Kyle, let's start by focusing on No Techies, because I feel like we were expecting more from them 2 days ago.
We were?
We were. I was.
Oh.
It's a solo squad. You gotta have some high expectations.
Solo traditionally has been playing with, the best core players in his region, notably Ramses and no one. And now he's left without no
Flames?
one. What?
Crystallize is one of the top carries.
It's not like he's got
He's got a good squad around him.
Crystallize,
Big name.
I don't know, folks. He did play with Na'Vi for a long time, but I don't think that makes you a top carry. I think he's just playing with...
They didn't do... When it was sort of the crystallized one with Na'Vi, they did have some success.
Yeah.
I mean, I see Solo... no offense, I like Solo a lot. I've actually beaten him in poker a few times, too. We should play some more often. But he's sort of like the CIS version of PPD, where he certainly had his run, but, these guys don't put nearly as much effort into the game as they did when they were on the come-up, right? PPD was retired. He was a talent. He's like, I'll come back later. And I'm not taking away from him. They'll still be good, but compare that to people like Puppy, like Kuro, who have not taken breaks, who do not really go on vacation, but have just maintained their level of Dota knowledge and gameplay. You can't go take a break for 6 months and come back the same player, same captain.
That is true, but that doesn't mean you don't lose, that doesn't mean you would lose the captain in aspect. I think one thing that as a captain that you do well is you take these core, you take the other 4 players, and you are able to turn it into something more, higher than the sum of the parts type of scenario, Owen.
You can take it, Owen.
Yeah,
no, again, I kind of have to agree with Kyle. I mean, I get his point. Sure, and I get what you're trying to say. Sure, there's still, it's still Solo. You still think of Solo as being one of the biggest captains in the world because of his incredible history. The past, of course, with the VP squad that sort of just blew away tournament after tournament. But it has been a while, and he's tried, sort of a few different squads, I believe, over the last half of 2020, trying to get something together, and now that he's here with this one.
They tried to get a team. He put together a stack with a bunch of famous players, and they shipped it around trying to get $1.7 million for a year's contract with a $250K buyout fee. That's not the sort of move you make as somebody really striving to win TI. And I get where you're coming from, Sheaves, but the captaincy, it requires you to have a better understanding of the game than your opponents. That's what allows you to make the sum of the parts better. If you're just taking vacation for months, you don't have that read on the meta anymore.
All I want is just a little bit more even game, and I'm trying real hard because obviously No Techies hasn't performed very well, and they actually got kicked a little bit when they were down, because when Live to Win, after Live to Win beat No Techies, Seneko said, we might have stumped them, but we only played at 50% of our capacity. So that was a rough one, and I just, this is upper division, and we know that there is a divide between the top 4 invited teams and the decider qualifier teams coming in from the bottom, but I want it to be a little bit more closer. I want people at home to be also excited for this game, and you guys are making it very hard for me, but perhaps Zayach can make it a little bit more interesting for us.
I didn't deserve to go direct invite in upper division, but it's kind of strange because we were a bit nervous because we didn't get invite beside the tournament. So, and you cannot get you can't win open qualifier to get in first upper division. So we were a bit nervous about that. But after we get this invite, so we were happy and we just played. I think it's important because Navi for sure it's a good team now, and they're one of the strongest team in DPC season. So with versus Navi, I think game might be hard, but it's kind of strange because we really. I cannot imagine what strategies, what heroes. We're just ready for good games and not ready for easy wins. So we want to get these slots to majors, get the DPC points, so we able to win everyone.
He just wants to win, wants to make it to the major. Very simple. And there is one point still. I want to go back a little bit to Solo because the ability as a captain to adapt from losses. You're saying, okay, you didn't play Dota for 6 months, fine. But they did play Dota 2 days ago and they lost hard. The ability of a captain to come back and adapt, surely there's going to be something to say for that, Kyle.
Yeah, I suppose. But that's like, it's like a platitude. Yeah, of course he'll come back. They'll try better. But if they're like not as good of a team, it's going to be tough. Na'Vi have been training.
Yes.
They've been working really hard. Always Want to Fly was typically, I want to say he was like third, right? It was always a pecking order. Solo, FNG, Always Want to Fly. But Always Want to Fly has been grinding. No breaks. All gas, no breaks. And he's now got a special core player in VTune, somebody I think that is more skilled than he's ever had the luxury of on a one position.
Now, I want to also point out that I also believe Na'Vi has definitely got the upper hand here. It's not that I don't think that Na'Vi is a stronger team with more preparation, with a more solid or with a solid organization behind them. But it doesn't mean that I'm counting no Techies out yet. They got another shot for me. They can prove themselves in this series. And we're going to focus a little bit more on Na'Vi here, Owen, because as Kyle says, Na'Vi is coming in as one of the favorites in this DPC league.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I think most people, if you ask them, they're going to be putting Na'Vi VP at the top, and depending on who you ask, it's going to be Na'Vi or VP at that #1 position. They just look brilliant. You know, the squad that's, as Carl said, has VTune at the head of it all. This incredible carry player, probably, well, would you say the best in CIS, or how would you sort of pit him against?
It's either him or Nightfall.
Yeah.
Which I love. I got to say, I love the Song of Ice and Fire references that a lot of these CIS players utilize. I'm a big fan. And Nightfall's definitely better than his previous name. But yeah, I think V2 is best out.
Yeah. I mean, he's just looked amazing. They looked super good in the first series that they showed us.
Yeah.
One of those games they did get kind of the best draft they could ever hope for. But then in the second game, it was still just top stuff from Na'Vi. So, when you sort of look at them playing against a team like No Techies, and you've seen how well Na'Vi was drafting, and we saw sort of how questionable some of the decisions from No Techies was in their draft the other day, you've got to be concerned in this sort of matchup. No Techies, they just can't do what they were doing. They can't be coming in with these sort of 5th pick Svens against a team like Na'Vi, because they're just going to get steamrolled.
Yeah, that is a little bit of our worry, I think, across the board. And Kyle, Na'Vi, we haven't even talked about their 6th member. We've seen him sitting in the chair behind the guys. Mag, veteran coach, and I feel like he's also helping the guys a lot.
Oh yeah, I think that Na'Vi's camaraderie is a big advantage. We were talking about it the other day. The CIS roster shuffle is sort of a musical chairs game that's played once a quarter. But this Na'Vi lineup's been together for quite some time.
Yep.
But more importantly, they've got camaraderie. I remember Iceberg and Fly are friends. They've been friends for a long time, and I think that the role distribution also makes a lot of sense. General's free to just be on his more active heroes. He's not as responsible. He's playing a lot of bad lot, Beastmaster, etc. But Iceberg has his pick of heroes because VTune can be trusted to win games. And but yeah, you asked about Mag. He looks very good. I think that's the most important part of being a coach. You know, you look at Blitz, right? He might not help with the drafting, but he's there. He's like going to the gym. He makes sure his team does squats, never skip leg day. That's the most important thing a coach has got to do, is not make sure his boys don't skip the fundamentals.
Name a couple of coaches other than Blitz, just in general. I'm just trying to picture some people. Like, is that an I think it might be an important aspect.
Got Bulba.
Saksha. Bulba, yeah.
Who else are the big coaches?
Bulba looks pretty intimidating nowadays. He's got that Drake vibe going.
I'm not sure if that's necessarily a good thing.
Drake's a pretty intimidating guy. He's hardest down.
No, but, you know, Mag is a veteran in the scene. I'm happy to see him support the guys as well, especially considering all these guys, yes, they know each other and they've played together, obviously, on their flight to Moon, and we have seen a little bit of I would say a boost in their performance since they got picked up by Navi, the organization. It's just having a solid organization with the solid coach behind you makes all the difference. I'm also curious to hear what Always Wanna Fly has to say about this upcoming match.
I think ESL Major, one of the biggest tournament. I know when you play in ESL, Major this or not Major, just ESL tournament, it's already great to play it. I know, I always like it. Everything can happen in CIS. Virtus.pro can lose to, underdog, and we can lose to every team in CIS because it's roulette, actually. We will see how it's happened, but every time CIS really rough qualifiers. Now Techies have good roster, yeah, that's true. I think they have a really good captain, Solo. They have synergy with position 4, Zayat, and they just managed to pick up some cores. I think Malik, he has a huge potential in his Dota career, if he will, and he finally playing with a good captain. So I think he will learn a lot from him. I watched some games from them. They have mistakes, but it's only because they are stuck. They're not a team. I think they have potential to grow up as a team.
They have potential to grow up, in the words from Always Wanna Fly, and he's talking about No Techies. And I think that is an important thing to note, because this team, No Techies, has been around for only a week or two, or something like that. And how long do we want to give a team to grow up? Because this is upper division. We're not here to grow the scene, to cater to the young ones, as it were. We're here to see who's the champion of the region. And maybe No Techies, Owen needs just a little bit more time in the growing pool.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. They're nowhere near to their potential, because they definitely got a high potential because of the players that they have. You know, as we said, we've seen them on squads before, and they have got, very, very high up in the rankings and in different tournaments, and we know that they can get there, but I don't think they're going to be close to it this series. Maybe towards the end of the season, where, like they can take games off maybe some of the upper teams towards the end. As we heard from Always Wanna Fly, as he said, in CIS, you can never be too sure that VP Na'Vi are just going to stomp through everyone, because crazy things can happen. A team sort of hits that momentum, and suddenly these beasts of the region are getting rolled over. I think it's very unlikely to happen today unless No Techies really come out with some amazing drafting, and they just didn't come anywhere close to that in the series we saw the other day.
Hear me out. If they get Techies, I think No Techies could potentially win the game.
I mean, Zayat, again, is the best Techies in the world, right?
Yeah.
Zayat?
Yeah.
Yeah? Best Techies, professional Dota Techies?
There's a few.
Who else would you put up there?
I don't know. I try not to think about Techies too often, honestly.
So, best Techies in the world, let's say that for now. Question is it good enough to pick in a competitive game? Maybe, if it's a game 2 and the first game was 13 minutes, they're like, what the heck? Why not?
I think so, yeah. Techies is not a terrible hero. It wins games. I mean, Zayats is still playing it in his high-level pubs. If you're struggling, as you say, you're going to game 1 against Navi, you get rolled over. Why not? Try something different. Maybe go for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't at least seen it a couple of times by the end of the run in this league.
X Factor Roger. I don't believe that Roger and Solo are necessarily the best of friends anymore after their time together on VP. And I know that Roger, his Shadow Shaman is just like perfect.
Yeah.
And I look to him to perform today because I think this is a little bit of a grudge match.
A little bit of a grudge match. Crystallized versus Na'Vi as well. You think that there's something there, or not that much?
I mean,
it's a different
I
squad.
hope Crystallized
it's like
does better against Na'Vi than he does with them.
Yeah, I think it's like there might be something there, but is Crystallized going to be able to really do anything about it compared to Roger being able to do anything about his grudge? You know, it's sort of a different story.
That's true. Normally around this time, I would ask predictions, seeing what we think is gonna happen in the series. But I think I kind of know what you guys were saying. We're just hoping for the stomp not to be too harsh.
That, and you know, an upset's always great to see.
Yes.
You know, it really is. So for people tuning in, this is going to be very much, can those techies do it? Can they come in with some sort of, you know, as you said, maybe a surprising techies pick that catches Na'Vi off guard? Like, there's a chance. There really is a chance, but it's going to be very, very hard for them against Na'Vi.
Anything to add, Kyle?
Yeah, I think it's easier to catch people off guard if they're not prepared. Like, if I tried to surprise Owen while he was doing that whole spiel, it might have worked. But now, how would I surprise him?
True.
Boo. It didn't work. That's all.
Okay.
I would be Na'Vi are my boys. Their boot camp is 5 minutes from where I live. I cannot root against the squad, and it's hard for me to poke a hole in their strategy, in their team. They're good lads.
They're good lads. They are a good squad, and we have seen them perform very well. Now, we're going to have a little bit of the same situation as we did last Friday. Lower division on my screen is still going on. Obviously, there's a little bit of delay there, so maybe by the time you hear this, it's already over. We have to have a 15-minute break between series end and series start. But when that is the case, we will be back with this matchup. No Techies versus Na'Vi. See you soon.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. Your side, I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I wrote it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
We are ready to jump into the first series of the day. That means no Techies versus Navi here in the upper division of the CIS DPC League. And you are, of course, watching ESL 1 powered by Intel. We are joined by Purge on the big screen. I'm still with Kyle and ODPixel here on the desk as well. Purge, please give me some more glimmers of hope for no Techies, because these other guys, they've just been trash talking them all day.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of see why they don't have a lot of confidence in them after their last series, but I do have a glimmer of hope. I thought that the pressure that they applied on the map, despite losing the games maybe semi-draft related, I thought that the organized pressure that they put on the map clearly showed that they're working together as a team. So while it didn't work out, it seems to me like they have some stuff going for them.
Thank you.
But they're already outdrafted, Chiefs.
Well, the chat.
They're already outdrafted.
Pick good heroes.
Pick good heroes.
Good teams pick good heroes.
Good team. Thank you, Purge. He said it. The man knows. Nick's first pick.
Yeah, but this is good.
And then the Chen follow-up.
But this is good. They've no Techies. They're also picking good heroes. Nick's assassin, OD we saw across the regions. This hero has a very good win rate. It's very strong right now.
Creep army, super effective against enemies, okay? This is... Currently, Navi have Pikachu up against a Gyarados and a Magikarp, all right? That's the scenario here. Who do you think is favored?
Well, that's bad for Gyarados. He takes quad electrical damage, so...
That's correct, because he's a water and flying type.
Wait, I never knew how that worked. I thought super effective was just double damage. It's super effective quad damage.
That's the thing.
They're super effective also.
There is.
There is.
What, in the originals?
That is.
It never said that was super effective.
No.
You clearly did not have the strategy guide.
That's true. I believe in later expansions.
Well, the proper paper manual.
Well, later expansions,
Free with
I
the
think they
magazine.
made it clear it was
back
like
in the day,
super critical or something. But in the original version, it would just say super, or like it was highly versus super.
No, it
That's what
only
it
said
is.
it was super effective. There wasn't a different phrase, was there? It was only super effective.
No, Owen's correct, but the way it didn't specify that there was quad damage potential. Yeah.
Oh wow, I feel like
That's why
I've been
Dragon
lied
Knights were
to.
bad to ice.
That's why it took you so many extra hours to beat red.
Yeah.
That's why.
I never
that's
did.
why ground and rock Pokemon were so bad against water. Because
Yeah.
like water would
It would
quad
just
them
quad.
every time.
Well, at least there's no
There you
quad
go.
damage in Dota 2.
Well, that's the thing,
That's
though.
the new rune in the new patch. Watch out for it.
When you add Beastmaster and Chen together, you
Is that
get
quad damage?
you get an army. Okay, and I don't know how much you've studied medieval warfare, but typically, the person or leader with the most people would win. And in this case, Beastmaster Chen, you're gonna have Necrobook up rushed. You're gonna have the Chen army. You're gonna have sustain. You'll have a mech at 10 minutes into the game, plus the Hand of God. And I mean, talk about unfair abilities. The literal Hand of God.
That's great, Kyle. So I think the real thing that's going well for Na'Vi with their massive units is that no Techies doesn't have very much AoE right now. And that's definitely one of OD's weaknesses outside of his ulti. He's going to have to use Meteor Hammer to clear creeps. And so they're going to need some counter push in their next couple picks. Everyone dead over there?
No. I totally agree. I was hoping, well, I was kind of fearing rather another analogy from Kyle, and I'm glad that didn't happen. So we have a Lycan band out, as well as a Weaver, a Troll, and a Rubik in the second ban phase. If we're looking for wave clear and creep clear on the side of no Techies, is there anything already with the first two picks that we feel Na'Vi is lacking?
No, I mean,
No.
It's just really, this is just some of the
great
best
opening.
two picks.
Yeah.
Chen Beastmaster. There's Na'Vi. They've probably got the best Beastmaster player in the region. With General as well, on top of the fact that these two heroes already are just a brilliant start to a draft.
Beastmaster is kind of like the LeBron James of Dota 2. It doesn't really matter where you put him in the lineup, he'll find a way to be effective. You can lane anywhere, you're a strong laner, you support whatever, you make the people, the players, and the heroes around you better because of all those auras and because of the space and vision you provide for them around the map. Plus, it's BKB piercing disable, which is really nice against an OD if it's a 1 or a 2. Like, there's really not much you can do if you just get roared in the face.
Well, let's see. They ban out the Tidehunter. Would, of course, been able to help a little bit with the clear of all the little things.
Is Shadow Shaman in the pool? Indeed it is.
Indeed it is.
It is. With
I've
the
got a
Beastmaster
premonition.
Chen. Yeah, that was.
But so far, Roger has played both Shaman and Chen. Because I don't think Always Wanna Fly plays Chen, right? I'm sure that Always Wanna Fly plays Shaman. I don't doubt that.
I know he plays Chen. I've seen him play Chen, but I think Rogers might just be better. And to be fair, some teams like it a lot as a 5, like Puppy and Crow notably played for their teams, but they do also take a lot of farm. Like, they don't play it as some hard 5. Plus, wards are free nowadays. Honestly, 5s are just spoiled. You don't have to get the courier, you don't have to upgrade it.
There it is.
How many sentries we gotta buy? Come on, dude.
Bada bing
It is
bada
not
boom.
free.
Yeah, but this is the Na'Vi bread and butter. So
yeah, at least no Techies ban Lycan. You know, we saw
That's
this
true.
lineup come out for Na'Vi the other day in the series against Team Unique, and they got these 3+ Lycan. So this is, no Techies are improving on the draft that Unique tried against Na'Vi.
Hey, creep killer. One thing that we should be wary of, because if you're talking about the series that we saw Na'Vi play the other day, where they looked very strong, their last pick was the mid Doom.
Yep.
And
Boy, still
that
in,
is
isn't it? Yeah.
very
It is.
scary and still available.
real solid. The Wyvern is your old school counter to these sort of Beastmaster Chen pressure lineups.
You say old school as in you don't rate it nowadays as much? Or?
We don't see Wyvern for a reason, right? The trouble is you don't really make too many moves early game. Your lane is rather weak, and it just doesn't feel like the hero does enough. Like, the ult is nice. It's a long cooldown, though, and I feel like the game has changed. Because back in the day, you remember Wyverns would just plant themselves at their safe lane, spam W, defend the tower for 5 minutes? It just doesn't feel like that's viable anymore. And PL, this is a great pick. We saw this yesterday in the Liquid Nigma series. What's up, Kev?
I just love that, like, they saw the first two No Techies picks, and every single pick was just, like, a lot of shit to deal with.
Yeah.
Like, right off the bat, they're like, well, this is really clear. Just pick for Death Ball. Good luck.
Yep. I remember Moo talking about he would always call it trash, like how hard it was to deal with. Like during scrims, like they've just got so much trash. Like we need to clear it, right? And in this case, you've got illusions, creeps, summons, necrobooks, wards, and that is super effective against OD specifically because you are a right-click hero. You orb attack things. Orb is not like you can't hit all of the trash. It's just not possible. You're going to the dump, and all you've got is a broom. It won't work.
It's a broom with like an inch surface area or something. It's like a really thin broom, you know? You only hit one thing at a time.
So what can they still pick? They still have 2 heroes though. Is there not something that can deal with that easier than that? Because this OD could be flexible, could be mid, could be offlane, right?
I just hope that they're not going to be looking at the PL and going, hey, Sven's good carry, right? Has cleave. We played it before.
Yeah, they did play it before.
Sure, it has to cleave against the illusions, but it's still a Sven. I just hope they don't go the way that they did in the other series where they went for that 5th pick Sven.
Yeah.
The best hero would be Timber, but that was banned out first too by Navi.
Yes.
What about another battle for your hero? Something like
you have to,
Ricky or something.
Ricky's good, right?
But the thing is, yes, when you have Ags Battle Fury, but before that, how do you clear the army? If Wyvern dies,
it's down to your mid laner. You know, they're going to pick some sort of mid laner with heavy D push. And at least
it's like conceptually, it's not like D push. It's the trouble that like Navi represents so much extra damage because of their friends that they can summon or spawn. And if you can't deal with, like, you just need to deal real damage. And I just don't know if you can do that unless... That's a good start, but it's just so squishy. It's what we saw actually Nigma ban in the second phase yesterday when they were planning on going for this PL. So arguably the best hero against him.
I actually like it though, because you're definitely right that it is squishy, but they've got both OD Banish and Winter Wyvern Cold Embrace and Winter Wyvern Ulti to back him up. So I actually think it's a perfect pick in this situation because they can actually buy him time because it is like almost all physical damage.
Yep, that's a good point. Pugna, pretty effective for Navi. You don't really want to pick it into the Nyx, but it would be quite nice against the Lesh. I could also see maybe something like an Ember Spirit coming out. But yeah, that's the perfect pick, though. I will say that is probably the only thing no Techies can pick that actually answers the PL and all of the creeps. Because an overfarmed Lesh will just kill everything with the backup he's got on the squad already.
What if he gets Ags as well this game? The ethereal on yourself, or ethereal on yourself and your opponents, because if they do stay pretty heavily physical damage, it would be like another thing on top. You can't use it with BKB is the biggest negative, of course, so he could still be disabled while he does this, but he's got options here.
In terms of Battle Fury buyers, I'm seeing like the Viper ban. Maybe they're prepping something with some solid passives. Would you be happy with the PA for no Techies?
They're going to bristle.
Pretty strong this game. Oh, even the bristle.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they do need a solid frontliner, and Bristle would be the one to run in and sort of tank it all.
With Tide banned, I think that's what you're looking at. You just need somebody that can get in there and make space for the Wyvern and Nyx, because they don't really want to initiate fights. They want to play the outskirts. As a Wyvern, you don't ever want to lead with your ulti, and you want to be able to give proper vision and engagement for your Shrek.
10 seconds.
Bloodseeker it is.
There it is.
Not really your frontliner.
I was close.
Doesn't buy Battle Fury.
It buys Maelstrom.
I actually, I kind of like it too, because if Shaman ever goes on somebody, you just throw the blood right, and it's like their engagement's going to end a lot earlier than they wanted to.
It's also really nice with Leshrac, because he's your damage answer, and now you can blood rage him.
Ooh, yeah, that'll be really good. 30 spell amp. That's insane.
And the bat made it all the way to 10th pick here for
Mid-bat.
Iceberg. Mid-bat.
That's good.
And it's offlane OD, mid-lesh. It's going to come down to Roger, I feel. His rotations, his movement. Do they get early tower advantage?
I thought if Bat wins his lane or stomps the game a little bit, that's going to be the big problem. But
yeah,
we'll see.
All right. Thank you so much, Kevin, for joining us for this draft. Now, we painted a little bit of a picture before the series, and the picture was very heavily favored towards Navi. I am curious to hear from my panelists if, with the draft being done, you both feel the same way. Kyle, you want to go first?
It is more even than I thought. The thing to keep in mind is that you still have a ton of early game pressure on Navi, and PL is still the hard carry in this game.
Yeah.
Yes, Leshrac is a good matchup, but late game, PL 3-4 items in, especially with that new Eternal Shroud, the upgraded blink, like, you will win the game for your team. And if Na'Vi can get that early lead, they can capitalize on mistakes so much easier because Beastmaster Chen, like a couple pickoffs, okay, that's a tower, 2 towers, Roche. That's game.
Yeah, I don't dislike what Techies are doing. I think compared to what we saw them do in the draft the other days, this is a whole lot better. But no, I'm very scared for them going against Na'Vi, especially with that last pick bat. I think one of the reasons why Iceberg's Dooms is so strong is because his timings and movements are just so on point. And I think he can play bat in a very similar manner. And as Kev says, you know, if he's able to smash the mid, which I think he will, he's just going to take over this game as this bat rider.
All right, all eyes on Iceberg, all eyes on that mid lane. Let's find out what's going to happen in the opening game to this series with Capitalist and Fogged.
Thank you, Shiva. That's right. It's going to be a very important series, I think, for No Techies. Fogged, as they've already lost against Live to Win. If they want to have any chance of being in that top 3 groups, they kind of need to take down one of the big dogs, which is either Na'Vi or Virtus Pro.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm pretty pleasantly surprised. You know, I'm happy to see it too because it is solo, so you have to expect that he understands and knows what he's doing with these drafts.
Whoa, Fox, hold up. I'm sorry, but were you not listening to the panel? Did you not listen to Kyle? Kyle said he was gone for 6 months. There's no coming back. You can never come back and be a good captain once you've taken a break.
Depends on how you want to look at captain. Like in-game calls and stuff like that, the map hasn't changed too much, and I feel like some hero counters, it's still relevant, right? Like we see this Lash pick versus the PL, the Wyvern versus the Summons. You can tell, yeah, he's got his concept down for his team. If they're going to be able to execute it, that's a different story because I feel like it is a little bit harder to execute on their side. Navi's is just, it's very their style, right? So.
All right, well, another thing that I know Kyle does not like is this OD3 position. It feels like something that No Techies was kind of like, in some ways, forced into. They either had to do a Leshrac safe lane carry or move this OD somewhere else besides mid. They're going to be putting it off lane and putting the Lesh mid in this case. Are you okay with this? What do you think about the 3-position OD?
I'm still torn on it. I don't know. I feel like it just, a lot of the times it feels like there's this huge gap in your lineup where I just like having a normal offlaner rather than having this just bizarre, you know, you understand why they're doing it. And, you know, this Meteor Hammer build is kind of clever. And we've seen people go for these int offlaners like Wyvern and stuff like that. But I always feel like they fall flat. But I mean, we'll see. I know it's really, really prominent in Europe. I'm seeing in like every single pub game, these OD offlanes. So.
Yeah, I've gotten a chance to play some of these games. I definitely agree with you. It feels very hit or miss, just kind of depending on the lineup. The faster paced the opposing lineup is, you know, whether it's instant stuns or having some sort of blink mechanisms or something to get on top of the enemy, the worse this OD feels with his Meteor Hammer setup. But if it's a slower lineup, you know, it feels like you can actually just kind of like do this weird initiation just off of imprisonment and sitting way back with your Meteor Hammer, kind of daring the enemy. Go ahead. Come into us. See if you can actually take this team fight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's in this game. It's like they had to throw, like you said, they have to throw it off lane, and he's in a horrible game anyway. So maybe it is the best thing to just put him in the sack role because he's fully countered, right? Yeah. Bat Rider ruins OD's game, Beastmaster ruins OD's game, all the summons like the panel mentioned. So, you know, they're putting him in the sacrifice, which is probably the best bet.
Yeah, and seeing as they already had their 2 supports, they couldn't really downgrade him any further than a 3 position. No. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of our CS matchup. As mid lane is with Ergon playing that Leshrac up against Iceberg on the Bat Rider. Seems like CS is going pretty even here, and I haven't looked at that top lane too much, but I have to imagine this is probably one of the tougher lanes to go up against a Beastmaster with Shadow Shaman. Beastmaster with any of these like Linas, Wind Rangers, Shadow Shamans, any one of those really annoying, hard-hitting floor positions. Feels like a tough lane, but if anybody can kind of deal with it, it's the Bloodseeker, right?
Absolutely. That extra sustain that comes in is massive. And also, I like Kevin's point, the blood rate, you know, it makes it hard for them to go. And they're actually getting aggressive on General. They're going to get him here.
Yeah, General just needs one more hit here, and Crystallize will be able to clean up that first blood. Gets a healthy amount of Thirst HP back into his HP pool as well. So he's going to be feeling really good about this lane. It just, I think Beastmaster is one of those offlaners that he's very tough to beat right now. But if you can manage to beat him, I do think this hero struggles coming back and having that same kind of overwhelming presence when he just, goes for this Necro Book rush into Necro 3. You have that at like 15, 18 minutes and he's taking all your towers. You feel terrible. But if he gets it a little bit late, 20-25, you're usually going to have some tools to deal with it. As I say that, though, General putting the pressure on to Crystallize as soon as he comes back in a lane.
Cool to point out, too, that you see General skill build this game as well. He's just going for the axes rather than going for the actual boars in the laning phase. I guess there's too much clear. The Splinter Blast plus that Blood Right will just end up killing and he's just going to give up too much. He's just going for this approach. Kind of cool and different.
Yeah, we usually see when people go axes, it's usually just one, right? And then they just don't summon the boar until they're level 3 and have that higher HP boar, but he's really committing to this build.
Yeah, I think I honestly can't think of a better lane versus Beastmaster, actually. Like, Wyvern and Bloodseeker, I'm just like trying to think off the top of my head what would just do better versus him. This just seems so damn good. Like, you're just super tanky hero on the Bloodseeker. Like, Wyvern is good later on as mid.
Really good job by Iceberg, forcing those kind of rotations and still backing off pretty easy. Top lane, though, does leave General alone as the Shadow Shaman who's rotating over the power root. And Crystallize and Solo read that opportunity loud and clear. They said, okay, the Shadow Shaman's going to be sitting on runes, which is very likely in this Bat Rider versus Leshrac matchup. Which, okay, at least they get a little compensation for it. Iceberg gets a very important rune in the Arcane.
That's a kill rune if I've ever seen one. You can take advantage of this so much with Sticky. Probably one of the best heroes in the game to get that early on, especially. So nice rune checking, but yeah, like you said, they take advantage of it. And Crystallize is off to a very hot start. And a lot of Navi's success has been off of General's success, of how much he can pressure and how much success he's having. So this is a really good start for them to at least slow him down.
What about Vtune? I mean, Kyle had some real praise for this guy, and I had to agree. Vtune has looked very good as a carry, but it looks like his lane, he's doing all right in CS, but when it comes to the levels, looks like he's had to share experience with the Chen quite a bit, as Roger is also level 3. Mid lane, though, Urgon's going to be dove here. Iceberg not wanting to dive too deep into the tier 2 tower, but will have to in order to get that kill. He'll take a couple of tower shots, might die, but he's got a Fairy Fire in his back pocket, so he's okay. No rotations to catch him out. He's got the bounty runes to pick up here, unless the Winter Wyvern can get vision. Oh, he barely got vision. He gets a couple hits in. He's low enough that they've got the thirst as well. Crystallize is going to be there to clean up the kill. Okay, nicely done, Bloodseeker. The advantage of the Bloodseeker in being able to make those fast rotations, I guess.
Yeah, that was very... Did he get the bounties as well, too? Okay, no, always want to fly did, but yeah, nice little movement. And like we said, Arcane Rune, it's so easy to get those. Even without the point in Flame Break, he just literally chased him down. And yeah, I'm glad you actually mentioned Vtune, because I think a lot of people know this, but you can just look at the hero level to that Platinum. This guy is a PL Terrorblade, just illusion spammer.
Yeah. And
very comfortable.
He's got a good support behind him, but it looks like Malik has done pretty well for himself. He's been given a lot of solo experience with Zayat's not even close to lane anymore. And I think they do realize that, and that's why they're really trying to push this OD out, but it's not quite working. Top lane, Always Want to Fly, does go down to the Splinter Blast. Solo finds that opening. Oh,
this top lane is just owning. Oh.
This Bat Rider's just tearing things up. Feels like Iceberg is really going to make sure this laning phase doesn't get too far out of control to the favor of no Techies.
Yeah, it's huge that he can get this type of advantage too versus the Lesh, because I think, Kyle was the one talking about how Lesh, you're great versus all these summons, but there's going to be a problem where you're extremely squishy, and what better to take advantage of a squishy hero than Bat Rider to move him out of position in most of the team fights. There is the Nyx that's always going to be there to deal with that Bat, maybe counteract it a bit, but yeah, definitely going to see Iceberg putting a lot of focus onto this Slash in particular in the early game. As bottom, Malik.
Smart move, very smart move. Just going for the TP out, knowing that he wasn't going to be making it out alive otherwise. He is getting very close to that Meteor Hammer, just that straight, fast rush. Urgon got pretty lucky earlier. He managed to find the Power Rune bottom lane, and it's pretty much the only reason I think he could continue to lane against the Bat Rider, being able to have that Illusion Rune. Not typically one of your favorites of previous patches, but now that it dispels, feels pretty good. And they're going to smoke up with Zions and rotate down to bottom. See if they can kill the Phantom Lancer.
They'll have to settle.
Yeah, they'll have to settle as they run into Roger. The smoke breaks. Roger will die, and Vtune is just able to hide behind his tower.
Oh, does Aragon not know though? There's 2 bounty runes over here. He could actually just claim. I think they scouted it too earlier. So he could just fill up his bottle, but it doesn't seem like he's aware for the time being. As top.
You have the Rupture. They're going to be able to hold back this Bloodseeker. General's going to turn and fight. That's his only option here, but it's not a great option. He will die. Crystallize is going to remain very healthy here. Iceberg's actually going to rotate over, though, and they might be able to catch Solo. In fact, they will definitely be able to catch Solo as they're going to put a stop to his TP with the Shackles. This is well in timed with a top lane push of creeps as well, but the Siege Wagon is actually already dead, so never mind. Neither team going to be able to pressure the opposing safe lane tower.
Who got the last 10 of the kill was Iceberg, so that's pretty much boot to travel done. So he's going to be able to make these moves and be able to match a lot of the aggression that's coming out if Aragon likes to. And Aragon actually has a haste, always want to fly. Looking pretty dead.
Yeah, just a nice, easy opening. Always want to fly, throws out what damage he can. Iceberg is actually willing to kind of fight this, and maybe it's because he sees that Aragon is low on mana, so Zayats is dead as a result.
Good run away by Aragon. If he sticks around, I think he just gets lassoed onto the cliff.
Yeah, that's true.
And he will be able to back up, clear out a double stack, and go check those bounty runes, Aragon. Go check them out.
They're going to see it. They're going to check it out at like around the 10-minute mark when the fresh ones are spawning, and then they're going to see, oh, wait, there's still bounty runes here. I have to assume they just thought because there's a Chen down there, it's so easy for a Chen to kind of guard runes, even if it means denying them. But looks like Roger's been focused on stacking up the triangle in the last couple of minutes, as that is a hefty amount. Iceberg may try and clear through those, or no, they're going to make a smoke play up to top lane again. Make sure the Crystallize, they've been really running a General, and they're going to do so again here. The Splinter Blast is going to land and slow down General. He's going to be caught by the Blood Right, but with Iceberg showing himself, Crystallize and Zayats immediately back away. Solo's going to be caught. I love this play. He's going to lasso up Solo and still try and run down Zayats at the same time, realizing that he may have to just commit for one of these kills. Zayats got to be careful of the flames. Iceberg's getting a little bit low. Primal Roar out onto Crystallize. Iceberg is going to use his bottle to stay alive underneath the tower and attempted to TP out, but always want to fly. He's going to put a stop to that one with Hex, Shackles, and a big rotation from Na'Vi that puts them 2K up. Just as the 10-minute bounty runes are spawning.
Love whoever makes that call. It's like Iceberg has to be the one to bail the game out of its not bad state by any means, but bail a General out of his semi-bad lane. So he's the one who makes sure to make that rotation up top while the PL farms those stacks. I think Aragon did go down and get those, at least one of the bounty runes that was there sitting for a while, and they'll be able to transition to push bottom. But a huge hit from Na'Vi.
Hey, I don't like
General, he's back. He's got his book 1. I mean, 10 minutes isn't bad for how rough of a lane it really was.
No, not at all, especially since they have taken that safe lane tower, so he will have more real estate to work with when it comes to jungling with those Necronomicons. I especially like that aggressive push up to top lane, because what is no Techies going to do? The only hero that can rotate in that situation is the Leshrac, and they kind of had vision of what Aragon was up to. It's not like Malik with the Meteor Hammer Rush is going to be a big impact if he TP rotates up to top lane.
No, and like we mentioned, the OD is so countered in this game too. Like he goes up there, he's probably just food for the team of Na'Vi. And Aragon started his TP and canceled it, and that's when Na'Vi was just like full blown just diving the tower under. So Aragon definitely has to be a little more careful. Rupture on Iceberg, but he's fast. He can just get back to his tower.
They're going to catch Always Want to Fly as Malik did move over. They want to try and take this mid tower, and an opening and being able to kill this Shadow Shaman mixed with the Leshrac and Meteor Hammer. This is looking like a push that should manage to take it. So this will help even things out a little bit more for no Techies.
General is considering walking up here, just going to spam it with some axes. Not going to be able to actually look to defend it all, even though he does have Roar. But they could look to fight here anyway on Na'Vi. They could look to meet up with Iceberg up top with that Roar available on that book 1.
Zayats going to do some scouting here with the Vendetta. He's going to run up and see a bunch of Phantom Lancer illusions as they fade away, and they will see him in turn, thanks to the sentry left on the left-hand side. They're playing up on their triangle right now, just very happy with farming Ancient Stacks. They don't really need to go anywhere. That's the power of Ancient Stacks, right? This is the most fortified area of the map if you're on Radiant, and it means that you can just kind of play up here, and nobody's really going to contest you for that too hard, because that team fight's going to be real difficult to take. And you're not really falling behind in golden experience when you've got that big of a stack to farm.
No, definitely not. It's always really nice. I mean, Bat Rider is now, it's so nice to be able to have Ancient Stacks and your Bat actually is able to just help you from all these changes. And yeah, Vitoon, he's getting enabled nicely. Looks like he's gonna have a good timing on his defusal. It looks like he went for the hood first to kind of protect himself, but yeah, he's off to a great start here, and we'll see if he does upgrade that one, as the panel was talking about. I think we did see Miracle in particular do that. They're starting to set up for him though. They did have vision up here, but it's still tough to set up for the PL. It has to be the Nyx assassin. It has to be Zayat's leading 90% of the time, unless they get a curse set up.
Yeah. Sadly for Na'Vi, their smoke rotation to bottom lane didn't really catch Crystallized, as Crystallized just a bit lucky, manages to spot Always Wanna Fly as he pushes up to the high ground. Maybe just in general, a good read of him not pushing too far forward in the lane. Now he's going to be rotating up to top here, where they really want to try and take this fight. He's going to go out on Zayats, though. Zayats is going to be caught immediately. Still has the spike carapace, though, so he may be able to just waddle on out of here. He's good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he reveals the fact that there's a sentry and likely an obs or something up there. Just a sentry this time around, but at least giving some information for his team. And they can likely just back away now and reset, since all of Na'Vi, they saw at least 2 or 3 ports go up there. And even though Roar is down, it's still a kind of scary fight, because this Chen, he has mech and Hand of God now. So they do have decent damage on their lineup, can get counteracted pretty heavily. But Na'Vi is in a little bit of a weak point right now, because they're finishing up these items. They're finishing up in particular the PL's defusal, which he needs in order to actually be able to get involved, while Bloodseeker can just start charging in every single time.
Yeah.
So maybe they do look to take advantage. It could be risky though.
Let's see if Always Wanna Fly is able to get out of kind of looks like a suicide rush, as he just ran down mid, planted some Serpent Wards as that fight was starting in the top lane, which is pretty smart, right? He sees like, okay, if there's going to be a fight top, I can't rotate fast enough to really be impactful, so I might as well just hit this mid tower.
I like how he also did the caps locks ready, so I think that's probably saying, so maybe some panic going in there for him, trying to get the hell out of there. They pause while he's trying to split push, the worst feeling ever.
Well, he's going to have to, he could have maybe instantly TP'd, but if he TP's now, it's not going to be the case, so he's going to have to hide somewhere in the trees and hope Malik doesn't find him.
Here we go. He might be able to get the tower here, though. Malik does
he wasn't going to be able to TP right away. Then he does try it. It does not work, and he does die.
He's trying. Oh, they clear the wards, and they can get the deny if they'd like to, and they will. Solo's going to take that one out.
Where do you stand on the denying mid tower? Because I've heard some people be like, just almost never deny your mid tower, just because it is so important to hold that real estate. And then I've seen other people like, they're just gonna like try and backdoor it or something. Just deny the gold.
I think exactly what Solo did is when you deny it. If you're gonna deny it, you have to get vision in this area to control at least. So he puts an ob sentry down immediately after he does deny it. So they at least still have not, of course, the control, but the information at the very least, which is. Yeah, I think this is exactly what you have to do if you do deny mid.
Okay, I like that. I like that. That's a really nice idea.
Because then you can farm. I think everyone knows the mid wave to farm the scary wave. This one gives you an opportunity to be able to push that extra wave out, because you do see the opposing high ground a little bit, especially during daytime. So.
Malik, he's able to push out that wave pretty continuously from a safe distance thanks to his Meteor Hammer. And he's also pretty tanky now that he's got the 200 health HP talent at 10.
Zayat, yeah, looks like we're getting some...
I'll go for it.
Couple new items too also. Looks like bots also for Ergon. Now, I feel like Na'Vi, now they're fully enabled to get online. It's Bat Riders, BKB is about to be done, Diffusal's ready. This is a huge window for Na'Vi, I feel like, to take advantage, because looking at the no Techies lineup, it's still mostly magic damage oriented. Sure, the curse and the Bloodseeker's there, but a lot of that's going to just be completely negative. Iceberg doesn't have to worry about Nyx anymore with BKB. He just runs right through and picks a target.
Sentries spotting Zayats again. He's just not getting any opportunities to Vendetta up to this top part of the map. It feels like to me, Na'Vi, like if they succeed in this rotation, which they're going to go for Malik, they should be able to catch him pretty easily, as they still have the lasso. He's not going to blow it just yet. Now pops it. Solo's looking for the Winter's Curse, surrounded with the Phantom Lancer illusions. He goes for a guess, but he hits an illusion, not the real Phantom Lancer. And now that means they're going to lose this fight and potentially be run down underneath their tier 2 tower. Solo's going to be up next. Impale going out. Bramble Roar on the left-hand side is Crystallized, going to be caught, swept up by the swarm of Na'Vi members that run down the mid lane. And from here, I don't know, Fogged. It's looking like a game where Na'Vi is just going to get farther and farther ahead, and I don't know if their lineup's going to be able to contest with a Phantom Lancer that has this much free space to farm.
Yeah, I mean, this is the issue. You know, Na'Vi, this is their bread and butter. They've got a super comfortable pick here. Sure, the Lesh, as we said, the Lesh is good versus the PL, but that's the majority of it. The other heroes, they're pretty vulnerable to this, and Vtoon is off to a beautiful start, 16 minutes in. And Na'Vi, like we said, they hit this beautiful timing of everything together. BKB, Defusal, Hood, and Malik, he just fed his life as Ergon steps very far forward.
Yeah, he's just going to take this fight, but immediately Iceberg's going to pop his BKB, challenge Leshrac. They do have the imprisonment that's going to come out from Malik. Crystallized, meanwhile, going toe-to-toe against Vtoon. He does get saved by the Cold Embrace, but the magic damage is going to be there eventually. He's burned out, while the Phantom Lancer very healthy, and this is just turning into one disaster into another here, Fogged, as they lose 4-0 in this fight. No Techies probably going to lose their mid-tier 2 before 20 minutes, and again, all this is against a Phantom Lancer hard carry. That, you know, even if it's answered by the Leshrac, there's a certain point where he's going to get some big stat items and be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, and this is, I don't want to just straight up blame OD, the pick, by any means, but this is where I feel like this starts to happen, where you don't have this natural frontliner, and now either your OD or your Lash or someone is caught in the front lines a lot of the times, and it's so easy for Iceberg. This last pick bat just has such an easy game at this point. He's versus a Nyx, as we said, kind of a counter, and there are some saves and all that, but he's amazing versus the Wyvern, and now, you know, BKB at such an early time, it's your counter of the Nyx is no longer there. So this is going to continue to be really difficult for No Techies until at least, until Crystallized and the Lesh, I feel like both have some easier way to protect themselves because they're just so fragile.
Yeah. I like the way that Na'Vi has played this quite a bit. This mixture of like pointed aggression at certain times with these smokes, but otherwise just kind of like playing around their triangle between the Roger stacks and the defensive sentries. With General occupying that area, it's always going to be a little difficult to catch him out, whether it's through the Hawks or the Necronomicon minions that are out. They just, again, by holding such a nice defensive positioning, they really took advantage of the fact of like you said, you don't have this traditional frontliner on No Techies.
Yeah, and I mean, Iceberg is literally just, he's ripping the whole game apart by himself. This is what you want your last pick to do. Even though, like we said, versus the Nyx, 9-1-3. You know, he's 12 of the 14 kills. He's just made magnitudes of space and just pressure for his team. Like General's game, as we said, he was having a rough time. Like, look at General now. It's like, did he have a rough time in the laning phase anymore? Because Iceberg just bailed him out of any type of problem he had.
Yeah, he's only being eclipsed by the Leshrac when it comes to the enemy's net worth. Hex into the shackles with the Serpent Wards on out. Malik is going to try and fight his way through those Serpent Wards. May have to try and go for an imprisonment on himself and a blink away. But Vtoon, he's going to spread himself out a little bit. Looks like the blink went down, but Malik may still be caught. Solo does manage to get a Cold Embrace. He's burned out of mana, but Vtoon still hits plenty hard, and there's General on the other side of things as well. The tier 2 tower is just not safe. Nyx Assassin's going to be caught on the other side of the river by Iceberg as well. So even if Malik got out, the 2 supports will die, and Na'Vi full control of the map and very likely full control of Roshan.
They're making it look like their usual Na'Vi games that I've seen lately from them. Just extremely clean, very few mistakes, and it's really nice. I don't know. I feel like I haven't seen Na'Vi playing with this type of like patience and just swift execution in quite some time. These last few months I've seen them have just been really top tier. Especially, like, I feel like they always get a draft that they're very comfortable with lately.
Yeah. Here goes the Roshan. The Aegis picked up for Vtoon. And the pleasure of this for Na'Vi is the fact that they don't necessarily have to go high ground with this first Aegis. They can maybe take over the triangle. BKB going to activate. Iceberg jumps forward before he gets hit by Zayats with that Vendetta. And we're going to watch Solo die again. Okay, we're going to use the Winter's Curse as well as the Rupture. A lot being thrown down on Iceberg to keep him in positioning. They now have the Vendetta hit. Impale follow up, and Iceberg's getting a little bit low, but they're losing so many of their members just outside of their base. With no Techies. Ergon's even struggling to get back, and that's it. GG. Well played, they say. I don't see how this lineup comes back from this kind of deficit, Fogged. So, fair enough to call an early GG in this situation, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm gonna go out and say it. I'm not feeling this offlane OD. If you're not having something else to be able to do stuff, he ended 2-1, right? It's not even like he did anything bad, but it's just I don't know what he could do. I think that was the first and only OD ult of the game, and it just doesn't do anything. And that's your offlaner who wants to be starting the fights or kicking stuff off or parking himself in front of towers or being this big team fighter for you. But what does he actually provide here? He didn't really provide much damage. He did okay in the lane, but then like where was he? Like where from 8 to 20 minutes, I don't even think I saw OD except for just dying, right? So
yeah. It felt like in some ways that OD and the way it got countered just created other problems. You know, they needed some initiation, but then there's a Phantom Lancer problem on the board. They've got to get this Leshrac pickup. The lanes get weird. And, well, as a result, Na'Vi just kind of roll over no Techies, kind of the expected outcome for this game 1. But hopefully things change up as you head into game 2, where we've got Kyle, Owen, and Sheever waiting to break this game down.
Thank you so much, Capitalist and Fogged. And indeed, as they say, it looked like Na'Vi, especially towards the end, just had a bit of an easy time with that game. Why it was made so easy for them towards that end, we're gonna discuss that at length after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind.
In the first game of this series, it is Na'Vi that comes out victorious. No Techies, according to Fogged, might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit there, but picking that OD up second. Of course, there's still a game to go. They can still manage to try and force out that third game to the series, but let's break down this first one first. I'm here with Kyle, I'm here with OD Pixel, and I want to start, Owen, by the point that we heard Fogg make. This OD not contributing in the way that you would think he would, considering he was second pick in the draft.
No, for sure. I mean, I'm a little different. Sure, it didn't look great this game. I still think OD offlane's fine. I think this was just a very hard game in general. So in terms of whoever you sort of have Malik play on this offlane, he's probably going to struggle against Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Sure, you can make arguments he could have done more in this sort of game with a better hero, but I don't think it would have made too much of a difference just because of sort of how hard Na'Vi just ran them over, really, from sort of as soon as the laning stage ended, really. Like, at the beginning, we did see, you know, some nice moves were being made by no Techies. They were really punishing general, but then it all fell apart because Iceberg was just ready to lead the charge, and all the space in the world was given to Vtune.
Yeah. PL strongest hero on the map also, if you don't shut him down.
Last pick Bat. It's insane how much better Bat looks when last picked instead of first overall picked. Some other regions might want to take a note of that. But yeah, Iceberg dominates mid. That Leshrac, as we stated, he's the only real source of damage, and PL went for the exact items you expect. Hood into Diffusal, suddenly you're unstoppable. And yeah, I don't believe in a hero like OD, which you but Meteor Hammer Blink. I'm like, okay, so you're going to Meteor Hammer the creep wave? Like, then what? What does this hero do as an offlaner?
What does he do? I actually thought... Okay, Kyle, what?
One last thing.
Okay.
Most picked hero in North America. Other regions, take note, don't pick heroes that North America picks a lot of. It's a wrong move. Don't follow the NA meta.
I actually thought that no Techies, even though they lost, they looked a little bit better than what I thought they would look. They were able to... Yeah, at the start, they were able to keep up with the kills.
But the rest of the game was kind of rough.
Yes, it was. I mean, not going to lie about that. But they were able to keep up with the kills. The only thing that they fell... Like, they put in so much effort in trying to get those kills that they couldn't keep up with the net worth. What's up, Kyle?
You're backtracking now. You were selling us on this for the last hour. How great no Techies was looked. How Solo was a major winning captain. Now you're like, oh yeah, I expected them to just lose quickly.
Kyle, I have said multiple times that I don't think
you're a terrible liar.
No Techies has a good shot, but we still have to sell the series in order to see that there's maybe a little bit of hope for all the fans of no Techies. And I'm not going to give him another chance to talk at the moment. I would rather hear from Purge, and to be honest, don't we always want to rather hear from Purge than Kyle?
Yeah.
Hey guys, so just wanted to look over one of the issues with the OD as an offlane hero. Now you pick it because it has really high base stats. The movement speed's a little bit off here, but he's got 325 movement speed at base. He has 60 damage with just a crown and an Ironwood branch. He's got 8 armor. It's insanely good stats to start the laning stage. But one of the problems is that when playing against a Chen, he gets this little pesky creep here to follow you around and hit you for 22 plus 8 damage. So as an offlane hero that's a ranged hero, you don't get the benefit of a built-in stout shield, basically. If he's a melee hero, this creep is going to have its damage like halved every other hit, but because he's a ranged hero, even though he's got 8 armor, he actually still gets beat up by this. So he basically just got chased through the lane. He can't kill the creep because it has 700 HP, and Nyx can't really do that much either. Nyx is a low base damage hero, doesn't necessarily have the best abilities to nuke the creeps, and even when they do get it low, Roger just kills it and gets another one. So what ends up happening over the course of this laning stage is that Roger's able to semi-zone the OD, prevent him from doing his job, which is basically limiting the farm of the PL and outlast hitting him. And what ends up happening is, if we look at the CS a couple minutes in here, he's behind. He's 6-2, and the PL's at a comfortable 11-3 at this point, which ends up just getting even better as the laning stage continues. Here we are 5 minutes in, PL's at 28-5. OD's at 19-6. And what ends up happening is heroes start leaving OD's lane. He's left by himself, but the problem is that he doesn't really do that much in his lane by himself. The PL goes to jungle heavily. The rest of Navi's team ends up going to teamfight. And what's OD doing on the map here? He's over here hitting creeps with no AoE. Once he gets his Meteor Hammer finished, it's a little bit of a different story, because then he can actually teamfight and try to pressure towers. But this basically gets removed from being valuable anyways, because the last wreck just rotates over and takes the tower anyways. So what does OD accomplish in this whole thing? He didn't shut down the PL. He's not very good at early fighting and rotations, and the tower ends up getting taken by his mid hero that could have done it anyways. Surely there would have been a better pick here, and I think Navi just did the perfect thing to react to him and make sure that his hero just didn't feel very impactful.
It didn't feel a very impactful indie. Thank you so much, Purge. I am curious what the final thoughts are from my panel, because we have seen the first game. We know Navi is a good team, and we know that they're not really challenged when facing no Techies, but for no Techies, this is the true challenge. We heard Capitalist and Fog talk about it. If you want to have a shot of making it in the top 3 of the groups, you need to be able to take a game off of these squads, off of Virtus Pro, off of Navi. This is the chance for no Techies to prove themselves. I'm looking for glimmers of light on their performance, Kyle.
Oh, it's going to be tough. You know, that OD off lane, as Kevin said, it's shut down by a single creep. So maybe have a better opportunity for your offlaner to succeed so that he can handle these 2 or 3 of them.
Different draft then.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was better than what No Techies did the other day in terms of draft, I thought. But still, they do fall down the trap of letting Navi get this Beastmaster Chen Shaman, which was, you know, at least there was no Lycan, as I said, during the draft. But it's still, these 3 heroes in Navi's hands, it's a high chance they're going to run you over in 20 minutes.
You need tanks. Where were the tanks? You know, I want to see a Bristleback. It's a very simple game, you know, Dota. Kill the enemy structures, but more importantly, kill the heroes.
Yeah.
It's harder to kill the enemy heroes the more health they have.
That's a fact. Very good. Very good, Cal. Thank you so much for your contribution. And we'll find out what these 2 teams are going to draft for each other in the second game after this.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. By your side, I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my what I do right now, what I do
We have seen it a couple of times in a row now already for Na'Vi. Their drafting is solid, strong, very little room, for poking at very few holes in their drafts. And holes in the draft were kind of the story there for No Techies and the previous series that we saw for No Techies as well. We're going to find out if maybe they have what it takes to force out the third game of this series. We're joined by Purge on the big board. I have Kyle and ODPixel with me still as well. And of course, you're watching ESL 1 powered by Intel. And we are in the draft for the second game. We are actually well into the draft for the second game. And it's the Witch Doctor. Which region was Witch Doctor super popular? Southeast Asia?
83% win rate in Southeast Asia.
With most picked hero as well.
Most picked hero as well.
That's
So,
impressive.
you know, they know what's going on in SCA. Do No Techies know what's going on here in CIS with it? We'll find out.
They banned the Beastmaster. I'm glad to see that. But
I mean, this has got to... I think you're happier this time around if you're No Techies, because they have shown this Storm very early. You know, this is some confidence from Na'Vi. Obviously, they do have Iceberg, one of the best Storm players in the game, so they're just throwing it out there early in the drafts. Second pick.
That's cool. He can punish the supports potentially if he gets on top of them first, but there are some worries pre-6 if Earth Spirit roams on you, so if they can protect against that, it'll be okay. Witch Doctor obviously can deal with Chen creeps pretty well, so in the laning stage, that won't be as big of an issue if they want to lane that there, so they could lane swap, put Witch Doctor offlane maybe, but it's also just a safe 5, so...
Support duos picked first, though.
Yeah, never the biggest fan of that. But the Earth Spirit, I really feel it's more of a core. I'm curious to what Fog thinks on that, because he's more of an expert than I am, but I'm really looking forward to seeing it played more offlane and mid.
You don't want to ask Purge that because you don't respect his opinion? What?
Well, Fog
I actually don't play the hero that much,
yeah,
that's fine.
It's not an insult. I mean, Purge is...
I still value his in Purge. Do you think this Earth Spirit will be a position, a core, or a support?
Kyle, I don't blame you on this. If Sheeper set you up to have to flame me, it's okay, man. I understand.
Well, no, you were a pro player back in 2011.
Yeah, I had the highest pro win rate for like 2 months there.
True.
Above everybody in the world. I should have just stopped right there and just bragged about it for years. And then we lost a bunch, so that went away. But no, I think Earth Spirit as an offlane hero, no, I don't like that. I think it has too many issues, especially because like you're like so mobile. It's like having to stay on the creeps makes it obvious what you're doing. But mid Earth Spirit definitely can work for tempo setting and that kind of thing. But I don't think I'd want to lane it against Storm. So
no, definitely not.
I think it's obviously supports.
Yeah, but to Sheev's point, I'm just never a fan of opening with the 2 supports.
Yeah.
And I think it's you know what it is that I see the best teams and they just don't do that. Right, they pick an open hero. OG specifically always has a hero that could be support, could be core, whatever, in their first 2. I just think that's a better way to draft conceptually. It's like the easy part of drafting. It's like chess. There's certain openings that the first 5, 6 moves, sometimes even 10, 15, are theory. They don't deviate from that because it's objectively the best. And I think that you can make the same argument about picking an open hero in your first 2.
It does leave their ambiguity about how their lanes are planning to play, though. Like, I feel like it reveals less about their strat as a whole to have Witch Doctor or Spit. I mean, obviously teams think that that's overcome in some way, but maybe Solo likes this old school mentality in terms of drafting or something like that.
Yeah, they might have
Maybe there's
also
some value
felt
there.
trapped with the OD in the previous game and looked for a way to shape things up. We got a Rubik Chen combination of supports coming out from Na'Vi. We've seen No Techies ban out the Phoenix IO, and we talk about this Chen a bit for Na'Vi because we have seen it be successful the previous series that they played as well. At what point are you gonna prioritize banning that instead of the IO or the Phoenix? At IO, I think then maybe.
You gotta ban Phoenix against this squad though.
Yeah.
That's the always. I mean, think of it as always wanna fly. And you want to give him a Phoenix?
Sure.
IO flies too, technically. Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's a really good point.
Hovers.
Batrider band.
Hovers.
You think hover over float?
I mean, birds don't float. What do you mean?
Io.
Oh, Io.
He's floating in the ether.
No, he just exists. He exists at the exact level and place he wants. He's not, you know, it's deeper than just flying.
On that. I don't know if I agree with what Owen's saying.
Io just exists where he wants to, you know, it's much deeper. He doesn't fly.
No, he doesn't fly. I agree with that.
He's an all-powerful
Surrounded by
thing.
an anti-gravitational field.
But does he float or hover?
No, he exists. I told you. That's what he does. He's just there. He doesn't do anything. It's very complex.
Okay.
That's why he has no turn rate. He can look whichever direction.
Yeah, we got
How do we know
a
it's
Void
he,
Spirit
actually?
coming out.
Are you sure it's just an it? It just exists. It's a thing. It exists.
So my question, who's going mid? Is it Storm or Void?
Oh, I like this.
That's a harder question now.
Here we go.
That's a good AM pick, actually.
I think I would say Storm for sure. I'd be surprised because it's Iceberg, right? I feel like Iceberg is just going to want to play the Storm. But dude, AM, nobody is playing this hero, probably for good reason. But I mean, it's against the Storm, right? You're looking for that nuclear bomb with the mana void. It could be there. Good luck against sort of the pressure that's going to be put onto your lane, though. That might be kind of rough for AM in the early game. But if he gets there, there's one hero that's going to go boom.
They do already have some set up with the Void Spirit for the Anti-Mage. All right, sorry, Verge, go for it.
It's okay. That's what I was gonna say. Like the off lane is maybe Void Spirit here, Void Spirit Rubik. I'm not that worried against as an anti-mage here. Like he's against 4 int heroes at the moment. Like there's so many. Like he wants to use Mana Void like 3 times for a team fight. I'm sure.
I think you want to switch it up though because of that. Because a Void Spirit safe lane now looks real appealing with an Orchid Rush. And suddenly, you've got this timing where you're way stronger than this anti-mage, and then you can pick a bully to go off lane, such as Slardar, LC, something that both likes laning and can actively deal with the AM later in the game. I think you might want to ban TA, even though at Na'Vi have already revealed 2 mid heroes, just because Iceberg's so strong with it, and it's such a hard counter to both AM and Puck throughout the game.
Are we in the same situation as previous game where we want no techies to go for a fat frontliner? We have Na'Vi banning out the fat frontliners at the moment. Like Mars, Tide.
It's not a bad point, but between Earth Spirit and Puck, they have pretty decent initiation. So, like, I sort of agree, but they'll get something that'll round it out. But even without something that's super tanky, it feels all right. I'm more worried about like the gank potential of Na'Vi between like Storm and Void. But I feel like if Puck gets a Yule Scepter and Anti-Mage gets his Manta at a good time, then they should be semi-okay.
Ooh.
What are you thinking?
Meepo.
For who?
Na'Vi.
No, I was thinking it was a good Meepo game, but I don't think they play it. Like Iceberg doesn't play Meepo. It is a good Meepo game.
Does V-Tune do?
I mean,
you think if he can play it, I mean, yeah, I agree. It's a good Meepo game.
Yeah.
But I don't think he plays it, so probably not gonna happen.
I like that we're on the same page, though, Owen. Oh my God, it's such a good Meepo game.
Yeah, it does look pretty good. I like the Bloodseeker pick though. Otherwise.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Na'Vi. They need something that straight up just like ends the game. I could see a Huskar, right?
No,
but
dude, Huskar is terrible.
Yeah,
Huskar is not playable.
Okay.
It's a troll.
Yep.
So they got their nets in the end.
I'm just concerned about this off lane. To your point, I think it was Owen. Like Void Spirit Rubik just isn't super threatening to an anti-mage. He's gonna have a really nice time. The troll 1-to-1 will be better than the anti-mage, but it's just a more complicated game for Na'Vi. I think they're the better team, so they'll still probably take it.
Yeah.
But I like No Techies that they've given themselves an actual win condition if the game goes long.
Final thoughts on the draft, Purge?
I really like what No Techies did with their draft. Even though the 2 supports were kind of iffy, it gave them this good opportunity to pick a carry that matches up well. But I think Troll will do really good against enemy lineups, so probably still Na'Vi winning.
All right, thank you very much. We'll come back to you after the game. Owen, what do you reckon?
I think there's going to be a lot of people out there who are just like anti-mage, lol. You know, it's sort of the same extent when No Techies pick the Sven. They're like, what are they doing? What are they picking this carry for?
Yeah.
I think AM's underrated. So I'm going to say that this AM will win them the game. Probably won't. But I'm sort of hoping for some sort of upset from No Techies. And if they're going to do it, I think they could do it on the back of a crystallized anti-mage. So I'm going to say No Techies is going to pull this one off.
Owen is the carry expert on this panel, so I would I understand his reasoning, but I still just feel like oftentimes nowadays the better team's going to win, and Na'Vi's a better team.
All right, well, let's find out. Can Crystallized Anti-Mage carry No Techies to a 3rd game to the series? We're going to find out together with Capitalist and Fogged.
right. We've got an Anti-Mage versus Storm Spirit game, and since that is always kind of a one-sided affair, they needed a matchup that was going to feel a lot better against AM. They went for the Troll. Fuck, it felt like kind of like the last, just go-to carry you pick up when you see an AM.
Yeah, definitely. It is a bit of a troublesome versus a lot of these silences and lots of different ways to disable, and in particular Bloodseeker, get ruptured if you're battle tranced, can't control your hero, you run with it, not really the most fun. But yeah, it definitely felt like the best last pick for them to give them not only ways to scale, but also ways to actually pressure and take objectives. Because I think they had the Chen, but they needed someone else that it gets enabled by it. And yeah, Troll, he can actually take those buildings and take Roche. And he's got the net, right? Versus the AM later on. He's going to be able to build naturally into a BKB versus this heavy magic damage lineup at some point too. So yeah,
maybe a better way I should have described it is they kind of ignored what the rest of the lineup was, right? And it was just like, okay, we just need something that's going to beat AM 1-to-1. So even if it's not like an overall great Troll game, they wanted the carry-on-carry matchup, right?
Yeah, it definitely looks like that there. Could definitely be tripped up a little bit, but I think with like the backup of heals and stuff like that, the Chen, it makes it so that these silences, you can actually deal with them and get your battle trance off almost always as V-Tune, as we see starting an aggro positioning for no Techies. And I'm really curious to see how this top lane does. I'm definitely in accordance with what the panel was talking about, how this looks like it could just be a free lane for Anti-Mage. I mean, Solo is one of those players that he might just skill Voodoo Restoration, and then they just play for the farm, and that would probably be phenomenal for Crystallize.
Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea whatsoever. I don't know if you've been playing much games in NA, but it feels like, I know Southeast Asia is picking up a lot, but NA especially has been grabbing a lot of Witch Doctor as well. And sometimes, yeah, you just pick up Voodoo Restoration level 1 or 2 and just chill out in the lane. They can't really pressure you when you have that ability.
Yeah, and it's like he skills it immediately. So we already see what he's going to do in the top lane. He's just going to play a sustain and harass game, and this should be a pretty free lane for no Techies for the most part up here.
I actually saw this matchup yesterday in one of my pubs. It wasn't side lane AM versus Void Spirit. It was mid AM versus Void Spirit. It wasn't a fair matchup, though, because it was Thompson playing the Anti-Mage, and it was my poor rank 300 Void Spirit getting thrashed. But I do know that matchup doesn't feel great for Void Spirit unless you're able to really put damage on the AM, in which case Voodoo Restoration is going to be able to fix that.
Yeah, they're just always going to be able to win that trade war up top, and I mean, it should just be a free lane for Crystallize, and that's pretty much what they're playing for this game, because like you said, they're playing versus these quad int heroes, playing versus Storm, so this is very ideal for him. Look at bottom with the Zayat's pulling creep waves, got some funny business going on with Roger.
Yeah, with the extra Chen creep sitting there as well. Malik doesn't quite manage to get the blood right there. Meanwhile, Roger will continue to contest Zayats for all of these last hits. It's always a little awkward pulling like this when you're on Dire's side, since you do have to pull it all the way back between the tier 2 and tier 3. But,
yeah,
it is what it is.
Oh, Courier. Oh, geez. Bloodseeker Courier almost just walked right through Roger. That was a little close. The big discrepancy right now is mid. Iceberg is destroying Urgon right now. He keeps pushing him off the wave, and oh my god, he might actually get the kill. Okay, never mind. It's still though like 9 last hits over him, and he's putting the pressure on Urgon. Not able to get last hits even under the tower here. 4-13.
Yeah, this is just terrible. He's gonna need a power rune. Like, this is becoming one of those situations where you are losing the lane so early on that you're gonna need a little bit of luck to help you out. They do manage to get the first blood at top lane as Crystallize is gonna now turn and chase down Always Wanna Fly as well. All of this without even an Orb of Venom. Crystallize didn't even need that. Was just able to play so far forward, and his Void Spirit just kind of melted.
I was literally about to point that out too. I was literally about to be like, maybe you should just bring an Orb of Venom out here, because this looks like it's going to be a constant kill lane for him if he does have it. But yeah, without it, they're able to get the 1 kill, push Always Wanna Fly completely out too. And he doesn't have the freest farm though somehow. He's actually only at 10 last hits. I thought he'd be just completely free farming, but he's getting pressured a bit.
Yeah, it probably feels like one of those situations where you're focusing so much on harassing the enemy, you just end up missing CS as a result. He's going to blink back here. They did manage to get a hard camp pull, so that denied a full wave. That's going to feel real good for no Techies. But mid does not feel so good as the domination of Iceberg continues. 20-5 compared to 10-2. Iceberg was a true game winner in game 1. And it feels like that's sort of been the story of Iceberg, is that he is such a good mid laner that he will just straight up win games for you single-handedly because of how well he dominates that mid lane matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I've honestly been seeing Iceberg win almost every single one of his lanes. He gets the glyph aggressive onto Urgon here, too, to keep the creep wave alive under the tower, gets himself more denies. And yeah, the problem with Iceberg really was for some time where he, in the later stages, he made these mistakes. He's been cleaning up his act a lot. As we see 4-minute bounty runes being checked bottom, it will spawn as action is happening top. And Urgon will at least get this DD for himself, denied away from Iceberg.
A DD, but no bottle to refill. That's how far behind he is. He hasn't been able to buy that yet. So instead has just been funneling himself some regen.
Yeah, and they can't even like set up a gank onto Iceberg in the mid lane too, because they put that preemptive ward way earlier on in the beginning of the game to watch if the Earth Spirit, if Zayats does look to make rotations. The only way they can kill Iceberg now is if the puck gets 6 and they TP gank. But Iceberg is going to have a significant level advantage at this point that he might actually just pick up like a raindrop or some extra survivability in case that does kick out.
So, Fogs, what do you think about the fact that no Techies, I'm seeing a lot of similarities here. Again, a situation where they don't pick a traditional frontlining offlaner, and another situation where Zayats is giving his offlaner a lot of solo experience to try and get him to faster level 6. The biggest difference here is that they have Initiator, it's just from their mid lane with Puck. Do you feel better about no Techies lineup because of that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think also Bloodseeker, he's this weird frontliner, right? Because he's not like strength or anything, but he's got such significant armor, and usually like he builds up into a couple of times like either Yules or Greaves like that. So he's got options he can go for. But yeah, they have a lot of different other forms of initiation where I feel like it could work because of that.
Zayats tries to roll in, misses. Just ever so barely onto Vtoon. Vtoon's been farming pretty well, 32-6. Malik is doing all right for himself as an offlaner, 19-1. So feels like, yeah, they're winning the top lane. Mid's getting demolished, though, on the side of mid Techies. And off lane, it's going all right, but it's definitely Na'Vi winning out on this laning phase overall.
Yeah, and the big concern really is for me is when Na'Vi looks to start really ramping up the pace a little bit. Anti-Mage, he can show up and do like a finishing touch on the Storm Spirit or maybe even on a Void Spirit with the Mana Void, but contributing to the fights, it's going to be pretty much non-existent. So Na'Vi feels like they have a pretty good window around this, like, I mean, even pretty soon, like within the next 5 minutes or so, that they can really ramp up the pressure. And it's going to be up to Urgon and kind of like Malik to really bail out that mid game here with their movements.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Level 6
nice
on the puck for Urgon, so we'll see if he's able to make a good rotation here sometime soon.
Iceberg with the Dream Rune, just moving from camp to camp, finds himself, his quad or triple camp that he's got stacked up over here, and full mana to be able to do it. So that's huge for Iceberg.
Yeah, this is twice now. Giving Roger the Chen. He contests the lane for the first like 3-4 minutes, and then he's just a stacking machine from there on out, and it's allowing Na'Vi to go from slightly winning a laning phase where they're up by like maybe less than 1,000, maybe up to 1,200, to all of a sudden being up 2-3K because one of their cores is able to go back and clear through stacks. Top lane, Crystallize is battling it out with Always Want to Fly. He's getting a little bit low. The Restoration is going to keep him up, but General with that 6 is going to pursue. Crystallize is going to pop an extra bit of regen that he had with the Fairy Fire. Solo still trying to limp away through all of this. General really wanted that kill because he has an early earn.
Iceberg,
like to get those
he steps up. They're ready for him.
Oh, nice. That's a big kill right there.
Ward that Zayats had placed earlier in the jungle, just scouting him out the whole time. Puck, Urgon actually got in a good position for him to capitalize on being there. That was really nicely done. That's a huge kill too. They have to slow down this Storm Spirit because if they didn't, we've already seen, Kyle mentioned on the panel too, is these rushed Orchids could definitely be a bit of a problem for no Techies if they come out too early. The Puck and the Anti-Mage pretty vulnerable to that.
Yeah, they got to slow him down and give the Anti-Mage enough time to be able to farm up that Manta. I have to say, I don't love Bloodseeker offlane as much as I used to. I'm watching it, it's just like he throws down this Blood Right and he no longer gets the guaranteed kill on the range creep like he used to. Yeah. It feels like watching him, he's missing like every single range creep as a result. It's always being denied by V2.
Yeah, I mean, and the mana change, right, too? That's where it got, it didn't get hurt that much, right? Rupture got reduced, but Blood Right got increased and reduced damage. I mean, it's definitely, we're definitely seeing an effect of it, because I'm seeing a lot of teams go away from it as V2. There's the Rupture.
It's a little surprising seeing this start this Rupture before the TP rotation is even started, but it's going to be here now. Urgon has finally arrived, so V2's going to be able to get off the ultimate. He's going to be forced to chase for a long time, quickly surrounded, and very, very dead. Meanwhile, the rotation comes out from Iceberg in the top lane, does kill Solo, but what they really wanted was to potentially kill Crystallize here. Navi's is going to set up to defend this safe lane tower.
I mean, no Techies doesn't have natural push, so they're probably feeling that they can set up to just fight around here with General, and they'll find Zayats right away.
Yeah, he tries to roll out, but General actually puts himself in a position to block that, but now he's caught by the coil, completely out of mana here. Crystallize is going to let that mana void rip, and they're going to have to leave General to die here. So, very likely giving up on this tower now. I'm not sure if that was like a split of decision-making there, if they thought maybe Iceberg was going to be able to come bottom and help out, but ultimately they're just going to trade safe lane towers.
I thought he was actually gonna. They both had mana, him as well as Always Wanna Fly. It must have just been a call to just sack the safe lane. It's not like it's that valuable at this point right now anyway, as your jungle's starting to get taken over by these wards. So I think they're gonna be looking to play topside. So I think they're just like weighing the benefit of the move there.
Yeah.
Just some kills, maybe not worth it for Iceberg, as you can get much more up top.
Yeah, I think that's one of those situations where maybe you as a team have an idea, or like your 5 position, your 3, they have a separate idea. Iceberg, who's been getting so much farm, it's important to protect that farm, right? Like, you don't want to take a hasty team fight at bottom lane and throw away this gigantic lead that he has. He's at 5,000 net worth right now, while the Puck, for example, barely hitting 4K.
Yeah, when you're a hero that can have so much impact, like in this mid game, you don't want to sack your game when, you know, your other lanes, they're still doing just fine. Like, sure, your troll maybe was feeling a little bit behind and all that, but he's actually ahead of the AM. So Iceberg, it's about his game. It's all about his Orchid timing for them to just continue that pressure. He's going to have it probably within the next minute and a half or so, as I see Roger setting up even more stacks at the moment.
Royal Jelly. That one's always a feel good. Smoke breaks there onto Always Wanna Fly. They're going to try and roll at him, but Always Wanna Fly can roll just as well.
Wait, did I see that right? I think Zayats tried to silence him, and he rolled through Zayats' boulder and got the movement speed extra, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's happened, because he definitely hit a stone somewhere, and I didn't see his stone pre-laid out. That's pretty funny.
I thought I was on crack or something, and they added now, like, Rubik just gets a boulder now or something. I was like, wait, what the hell? Okay, so...
Yeah, I was looking like, maybe it's because his passive somehow, like, okay. Urgon Solo. They can't really do a whole lot with that coil. In fact, Urgon is going to have to abandon Solo here to die. Now, they are going to roll in with Zayats. He doesn't quite land the boulder. Doesn't hit that extra bit of damage they need onto General. There's a Blood Right to kind of cover his tracks, but Zayats is in trouble and needs to get to the low ground here, but his roll isn't up for another 3 seconds. He's caught in the corner. Urgon and Malik, they're going to come back in here, seeing that Iceberg is completely out of mana here. The opposing Blood Right, but damn, that's a mana void that somehow just clipped Always Wanna Fly, and he fell over real quick.
And immediately finishes the Battle Fury right afterwards, naturally into Ancients too. Perfect contribution from Crystallize. Storm, we do see the Orchid was finished up right as he was dying. I think he did get the purchase off, so didn't lose much gold, but a big kill for AM.
Yeah, monstrous. We're going to see that, see the boulder drop here. Yeah, you called it, Giannis. That was perfect. He dropped it right in front of that the Rubik, I think, to try and pull it back, and instead it got gobbled up.
I honestly was so confused for a sec. That was the only solution only thing I could think of. Is, I mean, it's still 3K gold lead for Na'Vi, and they're still in a really good spot. Now they have the Mech, the Hand of God, the Orchid. So now, again, they've hit this big timing window. Let's see if no Techies is prepared for it. They have to have all their ults at the ready. Magnetize still about 30 seconds. Urgon's positioning in particular is going to be everything for setting up for this one here and guarding his teammates. So they're going to pressure mid. Looks like they're even bringing V-Tune over.
Yeah, here comes the Chen push. It's one of those timings on the Chen you feel so strong because you've got your ultimate, which is like percentage-wise a huge amount of people's general HP pools right now. You've got these Chen creeps that you still don't have the nukes to be able to completely deal with. They immediately get the silence onto the puck, but at the same time, Iceberg was silenced in return by the Earth Spirit. It just didn't last that long. Always want to fly. It's going to be caught behind the tier 1 tower, but the Hand of God actually goes off, and maybe he can still survive through that Maledict, which Solo is not going to be surviving through that assault as General and V-Tune wrap around. You said no techies needed to be well set up to be ready to defend this mid tower, and it looks like they just weren't, honestly.
Yeah, it's really all on Ergon. He has to be in a much better position there to not get silenced. Maybe he just didn't know that the Orchid was finished up at that moment, but I think they saw him for a slight second as committing in Xayah.
Xayah rolled away right as the Orchid was hitting him. It doesn't matter. He's going to die either way, as Iceberg still had plenty of mana to be able to chase down. And they do manage to steal Blood Rage for the Rubik, so that is going to be a potential big upgrade in damage if he throws it onto the Void Spirit or Storm.
Oh, and Iceberg now gets himself an Arcane rune too. He's getting some very, very nice runes. I think he wants to finish his level 12 before he jumps into any more action, because it does give you a big spike in power. And they've already got what they came for, right? Mid tower's taken out. Now they can back up reset because Hand of God was used, and they're going to get a bit more of the map. But I still do want to see them look to play aggressive, right? They're playing versus AM. They've got this big window here where they're just playing 4v5 throughout pretty much this next 10, or actually next like 5-6 minutes or so until we expect Crystallized to have a Mantis soon.
Long jump.
Iceberg, fast moves.
He is going to try and TP out, but it's not going to happen fast enough. That right there is a lot of damage.
Okay. Into the Roche. They actually get an opportunity just from that one kill. They've got the 2 points in penitence, so pretty decent. And they also have the built-in lifesteal for Troll Warlord, a nice possessed mask, so should keep his sustain up.
God, those new tier 1 items, man. That mask as well as the fairy trinket, they are a little bit overtuned in my opinion.
No way that it should give 7 stats as well as 7% lifesteal. I feel like it's just like, or 7 your main attributes. Sorry, I think it should just be a little reduced, but because it's just too good on the certain heroes that get it are just. I mean, maybe that's just the way that they want it to be, but like Fairy Trinket on certain heroes is just absolutely busted. Possessed Mask on like Morphling and some of these other like insta junglers like Terrorblade just feels way too strong.
Stupendous. Yeah, I saw it on any hero that can hit multiple units. Like I saw a Tidehunter pick it up as well. And I was like,
oh
okay, yeah, that's crazy. Just anchor smashes, and he's going to get a huge amount of heal every time.
Navi's hunting. They have this ward down. They did see the Earth Spirit for a second. Zayats. We'll do a small boulder.
Seemed like maybe he didn't fully realize that he was being hunted that way, but either way, he goes down. Na'Vi just in full aggressive mode at this point because they have the Aegis on Iceberg. Oh nice jumping around by Iceberg, dodging the coil. And again, still has that Aegis, so he's daring no techies to go onto him. His allies could definitely rotate if needed. He'll make sure to keep that mid lane pushed in front of 3 heroes. He's able to just push that mid wave into the tier 2 while the rest of his team is showing popping this tier 2 at the top lane. Once again, they're going to take that early outpost before 20 minutes.
Yep. And Iceberg, I mean, continuing to just show off individual skill, right? Dodge the Atos, jumps in, pressures the Witch Doctor for a sec, dodges the coil too. Doing phenomenal. And they're continuing to apply pressure, and V-Tune's even walking up to knock on the front door right now with this Chen army. They know AM is nowhere near ready to fight.
Yeah, might as well.
And they know coil's down, so they have a window to actually walk up at the high ground where they're not going to get super punished for...
Pop the glyph, protect the wave while they can. Another round of the orb comes through, but the tier 3, it's about to fall here. And they could still, Zayat's trying to roll forward to go for V-Tune, but V-Tune has been one step ahead of Zayat this entire game, it feels like. And he does it again here. Zayat rolls to his doom. They're just going to wait out some of their spells. And with those ultimates being used, some of them, they can keep going if they really want to and try and get this tier 3. A pull back there with the Remnant onto Malik. The Stolen Rupture is going to be placed on this Bloodseeker. Solo going to run interference here, trying to make sure they can't threaten his Bloodseeker, but he's going to get out a little bit too far perhaps. Does have the Blood Right covering his tracks. Jump into the mid lane. Iceberg, he hasn't been showing himself in the top lane for a while. That's because he's decided to go ahead and hunt Iceberg. Oh, My goodness, Crystallized. That was a good read that they burnt enough mana. Now they're going to start going on to the top lane because the AM, he's healing up. He's going to join them in this fight in the top lane. A nice kick to be able to break the coil. Vtoon does manage to finish up that tier 3, but Na'Vi, they need to get out of here. The Rod of Atos is going to hold them underneath this Death Ward. Vtoon's going to take a decent amount of damage here, but no Techies. Got to be careful in pursuing as Iceberg is waiting for that long jump.
They saw him too. They saw him resetting. I think they actually saw him get the top rune, so immediately start to back away. But very nice from Crystallized too. I thought for sure he was going to die there from Iceberg's jump. Now they're actually still looking to hunt for this anti-mage, swinging across, checking the Ancients, kind of reading his movements a bit.
Whew. Takes away that Aegis, gives himself enough time to be able to TP out as a result.
Oh, I think he's going to get caught here, though. Yeah. Looks like always want to fly an Iceberg. Have a perfect read of his movements right now.
Spell shield fast enough. He gets out. Oh, Crystallize. Very well done. Real quick there on the trigger finger and able to bounce back both the telekinesis and the Orchid.
He's getting time. He's getting to the point where he's going to start eclipsing the Storm in farm. It's like the Manta is that big timing where he can actually look to be involved and actually help out his team a lot, which they really need. That's the one thing too. Is they really start needing Crystallized to be this big fighting force because they're really falling behind on the other heroes. Supports as well as the other two cores are significantly behind their counterparts.
Yeah, they definitely feels like they're kind of getting demolished when it just comes to the 4-on-4. As the pressure again coming from Vtoon in this top lane.
Oh, look at that. 8 armor talent taken by the anti-mage this game. Rather than going for the blink cast range that we usually see. This is I want to be able to stand and fight versus troll and all this damage too. That's different. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
We're seeing Vtoon though, he's got the key where he also can just man fight and stand toe-to-toe versus AM. The Basher's online.
Yeah, it's big. And looks like he's looking at either Butterfly or Heart. It's kind of interesting instead of going straight for the Abyssal.
Yeah, we saw Heart on Troll like yesterday too, I feel like. But that was one where they were really losing the game. Interesting. Maybe he's just feeling that they're just their damage is predictable and at some point they're just going to run out and he's going to be the one sieging. So siege poke, back up, reset, heal.
Yeah, how does an AM hurt you when you've got Heart and no mana pool, you know? Like, you've only got 400 mana to burn. You're not going to do a whole lot of damage. Crystallize is going to go straight onto this Chen. See if they can blow him up right away while he's still silenced. No Hand of God here. Nice 2-man coil. It's going to be able to catch the Rubik with the Death Ward out there. A Bash is going to stop that Death Ward, but the Rubik is certainly in trouble, and Vtoon is currently being kited. Malik is currently doing some kiting of his own onto the Void Spear, who gets Rod of Atos into the silence. He gets popped. Nice and clean. Crystallize blinking away. That cast range, he's not able to blink quite far enough. Iceberg is able to chase him down, and now looks at Malik, who's a little bit low. Turns, puts the Orchid onto the puck as quick as possible. The silence is there, though, from the Blood Right. He's going to try and finish up the puck, and he does manage to get for the double kill before he goes down. Iceberg gets the only kills of that team fight for Na'Vi, but they were 2 very big kills in the 1 and 2 position.
It was a whole separate fight on the side. It was like Navi's fighting on the right side. Meanwhile, Iceberg is literally having his own battle on the high ground versus Crystallized, who's trying to counterspell his spells, but he actually played really nicely around it on Iceberg, gets the finish off, and I think that was all on the back of an Arcane rune that he did end up having that allowed him to actually have the mana to do that. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten either of those kills. So a little bit lucky for Na'Vi the way that they were set up. A beautiful fight for no Techies. And Roger making a pretty big mistake. He had mech up. Sure, he was silenced and all that from the Air Spirit. He didn't pop the mech to survive to get the Hand of God off there. So
yeah, that could have made a huge difference. Him getting off that Hand of God, always want to fly, would have survived a lot longer as a result. Maybe General's Void Spirit could have stayed in the fight longer as well.
Yeah, I think he maybe like the courier was delivering something like the tome or I couldn't see because he hesitated for quite some time before using it. He popped the drum, but he didn't use the mech. So
Blink Dagger on Urgon. Solo's going to be chased down here into the Eul's Remnant combination. That will spell his doom. It seems to me like Na'Vi is just going to keep no Techies up at this top part of the map, saying you're just going to have to constantly defend. Since you lost that tier 3 so early, we're going to make sure that we're just going to approach your high ground, and you don't really have much of an advantage when it comes to this fight. There's no tier 3 tower aura, there's no tower shots they're going to be poking away, and they're actually maybe going to choose not to even fight this top lane whatsoever.
Yeah, when they don't have their full squad up, there's no way they can test into it. Yeah, free racks, great call from Navi to just make the move up there, ignore the side lanes, ignore the mid lane and the bottom lane in particular. Crystallized, he does get a nice cut into the mid wave, and he's getting closer to this much needed basher. But Navi is not hesitating with their movements here. Vtune, as you said, it still looks like he's going to go for that heart, but they smoke and look to try to sweep and find this AM.
Radiant's middle tower is
See if they cut over to the triangle or if they cut down. Down is definitely where the AM's going to be playing more often since he is such a mobile hero. You kind of push that positioning to the limits. With a hero like AM, a really good scan is going to be able to catch the AM here. Can they get the disable out? Okay, they lead off. Manage to grab him. They have the follow-up with the telekinesis, and the Remnant's both going to be there. Crystallized tries to get the blink away, but he ends up dying to the Rubik in the end. The Rupture goes out onto the Storm Spirit, but Storm's just going to bide his time here. A cast bouncing around with the illusions, but Iceberg jumps back forward to make sure that Malik and Soul are both going to be punished, as with no Crystallized, Iceberg doesn't have much to worry about. He can jump forward super far, be low on mana, and there's nothing that no Techies can do to turn and fight him.
Navi just has an amazing shot calling, amazing reads of the map, right? They see everything that's going on top and mid lane, and they just know he's going to be bottom farming that spot, and always want to fly with the Stolen Maledict. They know that they have enough damage. As soon as he walks up, he gets hit by an overwhelming amount, and that tick hit him very hard when he did blink away. And Bloodstone charges for Iceberg. He does get, I think, 3 of them from all 3 kills.
Oh no, Zayat. He could have maybe used that Invis rune to see if he can cut the mid wave or something. Instead, spotted some couriers, but couldn't even get the one that he was searching for.
Oh. Well, that's why you take the damage down at 10, so you one-shot couriers.
Bloodseeker building into a medallion, but right now, if you're Navi, you're just waiting for Roshan, and it is up right now, so... No Techies, I think you're left in kind of an all-in defense of Roshan.
I mean, I think they actually might just have to fight around this area, even though Crystallized does not have his item at the ready. If they can get a good spot for Mana Void, that can be pretty decent around that area. So I really think that they have to contest it. No way they can deal with an Aegis and Cheese. Vtune has committed. He's got the heart. Okay, so I mean, I don't know how the hell they're going to kill him, honestly. That's actually pretty crazy, so. Iceberg?
Hey, Iceberg's not going to get the chance to actually set up. He tries to jump in first on his Zayats, not realizing, though, that the entire crew was there. He does have buyback, though.
He was getting Divine Favored back. He was doing the Storm Chen trick because he just got the shard. He was trying to get sent back to base, but they blew him up too fast, Iceberg. I mean, I was talking earlier this game about Iceberg that hasn't been making those mistakes, and then he goes a little reckless.
Yeah, I haven't seen that shard too often, so maybe he misjudged just exactly how long it takes. 6 seconds, that's a long time. That's the, what, level 1 of Dark Rift for Underlord?
Yeah, it was close. I think it had like 0.5 or 0.6 seconds left if I was looking at the timer properly, but yep. Makes a slight mistake. They're still going to be able to get the Rosh anyway while he's dead, it looks like, because no Techies isn't going to make it there in time.
They're going to smoke and try to get there, but it's too late. They've already got the Aegis and Cheese. Okay, well, telekinesis, roll in onto Always Want to Fly here. The blink forward, Crystallized immediately runs into a Remnant. Oh no, now he gets bashed up. This is troublesome. He's going to pop his Manta, see if he can get out of here. He actually jumps into another Remnant, pulled back again. Vtune, he's going to ignore all that and just hit whatever targets are closest. That's going to be Solo. Yet a third Remnant's going to land to be able to pull the Witch Doctor back to make sure he dies. Crystallized harassing a bit with his illusions, but...
Iceberg's TPing. On the outpost bottom, they're keeping tabs. They keep pinging where Crystallized is. He's wanting to jump him.
Makes the long jump over, runs over Malik, and will be able to get him as Crystallized. He can jump in. He has his ultimate back up. He can go for it. Oh no, the Yule Scepter! It stops him. He doesn't pop the counter spell in time, and now he had a small chance of being able to kill Crystallized and maybe stopping this high ground push. Instead, he dies, and now it's pretty much a free game for Navi to take over.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm still so impressed with the way Navi's just keeping tabs on these heroes, too. I'm just, like, watching Iceberg, and he's just spam pinging the AM to follow him as he's respawning, just so he knows. And then he's just, like, you know, getting that angle ready to go for the jump. A nice prediction by him. to go for the Ancients, and they get the successful fight. Yeah, AM down for 40. These Raxes are gone, and might even just tap on your tier 4s a little bit since bottom is still has those towers.
Yeah, still got tier 1 and tier 2 up. Na'Vi giving no techies some respect here. Are going to back up. No reason to hit to the tier 4s, I guess, when they could just start setting up for the bottom lane push. Ergon, meanwhile, is trying to get ahead of that by pushing out the bottom lane as much as possible, but he really does not have a whole lot of time that he can remain there.
I mean, this Heart is honestly so interesting. Like, he's actually just unkillable. It's so much HP regen. Maybe it is, especially versus this team. Maybe it is just so valuable. He's having a really free game anyway because of how aggressive the rest of Na'Vi is. But I'm still just intrigued by it. That's the second time I've seen it. So just that max HP regen during it. And here goes the jump. He's getting sent back to base.
BKB, just in case he got a little scared there. He was like, oh, I remember what happened last time when I was around in AM.
General's amused by it, it seems.
Yeah. All right, they're just gonna keep doing that. And I mean, it's already tough enough with Aegis and Cheese out, but with a Storm Spirit being able to make free zips like that. I don't know how no techies set this up to make it a winning team fight. It apparently starts with Solo running into the lane super aggressively while the rest of the team cuts back and see if they can catch Iceberg. I think it was a play. After all, he's not the one with the Aegis, so Solo has pretty much given up his life for the rest of the team to cut behind and see if they can catch Iceberg, but I think Iceberg somehow knows. And now
his BKB is down, so they're really looking for him, really gunning for him.
Oh, they spotted him for a second, but Iceberg starts jumping away. He's been making some emergency jumps around to make sure he's well hidden. Nice two-man silence is set up, but this needed to be going onto Iceberg and eliminating him nice and quick while he's separated from his allies. It was a unique idea from no techies, but fortunately Iceberg seemed to wisen up to it.
Yeah, I actually like the attempt there, right? Like, they're like, Iceberg can still die to one stun because BKB's down if the AM gets on him, but Iceberg waits till BKB's back up and kind of just then starts making his way back into the fight, and his team immediately starts to connect toward him. Navi's just on point with all their team play.
They're going to pop the glyph since their wave is being cut here. They keep that range creep alive, and they can't go high ground.
Crystallize almost got that courier kill there onto V-Tune. Says V-Tune, heart regen with a blood rage too. He's just full HP, beating on the tower super hard.
Iceberg pump faking it a few times. He's got Cheese, so he's really not that scared of a 1v1 against the AM. Crystallize, what happened there? He TP'd back and immediately got controlled up, and that's it. GG. Solo's gonna call it. This was an utter whomping. Na'Vi bringing down no techies with very little effort, it seemed like. No sweat on any of those faces. These were just two very fast, what was pretty much like, it felt like 20-minute games. Sure, this one actually ended at 31, but by 20 minutes, Na'Vi had a good amount of control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, V-Tune is just getting, in this game in particular, just getting leaps and bounds of space from his team. I mean, Iceberg is just making so much pressure on the map with his team surrounding too, and yeah, I mean, he's really the standout of, right? He's just the standout of both of these two games. His Storm and Batrider just absolutely crushed the game. Ergon just really struggling in particular in this game on the puck where he needed to step up big, right? I feel like him, Malik, and the Earth Spirit in particular, they have to do so much on the map this game because they're playing pretty much man down. And yeah, they just couldn't. Iceberg just destroyed them, so tough for them for sure.
All right, well, no techies. They've now lost to Live to Win and Na'Vi. Some of the tougher teams here in the CIS group stage, no doubt, but the way they're losing these games is not giving me a whole lot of hope for them to be able to bounce back through the rest of the DPC. But it is a very long league. Na'Vi feeling pretty good about their 2-0 sitting in the score. And we'll go ahead and break down this series with our panel.
Thank you very much, Capitalist and Fogged. And indeed, this seemed to be a little of a walk in the park for Na'Vi. We're going to break down this second game of the series after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. I fed up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now, what I do right now for you.
Techies came out with a little bit of a more well-balanced draft for this Game 2 of the series against Na'Vi. But one thing became increasingly clear as the game went on. It was still not enough. Na'Vi we know they're considered the better team, and they just played like the better team, and they won like the better team normally should in Dota 2. So Na'Vi with a clean 2-0 sweep here on no Techies, meaning they got their second victory on the board, and they did not look pressured. I'm here with Kyle and ODPixel, and we're going to break down this game and this series. We're going to talk to the winners as well. Owen, Na'Vi, they are, every time again we see them play, they're earning their spot on the top of everybody's ranking list.
Yeah, no, this is clearly a team that's put the work in, the effort, and they're looking pretty flawless. As at least expected against the two teams that they've played against so far. It's of course probably going to be very exciting to see how it goes down when they play against the Live to Wins, the Spirits, the VPs, the other invited teams to the region. But yeah, just incredibly clean stuff from Na'Vi. It seems like they've just got such a clear read on how to play the game right now at a level that these teams are just nowhere close to.
Yeah, Pick Chen.
Pick Chen win game.
It gives them the ability to get all cores ahead in game, and I've been really impressed individually by effectively all of their cores. I think that Iceberg and Vtune are proving that they belong in the upper echelons of all regions, not just this one, and I'm excited to see them continue to play against real challenges.
Yeah,
as we continue the season.
I mean, we want to see them be challenged. I bet also for them, they want to be challenged, right? Because playing a series like it's DPC League, lot on the line. Every series matters. But you're also, I think we heard a different pro talk about it, you're always in tournament mode, right? When the season is 6 weeks, you want to play, you have like one game a week. You want to have a little bit more of a challenge than this, Kyle.
Yeah, it's tough too, because I worry for some of these teams. I don't know if it'll be as big of an issue for Na'Vi, but kind of lulling themselves to sleep. If you get an earlier start to the year, it's one match per week, pretty much.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, yeah, because that's true. If you were playing in a league like this, would you rather have the tougher opponents in the first few weeks, or would you rather have the tougher opponents towards the end of the league?
In the middle.
Different teams, I think, will have different answers. Because I would say if I'm Na'Vi, I want to play the better teams now.
Because you'd rather have,
some of them have just formed, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if
you have an advantage
I'm a new
over
team,
the rest.
I want the easiest ASAP so that I can, play the meat of my schedule later on after an extra month or so of hard practice. It's like, I'm sure, kudos to Nigma for getting that win yesterday, but consider this past week they had to travel in, start their boot camp up, and now you're playing Liquid of all teams. Like, to get that win was huge for them, because I'm sure they'll only get better now they've got that time to gel in person.
Yeah, really for Team Nigma yesterday was a big victory, as you mentioned. Some of these matches might be the series that will make or break your performance, your ranking rather, later on in the season. I'm also very curious what Purge picked out of that second game that he's going to break down.
Hey guys, the draft was pretty instrumental here for Na'Vi. Their first pick, Chen, is something that they've been doing very well with, and like Kyle said, it helps you make sure that you ensure that all of your cores have a good game. They knew that it was going to be fine with Stormsphere due to the stacking, and very importantly, they left their carry pick until the last so that they could get a favorable matchup here against the Bloodseeker, which really paid off for sure. Here's Roger, slightly different playstyle than the previous game last time. Got a melee creep, zone the OD, this time reacting to the side or the pull behind creep wave from the Earth Spirit, but he's got a range creep this time. So it does, on paper, it looks like the same as a melee, but it actually does about 50% more against creeps. He's also got a Quelling Blade, surprisingly, which is going to give him 6 more damage against getting last hits in this circumstance. Might not be the only reason he bought Quelling here, but certainly is going to help when fighting. And because he has more damage output with this range creep, it means that some of these creeps stay alive. Normally what happens is these two waves die about the same time, and there's less experience and gold going to the Troll Warlord. Here's that stacking that he did, and probably the reason that they justified picking the Storm in the early game. Obviously, Iceberg played amazing in the lane, but even if he has a bad lane, knowing that he can retreat to the jungle and clear a quad stack in the safest place on the map is a really nice advantage to have. And here's the other thing that was just so good about the Troll. Every single time that it's time for Bloodseeker to get last hits, and keep in mind he's got the range creep going after the creep wave right now, so it might seem like he's only zoning, but he's really doing two things here with the Chen. Every single time that it's time for Bloodseeker to get last hits, they run at him and make it so it's harder for him to get those last hits. Here we are at 6 minutes in. Let's compare the net worths of Troll right now. Almost 3,000 net worth versus the 2,000 of Bloodseeker. It's a huge advantage. Same thing happens again when it's time for Bloodseeker to get last hits. What does he do? He runs at him and he hits him with the whirling axes, which gives mischance to the Bloodseeker. So even though Bloodseeker normally wins these trades by dropping silence and doing damage, the Troll gives him mischance, which means that especially if he dodges the silence, there's no way that he's going to trade favorably here. And even if he doesn't get these kills, if Bloodseeker can't be on top of creeps getting last hits, he's not going to go even or go ahead in lane like you need him to justify him to be a really good offlane hero. So really sick drafting, really great play from Navi, which gave them this nice early game dominance.
Early game dominance, the whole series dominance. Navi is on an absolute roll so far in the DPC League, and that is of course partially to the drafting, but also to everybody playing really well, including their carry player, who we have the chance to talk to right now. I believe we are joined by Vichun. Hello, sir.
Hello, hello.
Hey, congratulations first of all on the series.
Thank you a lot.
I have a question. This is a new style of league where you know you're going to play these 7 teams over a 6-week period, right? And I think the next couple of games that you have will all be on Sunday. So you got like a week to prepare for your next game. How does that affect you and your mentality? And you're going to be boot camping the whole time. How are you going to manage that basically?
I think with bootcamp we are fine because we are like 5 friends and we like to talk with each other and be near. But about this new style of DPC League, I think it's hard for players because, in my opinion, it's hard to be in good form like for 1 month. You will have like bad times in Dota and you can play player like bad. So I think it's just my opinion, but it's very good. Any team has good time to prepare for enemy, so it's fine.
Do you feel like when you're playing in a tournament like this, you're like, I don't know, like in the zone tournament mode style, and you're in that until the end of the group stages, or are you able to also, take a step back with your squad and relax and be able to just have a moment where you're not in that tournament mindset?
Yeah, I think so. We're gonna be relaxed for every game, so.
Good to hear, good to hear. I'm here with Kyle, NodyPixel, that also ask you some questions.
Привет, Vitun. Добрый день. I just wanted to ask, you hit 10k MMR back in March. Are you ever going to hit 11k MMR and get good? And other question, who's your big inspiration as a carry player? Like, whose style? Because you're one of the younger guys. Like, who are you trying to emulate?
I like playing Ami from LGD, but I don't have motivation to grind 11k MMR right now. So I'll just plan for improve myself, but not for MMR.
That's why you're so damn good. That's the right answer.
Yeah.
MMR doesn't get you paid. It's winning those tournament matches.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you plan for MMR, you picking your signature heroes, but you don't get grind by this. So I think it's a bit useless for now.
And Vichun, we've seen you play 2 series. You guys have looked amazing. Fantastic carry performance across the board. When it comes to the teams left for you to play in this league, who are you sort of looking towards playing the most? Like, who do you think is going to give you the biggest challenge in this league?
I think it's Virtus Pro, of course, Live to Win, and Team Spirit. There's 3 teams who can give us a fight.
Are you scrimming those a lot during this time, or are you trying to avoid them in scrims to save your strategies when you play them in official?
We play only with EU team, Europe, only Europe.
Yeah, to make sure that you're not sharing any strats or giving people's ideas. I like it. I like it.
It's not about our ideas and sharing something. It's just about. I think Europe teams, I think they're stronger than this right now, for sure.
Okay. Thank you so much, Vichun, for taking the time to talk to us. I can't wait to see you play again next week against XctN, I believe. But I also hope you have a lot of good times with your squad, and I believe that is sorted where you are in the Navi facility in Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. And I must comment on Kyle's Russian. Can you do that again, please? Because
no.
it was so heavily Englified? Englishfied?
England, American.
Dober Dane. It's like good day. It's
Dobra Jin.
Dober Jin. I don't think that's not it. That's
that is definitely.
Who lives in Ukraine? That's right, not you. I like VTune. Big fan.
Me too.
I love that answer because I swear to you, I tried to tell people this on my team and they never listen to me. I'm not going to name names, Ryoya, but he not only was playing on a Smurf when we were trying to train for qualifiers to a major, he was playing Ember Spirit all day, every day. His best hero. Who cares MMR? Get good. Play all of the heroes, and I love that attitude. He's humble, he's working hard. This is why this team's successful.
It is two very different things to train for a professional environment or trying to get the highest MMR in the world.
One is about status and one is about wealth. You want to play Dota with people who are more interested in the latter category. The TI win.
TI win. It's just that simple, Owen.
I guess so. I mean, Kyle... he's not really an expert on any of that, so we'll take your word for it, Kyle.
Thank you. Now we heard again. We hear all the players say that, especially the players of the top 4 teams in the CIS Upper Division. Which other teams are they looking forward to playing? You know, you hear them again mention Live to Win, Team Spirit, and of course Virtus.pro in the top 4. And there seems to be a big divide. We have not seen a couple of teams play just yet in the CIS Upper Division. 2 of those teams are going to be our next opponents. We are going to witness Virtus.pro and Empire face off against each other. And you might be aware the official starting time, the set starting time is 6 p.m. CET. Yeah, that's where we're at, 6 p.m. CET, which is in a little bit. So stick around, but we'll be back in like half an hour-ish, give or take, for our next Upper Division series of the day.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we won't ever know what we're after. Cause we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was dancing on my own when you spilled that rum and coke on my t-shirt. Yeah, your eyes made it difficult to get my baby. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something. And the next thing I knew, we were so ready to give in, skin to skin on that baseline. Ooh, you give me that high pitch feel, baby. We shared a cigarette by East Versailles. The way you looked at me, couldn't say goodbye. And whatever you did to make it stop, 'cause baby you make me feel something. Seeing the stars reminds me of you. Oh, oh, oh. You left me with scars, but I know that one day you'll see it through. You give me air to breathe, you give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. You see it through. Talking to myself and I can't focus. Yeah, I'm broken. The door is closing. Wanna be a part of something more than this. I've lost control of it. I've lost control. You give me air to breathe. You give me light to see. Oh, when things are out of reach, you bring them back to me. Back to me. You see it through. You see
nothing. I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like you know. Got it like. Let's go. Nobody got it like. Nobody got it like me. Step up on the stage, turn it in a crime scene. Some killers only. Oh yeah, stay winning me and the whole team. I'm tripping. Juice tripping. I got the king. Vice gripping, no permission. Everything green, night vision. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. I ain't tripping, drip. They can try, but can't do it like Vinny. Yeah, no permission. I got it.
body to the sound of the jukebox. To the sound of the jukebox.
call my bluff for the last time. This ain't a song, it's a battle cry. No life. I see the clue between the strobe lights. I'm haunted, black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Black face. Hey, follow me around, okay? Used to want it bad, used to want it bad, but I can't taste it. I can't help you now, okay? Follow me around, okay? Black face. Got too much up on my plate, now I can't think. I said woke up to get X and now I'm feeling this is it. Want the money, want the rest. I do purse, not no cess. They say Don, it's why you sad. I said I just need the thing. Red tape, got too close, I hate the city. Black face, show you everything you need till you fornicate it bad. Someone said it's sad. I used to want it bad. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you too many times. Yeah. I know it's in my head, keep seeing you. I know it's in my head. Follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay? Black face, hey, follow me around, okay? Got too much up on my follow me around, okay?
Welcome back to ESL 1 powered by Intel. We are continuing with our upper division CIS DPC League action. And our next matchup is between two teams who we have not yet seen perform. Virtus.pro will take on Team Empire, and I am joined by Kyle and Cap on the panel here to break this one down. And I'm a very, very capitalist.
See that.
Capitalist. Dota.
Production's got it. Cap.
Cast. There you go. Cap. You want me to just call you Cap from now on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you guys call me Cap anyways.
Well, every time I throw to you when you, for example, casting, it's capitalist.
But like in informal life, you guys refer to me as Cap.
That's true.
But yeah, I've been calling you Walshy for like 3 years.
No, you haven't. And I'm never going to let you call me that, Kyle.
My name's Steve.
All right.
Okay. Steve,
I have a very simple question to start this one off because I'm very curious. We had obviously our first series being slightly on the one-sided side there for in favor of Navi, where they were able to beat out Techies. Steve, is this one going to be more even or similar?
It'd be hard for it to be less even.
That's fair.
I think we might actually see our first 3-game series. Obviously, VP are going to be favorited, but I think Empire has potential. They look really good in that decider tournament, and they have 2 players that joined on, I believe, just to confirm, January 4th. So still some room to grow for sure,
yes.
But they look good in the games I saw.
All right, we are going to start by focusing on Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, the more established team, Cap. We know them before as Virtus.pro Prodigy. They basically got promoted upwards in their organization, and rightfully so, right? They look really solid.
Yeah, I think when they were on they were the VP Prodigy team, I think was the name.
Yeah.
They looked like a pretty good squad, and that was with FN. Now they have GPK as a replacement, which I can't really personally speak to like which one of those players I view more highly, but I just know reputation-wise, people think GPK is the shit. So in that case, feels like an upgrade in that regard. Ilias in replacement for who was it? Who was on that Virtus.pro Prodigy squad? Well, I'm not going to be able to get it. I know Kyle's
on VP at the moment. It's Save and Kingslayer, correct?
Yeah, Kingslayer, yeah.
Oh, is Kingslayer actually Ilias?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know he changed his name.
Former name, right?
My bad.
But they had a different captain when they were Virtus.pro Prodigy. And I can't remember that name, Kyle. I'm sure you do remember, though, right? You're giving me that look, so you must remember. Anyway, the point is it's an upgrade, I think.
It is an upgrade. Okay, we can find out who that is later. But first, I am very curious to hear from none other than the offlaner for Virtus.pro, DM.
Hello, my name is Dmitry. I'm playing for Virtus.pro. When we're talking about ESL DPC event, I think we're gonna play against best teams in CIS, NA qualifiers or South America qualifiers. There are like 4 teams in South America and maybe 6 in NA. And here in CIS we have about 10 teams or something. I'm talking about Navi, the Team Spirit team, and I think Live to Win can be decent as well. I don't think we're lacking practice. We play a lot of clubs, even in free time after last tournament ended, and here we're just gonna play a lot of scrims and improve every day. Team Empire have a good coach. I heard that he's really impactful. But overall, they don't have much names. They should shine bright to get their names remembered, if you know what I'm talking about. Let's see what they'll show us. With a good coach, they can do much. I mean, Dota is much about macro, not about just personal skill. Virtus.pro is super motivating and super ready for the tournament. We're gonna play for win every single game and prepare for every single opponent.
They're going to prepare for every single series and be ready to win. Virtus.pro, of course, mentioned every time in the top of anybody's predictions, really. They have looked very solid, and I think what is most on people's mind, most recently from their performance anyway, it is their victory in Epic League, where they were able to 3-2 OG. They came first in that whole league, Cap, and it was solid performance, and it didn't feel like a honeymoon phase. It was just a team that has been together for a while, climbing and doing better every time again.
Yeah, I think that performance was really good. And then on top of that, they went into Dota Pit. They went into the series against Alliance, which I believe they lost at best of 3. But Alliance is really a tough team, and I think they already proved themselves at Epic League. So I think it's fair to say that they are the favorites going into this, just given the performances that we've seen. I don't mean this match. I mean this entire league. Though. I feel like they're obviously the favorites. So,
Steve, do you agree?
I do.
Good.
I think in this match, at least, they have the advantage of having played together for some time. They're boot camping. They've got a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes. I really like that DM recognized the importance of macro on your success in Dota 2. I think just recognizing that is necessary to even be considered a Tier 1 team.
We've seen a lot of the games in all regions actually being decided purely based off draft, especially important on a fresh patch. You know, you got to come in with a good game plan, and that is all something that you strategize for, that you plan for. Obviously, you want to see it played out properly by the right players, but having that plan as a foundation is very, very important. We're going to obviously see if Team Empire with their coach are gonna be able to provide that. Let's focus a little bit more on Team Empire. We were sitting down earlier with Egnard, and we are looking forward to hearing his voice on the match.
Our expectation in this DPC Valve event is like we come here to a bit to learn a bit. Play with good teams, Tier 1 6 teams, and I think we're good to play with them. I think we can win them as well. We did prepare for this ESL event very good with our coach. The coach helped us very well. We didn't nervous at all. Like we played our best Dota, I think, and it wasn't like very hard qualifiers for us. Very easy. We get lucky, I think. Virtus Pro. I think they're their best team in CIS. Yeah, they're like individually and like strategically best players. Very young players. Yeah, I think because they're on one level, knowing each other. Like they're listening. I don't know how to explain it. Synergy in life, you know. It's not in Dota. In life, it's very hard team to beat. So it's best team in CIS, I think. Yeah, we will try our best.
A lot of praise there for Virtus Pro coming from Egnard from Team Empire. They're on the same page, not just in Dota, but in real life as well. I think it is important to note again that Empire is a very young team, as you pointed out also already, Kyle. Sorry, can I call you Kyle again?
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you.
I let my friends call me Kyle.
All right. Kyle, you have seen Empire play a little bit, and you have high expectations from them. You consider them a little bit of the dark horse of the bottom 4, right? The team that could make a run for it and create some upsets. What caused you to think that?
I mean, just their youth, I think, gives them a big advantage. Even looking at, the GP versus FN comparison, I think you just have a much higher ceiling if you're still under 20. If you're born in this millennium, you have a much better chance at actually increasing that skill cap. And I think that when you consider that Gwynblad and Petashara have just joined the team.
Yeah.
And they still didn't drop a series in that Decider tournament. I just see the potential. I really think they have the skill, and I've liked their drafting a lot more than I have some of these other Tier 2 CIS squads.
Okay, I can see the drafting being the reason that wins you over, but at the same time, I looked at the opponents that they were matched up in that Decider tournament. I wasn't super impressed with the teams that they beat in order to get here. And then on top of that, they just recently lost against a team that I have no idea who they are. No Undying is apparently yet another CIS team with the no insert hero here name. They just lost that in the other Let It Snow tournament or whatever that's called. So that doesn't give me a whole lot of hope for them either. But Kyle makes some good points about youth and them being approaching this as a learning process. It's a longer league. For newer players like this, they could get very good very quickly.
Yeah, it is something that we talked about a little bit beforehand, whether you want to face the top of the top first or where you wanted to face the bottom of the bunch first. If you're, for example, Team Empire, this is going to be their first match. It's like, hey, welcome to the league. Here's your opponent. Good luck. It's kind of a slap in the face that way. And I don't know if that's going to, I don't feel like we're going to see Empire being able to deal with that yet. Even if they might be able to in 3 weeks' time, for example.
And it's a good point because I would argue VP has a pretty big advantage over them considering we don't know what Virtus.pro is going to pick today. But Empire, they've played must-win matches in the Decider tournament. It's a lot like just like these events. Like they're must-win games. You want to be Division 1, so it's not as if they're holding anything back, and they'll have a lot more to work off of in the sense that VP has a lot more study material.
They might be a newer team, but I think it's interesting. XctN, right? Recognize that name. I was like, where do I recognize that name? I thought there was an entirely new squad of new players, like hardly people who've only been playing pro Dota for like a year or two. XctN goes all the way back. He must have taken a break for like 2 or 3 years. He goes all the way back to Scary Faces.
Oh.
That lineup
SF,
with Shadow A. I believe both Ramses and General were on that squad for like a very short period.
That's how I remember Shadow because he's been a caster in CIS, independent broadcaster.
Yes,
and I was like, where the hell did this guy come from? That makes sense. That is where he's from.
Yeah, he was on Scary Faces, and then he was a coach. Shadowway was a coach for like 3 years until maybe he's just made it as a streamer now. So, but yeah, he goes back a ways. Just, you know, Scary Faces was probably his best roster, and then he's kind of been playing in real tier 3 territory for the last year or two. So.
Now we're talking. We're going to head into the draft very soon. So please, I have one more question because we're talking a lot throughout any tournament really of a good combination between older players and younger players, and you got to have some of that experience on your squad. The perfect boomer versus zoomer ratio. Isn't this Empire lineup then maybe a little bit too new? Aren't they gonna run into some issues being too fresh, not having enough boomers to mellow out the zoomers?
Sounds like they need a strong captain, Kyle.
Yeah.
With lots of experience.
Been working on my rush.
I also know that Kyle's taken a break for at least 6 months, if not more. And
Kyle's been on a long break of Dota.
In his words, once you go on a break, you can never get that back.
Yeah.
That's true. 6 months, you're gone. You can never make that back.
Yeah, that's what's holding Synderin back. He keeps trying to stay away for like, I'll cast for 3 weeks, go back to playing. Can't do that. You got all in.
Can't take breaks.
That's why I don't do it.
Can't take breaks in professional Dota. Not if you're playing anyway. But we can't take breaks, and we will take a break right before a draft. We'll be right back with the opening match of our series. It is Virtus.pro versus Empire.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Gonna let they see me shining, calling me a goddess, thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster, making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go, these wings carry me, live this fantasy. Burning through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn.
An opening in the clouds, and I'll take it. Yeah, reminding myself to just let go. Don't wonder how far I can fall. Don't look down, never fade out. And I just wanna be someone and never fall behind again. Just keep on moving on, never look down, never fade out, never fade out.
Game 1, match 2, and for these two teams, the first series they will play in the CIS DPC League. Welcome back. You are watching ESL 1 powered by Intel, and we are about ready to show you the draft of this first game. We've got Brian joining us on the big screen, and of course, Cap and Kyle are still with me as well. Brian, what are your initial thoughts on the series when you see these two teams matched up against each other? Shut up, Kyle.
Don't even start, first. Kyle.
Honestly, like, when I see teams like this for the first time, it's been so long since real competitive matches that I just want to see what they bring to the table when it comes to drafting. What I want to see in drafting is that each team's picks respond to each other. And this is a perfect example. You got Bat Rider first pick. They immediately respond with pretty much the best support in the game against it. The Oracle for the save in lane, or the purge in lane and the save later.
Okay, Kyle, now you can go.
Sorry, that was very succinct. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, not a fan of first pick Bat. Haven't seen it win yet. The exception of the one game it did win for Alliance, but that was because let's not get into it.
Except when it did.
Bat Clock, I've always disliked as an opening just because I've seen it so many times in NA, and you're very weak against heroes like Void Spirit, Illusion Course, because you just don't clear illusions very well. Heroes like Ember Spirit, Void Spirit with built-in escapes. What are you giggling about?
What is wrong with you? What is it, the presence of BSJ? You just like, I see it in NA, so it must suck. You know what, Kyle? You had your thing about Witch Doctor, like, hey, okay. You know, guys, they're playing OD in NA, that's how you know it's bad. And then you're like, oh, Witch Doctor, Southeast Asia, oh, you guys are so good. Yes, 85% win rate, oh my God. And you know what's happening in North America? You know what's happening in North America? They're also picking Witch Doctor, and they also have an 85% win rate in NA.
Cap, I'll make you a deal right now. If there's a team other than EG that makes it into the top 12 of a major, I will Actually, Quincy Crew might. Let's not get into this.
I was immediately going to take this
Here's
bet.
all I'm saying.
I didn't care what the odds were.
Relax for a second. We got No One, we got Ramses, we got Sumail, all unable to even make it into the Division 2 because of the whole roster thing. Keep in mind, shit, I forgot the point I was making. Damn it. Oh, then in NA, you've got Sad Boys invited into Division 1. Literally just a group of ex-retired NA Dota stars that won tournaments 5 years ago. They're still in the top 4 of NA, apparently.
5 years ago?
TI5 was 5 years ago.
Yeah, Peter was doing well on Ninjas of Pajamas long after that.
That was literally 2 years ago.
Yes. 2 years is less than 5 years.
So I mean, and you imagine if Syndred came out of retirement, he's not getting an invite, huh?
No. He's been playing quite a few
TI,
years after TI, for sure.
All right.
Your comparisons are terrible, Kyle. BSJ, please save this panel.
Hi, I was just waiting for maybe another pick, so I had something to drown out Kyle, but I actually don't really like the Clockwork either. I actually agree with Kyle here. I like usually like an Earth Spirit or like an Earth Shaker because a lot of heroes, you want them to counter each other's counters, right? And whenever you open with 2 heroes like this, and I'm just like, yep, those 2 heroes can't kill Void Spirit very easily. They'll definitely have to pick another hero to respond to the Void Spirit. That is how you kind of get behind in a draft.
Overlapping, right? Trying to do too much with just your first 2 picks of trying to focus too much on one aspect. In this case, they've got tons of initiation, but they are going to have some problems with this Void Spirit for sure.
Wow, very insightful, Kyle.
Bans, Kyle. I'm literally just trying to buy some time for these bans to come through.
It takes so
Unless you
long.
want to analyze these bans, Viper, Mars, Bloodseeker, go for it.
The second phase bans are just... I'm not even. I don't really know what to do throughout.
Yeah, I know. I see you like literally black out for like 2 minutes.
Well, it's a minimum of 3 minutes most of the time. Sometimes it's up to 5, and ultimately you don't really see the ban's purpose until you see the picks that come out. Right?
You can only speculate.
But that's speculating. You know, we're not paid to speculate. We're here to present cold, hard facts.
You're here to analyze, and if you analyze the bans, you know
that is
lion.
That is odd into a Clockwork, first of all, but it also makes this VP lineup very susceptible to an illusion core like PL Naga. And you're really switching. Like, I would love a Furion as an example for Empire, 4th pick, but I'm also biased and think that Hero's busted.
Is there any kind of curveball you can throw with Lion? Because Lion, like, has just not seen a lot of success anywhere. Right? It's nowhere. It's the flavor of the month at all. We saw all the different regions this morning, or this afternoon rather, with the heroes that were picked in all the different regions. Lion
Listen, Shard. Listen, Cheever.
Shirt too.
Apologies. Listen, Cheever. Eventually, they'll buff that Shard up enough, the Aghanim Shard for Lion, that he'll finally be a viable hero.
So this is just Virtus Pro. It's like, hey, okay, let's pick Lion to show how terrible it is, so that it'll get buffed.
Grimstroke's quite nice. You have a PKB piercing ultimate that's also single target in the Batrider, but you're also going to be able to leash through Oracle Cleanse, which is really important against a hero like Void Spirit. It's guaranteed lockdown if you land the leash.
Yeah, they picked Tide as like a frontliner. They got pretty much all in on the stuns for Team Empire, so it's always nice to pick that beefy boy that kind of just dangles, right, Kyle?
Oh yeah, it's all about the dangle. Makes it much easier for the rest of your team to inevitably tangle.
Yeah, but you can still reel in that big fish thanks to the fact that you've got a disable that can last through the Kraken shell. I knew both of you guys were going to crack up at that one. Because you got the Grimstroke Silence that Tidehunter can't just like take off. So I actually, like, I know they looked at it and they're just like, okay, this is good kind of no matter what.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't like that Tide pick. Shuts down the Furion. And it's very formidable. Consider you're playing against the Bat. You've got that team fight. The concern I have with the Empire Tricore right now is there's not enough damage.
Not enough damage. You're still there, Brian. You're good?
Yeah, these are the moments where I kind of wish I could see Kyle's, like, you know, stupid face right now. But I think it's still pretty funny, even though I can't. And they go for the lane counter and lane synergy with the Grimstroke. Makes a lot of sense. Jug loves playing against Tidehunter. It's pretty much impossible to not spin the Ravage unless he blinks right on top of you. And then the Grimstroke Inkswell really amps up the spin damage in lane. Yeah, I like this pick a lot. I think the only issue I still have is you have Void Spirit who needs to get leashed pretty much. And then they're probably going to pick like an elusive core that's good, that doesn't get Omni Slashed. And then it's also hard to stun.
Yep. And I'll actually disagree with Brian. I don't like the Jug because you have really limited sustained damage. You're playing against a Void Spirit that can just dissimulate your ultimate. Lion is very good against Jug. Like, sure, you could spin him, but he has a lot of lockdown. And in addition, Oracle can just save whoever gets Omni'd or prevent all damage from spin. And I'm just not a fan of Jug in a game I don't have sustained DPS. So whatever they pick for mid has got to do real damage. And if it's a Bat mid, I'm just afraid. Because a Bat 2 playing against a tied Oracle just feels like a waste of a pick.
It seems like they are very laning focused, let's say, on Empire with this choice of the Juggernaut. Because there are plenty of combos they could have done with Grimstroke, but they would have suffered more in the laning phase against Tidehunter.
But note, all members of VP except for Nightfall are in the same guild. Perhaps they're having some internal issues.
Or not. Or there is no extra... Like, if you're going to analyze anything on the screen, that would not be it.
Yeah, Empires, and none of them are a part of the same guild.
Yeah, that would be more worrisome if you were to analyze any kind of guild action. We got a Morphling banned out by Team Empire last. They are assuming that the Void Spirit will be played by GPK, and he has, of course, played that quite a bit.
Oh, dude, it is, again, such an awesome Bristleback game, but nobody believes except for Liquid. I really love a Bristle. They banned the Prophet. I don't think they would have picked it, but that's the type of hero that Empire needs. Something that accelerates the game state. You know, they want to be threatening towers and Roche 5 to 10 minutes earlier than usual because late game, it's going to become progressively more and more difficult for them to take fights as the VP lineup in just terms of raw DPS output scales much better.
And there it is, the Pugna. Does that apply enough pressure? Is that good enough?
Pugna Grimstroke's pretty sick. That's the OG special right there. You silence and then decrep on both targets. They can't kill the spirit. Or what is it? The Rend? What's the
Phantom, I think.
Phantom, yes.
Phantom's Embrace. But yeah, that's an interesting one. It certainly gives them, like, now they've got this, like, big team fight with the Juggernaut, who's kind of this early game with the spin mixed with the healing ward. They're going to be able to siege down towers pretty nicely. Comboed with the fact that they had this opener of Bat Rider Clock, it feels like maybe they had some of this planned all along, that they were going to go for a pretty fast-paced lineup that looks to take a lot of map control early. And they led with two heroes that are really good at just getting pickoffs on any split pushing.
Yep. Now you hit them with the PL. And you call it a day.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Or the King.
Or King.
I would have
particularly like Wraith King that much here.
Yeah,
but
me
it's
neither.
Obviously a good hero.
I would have much preferred just PL, just some Illusion Core, and run it to Pugna. This is an offlane Pugna, by the way, and it looks like a mid bat.
Final thoughts on the draft, Brian? What do you think?
I think Virtus Pro's game plan is easier to execute. It would have been a little bit harder for Wraith King to do his job if he didn't have an Oracle, but I think because of that, he'll be enabled enough to carry this game.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll come back to you after the game. Kyle, what are you thinking?
I just don't know about this first pick bat mid. It's such a hard game for you. The laning phase has to be near flawless. You're playing against an Oracle. I just don't like bat first. Don't first pick your mid hero when it's such a volatile matchup-based selection. I like Virtus Pro's lineup, and to win this game, you're going to need to really pump the tempo as Empire.
Come on, Kyle, isn't this the one time to like really believe in the team you already have some faith in, right? They've got a lineup that is going to be, like they pick something that where they could try and win lanes early, take some early towers against a team that is more experienced and better than them. They want to take advantage right away. Isn't that a good reason to believe in Empire right now?
The last time I saw a team pick Bat Clock first too, IX, Mike, and Fluff and Stuff were on the team. Guess how that game went.
Yeah, that's a pretty convincing argument. I too will be going with Virtus Pro because they're a good team. Nothing to do with Kyle's analysis, don't worry.
All right, well, we're going to find out what this first game is going to bring us, and we're going to find out together with OD Pixel and Purge.
Thank you very much, Shiva. Yes, game one ready to go between VP and Empire. Purge, we've seen the lineups, we've heard what the panel has to say, liking what VP does have, but do you see something that could work quite nicely for Empire's heroes here?
I agree. I'm a little unsure about Empire's heroes. I mean, they're going to go with the Pugna offlane, which will lane decently well against Wraith King, and hypothetically, if the Pugna plus Clock can get kills in the offlane, it could be really good. But I kind of like Tide versus Jug generally. You can contest a lot of his last hits, assuming you don't get killed a lot in the first couple levels. So as a whole, I think the only weakness on VP side is that Lion is a bit of a weak support compared to other typical heroes. So yeah, I would agree that VP should have the upper edge here. Yeah, and for VP as well, getting the the all-powerful carry of the meta through as the final pick. Did that sort of surprise you here, or do you think Empire did consider that it was still in the pool and that they feel that they do have heroes to deal with the Wraith King? I mean, we haven't seen Wraith King much in the last 2 days, but we saw it a ton the first day, so it surprised me a bit that it kind of popped up once again. But it is still very effective at laning. It can't be pressured very much compared to most heroes, and it should be semi-successful against like the Pugna potential Clockwork lane.
We'll see if we have any moves from some of the setups in the lanes. I'm going to have Sayu coming up to take the bouncy rune away from him. He's going to be able to grab it. So 3 runes to start for Empire. I'll give him
a little expensive. He's going to lose a lot of his regen from this, and he's only he went boots Tango, so good luck getting in lane anytime soon.
Oh, and well, he might just die here. A save. He's able to hit another stun. They're actually going to be able to get the kill. So 3 runes going the way of Empire, but VP able to find that first blood with the excellent sort of chase and catch those 2 heroes have together at level 1.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. Oracle heads back to the bot lane. On the bright side for Clock, at least he's going to have full HP and still have his items. So not the worst, but obviously very good. Not good that Oracle's going to be able to get a faster boots' speed.
Interesting to see how this mid matchup's going to go down. Of course, GPK definitely the more well-known of the players here in this matchup, and sort of as it goes with the heroes, Void Spirit versus Bat. How do you sort of expect this lane to go down?
I mean, Void Spirit's definitely going to be able to get last hits for the first couple levels, but just gets a little scarier once Bat Rider picks up like level 3, level 4. Then Void Spirit has to be ready to use Dissimulate to get out of dangerous situations, basically. But worst case scenario, he gets level 6 and he can go ganking around the map. Bat Rider can obviously push lanes, but they both have options, and I don't really expect GPK to feed in this lane. He's a very, very good player.
Yeah, and in terms of the side lanes, where is the feeding the most likely to happen? Like when you sort of look at the setups, who's in the scariest position the soonest in this sort of game?
Trying to get me to do the observer's job, huh? I get it. All right. Let's see. I think Lion has to be a little careful. I think Grimstroke is most likely to get killed in this lane. I think the dual off lane for Empire, the Pugna plus Clockwork, unless they catch Oracle by himself, I don't really see a kill happening here. Wraith King's not going to get pressured very much. So I guess the Radiant off lane and the Dire safe lane is most likely where we see a kill. But obviously the Void Spirit Bat Rider could go bad if there are good plays.
Yeah, and in terms of sort of how both teams are going to be able to take objectives, I mean, I imagine, with the lineups that they do have, it's a little easier for Empire, right? With sort of this Pugna, having the Jug for the healing ward, sort of this ability to group up and take objectives, whereas VP, they don't necessarily have the best tower hitters, right?
Yeah, that's a good point. Wraith King obviously is very good at pressuring the map, even if he's not there with his skeletons. But because their opponents have decent tower hitters, good tower pressure, they've got really good lane push, and they also have a Bat Rider, which is going to make it harder to defend some of these towers. It absolutely should be a little easier for Empire to take buildings. But on the opposite side, they're still going to have an Oracle sitting behind their tower pushers. Tide is not going to have to worry too much about initiation, so they've got good things going for them as well.
Yeah, and I guess that's sort of the strengths that VP do have, having heroes as that Tide and the Oracle. They've got plenty of ways to sort of set up, just having Tide come in, just stand in front of a tower and having solid backup to make sure that they don't allow Empire to get away with any of the early objectives when Empire do start to group up and hunt for the action. CCS at the moment across the lanes. VP coming out slightly ahead. Pretty much in every single lane of it. The mid lane in particular being the one where there is the biggest difference. GPK coming out solidly on top here. 19 for 6 against the 13 for 1 on Gwyn's bat as bottom. An attempt onto Tushira, but say each time with the cogs, we'll be able to provide good safety, make it just a little hard for Kingslayer and Nightfall to really close the gap on the Pugner at the moment. Not that Nightfall's going to be too concerned. He's more than happy just continue to focus on the creeps and doesn't need to spend any time chasing for kills, as he does indeed still stand at the top CS at the moment.
Yep, this is the nicest thing about having a clockwork with these like ranged interiors who normally can just get ran at, but getting past cogs is just so difficult, so it makes it a lot harder. We got GPK with this nice last hitting advantage, a lot more base damage than Batrider, so he can contest last hits, but also use Resonant Pulse to secure other ones. So he's been pretty ready to engage. He's saving a skill point as well in case he needs to use Dissimulate to stay alive from a go from Batrider. So far having a really good laning stage.
Yeah, and I guess when it sort of comes to the mid, it's like are either side, do they sort of have mobile supports? Because for the most part, I mean, we did see Sayers sort of come over towards the mid lane, but he didn't continue to chase in and actually go for any action.
Yeah.
Can either team sort of make any rotation to sort of break up this a bit of a stalemate we're having early on? You know, 5 minutes in, only 1 kill, and that 1 kill, of course, being before the creeps had even spawned. No actual sort of hunting happening yet in this match.
Yeah, you're right. Rotations are a little hard. Like Clockwork roamed mid to check Rune, of course, and he's going to be able to help contest bounty runes. Big fight top, though. There's that line going down. Yeah,
that's the combo that's going to be all very strong at this early stage with the Inkswell and the Blade Fury. Empire having very solid ways of getting in on top of the line in these positions where he's just going to find himself a little too out of position, trying to hold that area and set up for the bounty rune. Wasn't to be the case, as they will finally break the bit of peace and quiet that we have had for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, these rotations are a bit tough. Grimstroke and Lion certainly the most vulnerable potentially, but a nice healing ward's going to heal them back up, and they should be able to pretty easily get these last hits under towers. Don't see any stacks yet for Tide, so he's going to just stick in his lane most likely, try to limit Jug's farming, and this is usually where you have an advantage, where his mana gets low. So you can just contest every last hit he wants to go through by lowering his damage, and it makes it a little bit hard for the Jug to play. Go on mid.
We'll see a bit of attention around that, especially around the 6-minute point. Got the setup, and the 2 supports moving in perfectly there,
really
synchronized. Yeah, from both sides, just pincering in and locking him down.
And the fact that he Aether Remnant's in the middle of a creep wave, I don't think Bat expected that. If he doesn't land that disable, it's a little bit harder to get that grab, because it would have taken Oracle throwing his Fortune's End with Line following up, but getting that initiation at the perfect time was excellent there. And the Dire Wards, they did have that ward spotting mid, so might have spotted the Lion, but almost certainly he gets out of that if GPK doesn't land the disable, so it's just really well done.
Top lane. Try and turn and trade back onto DM here with the Blade Fury Inkswell, but a TP comes into play straight away. GPK is ready to turn around the action. They know as soon as Smiling Knight uses the Blade Fury aggressively, GPK's just there immediately. He knows that that's an easy kill for him to find.
Really cool itemization on the Tide as well. He bought a bracer like normal, but he also got a really fast cloak. He knows that his kill threats are magic damage. Jug Spin, Inkswell, Grimstroke nukes, that is going to allow him to survive through those moments, and that's why they're ready to capitalize on that. So really smart, fast item pickup here by the Tide.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see sort of what Smiling Knight does after that sort of series of events, because it just goes to show that he can kind of never really play aggressive in that top lane with the Blade Fury. If they're not 100% sure that GPK hasn't got his TP up and is going to be able to react, he's definitely going to have to play a lot safer now in this top, and unable to really look to continue to try and push for action with that Inkswell Blade Fury combo now that the levels are up on VP's heroes.
Contesting him once again, and that's the scary part. That they can go in line, but against Tide, not so much.
Yeah.
Here's the disable. Not that much mana on Tide, though. Cannot do a Ravage here, but they're going to be very pleased to take an extra 10 gold away from the Phantom being killed. Grimstroke's trying to sit behind him and stabilize him, but this is the danger zone here. This, because Tide is pretty safe, it's going to allow the line to roam, and maybe a go on mid.
Starting to look towards Gwyn. Going to have the setup here. Remnant into the rune, of course, save. He's still got a stun to go. GPK grabbing up the DD rune, and they've certainly got the damage to take down Gwyn. There's 8 minutes in, 4-1. Coming to a 2 to 3k lead already here for VP as they're off to a very hot start And GPK in particular, he's on track to have a very quick Orchid this game on the mid Void Spirit.
Those ganks have just been so effective, and this is partially because they have such strong cores that can sit in these lanes. They don't necessarily need the supports to always be there. And as a result, it produces 2 huge kills on the Batrider, the guy that's supposed to create action on the Empire side. If not Batrider, who's going to do it later? Pugna can sometimes do this if he gets Aether Lens at a good time, but against like Void Spirit or even Wraith King who have escapes, it's not looking good for Empire if the Bat's going to get off to a really rough start.
Yeah, for sure. Gwynny, if he sort of goes down another time in this lane, it's going to be a very hard game for him to recover. We'll see how safe he does want to play. He's 1,300 into the recipe for his bots. He's certainly going to do his best to get that done before he finds himself in any sort of action that the VP have been doing a good job at bringing towards him so far. Of course, this is all giving space for Nightfall down bottom, 2,200 gold in towards the Relic. Looking to hit a solid timing with that, and unless Empire is able to make some sort of move. They do have Seiyu and Eknart coming down here together, but it feels like this is... It's going to be hard for these 3 heroes to really kill Nightfall, especially with this reincarnation up and the likelihood that VP, they will react if they do come searching for the Wraith King.
Just a stray skeleton ends up spotting out the Grimstroke rotation here. Not that the ward didn't see them coming too, but they're going to sit around pressuring the tower, give them something to do, but the faster that this Orchid comes out, everything just gets really dangerous for the Empire side, especially if you get Void Spirit on top of Juggernaut and get a silence off before he uses any skills. That's probably the biggest way to get destroyed in this game, is this Orchid timing and successful ganks afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. As you say, with the Jug, he's going to be a long way from having any sort of Dispel. He's going for the standard, that Battle Fury build-up, but will leave him incredibly vulnerable against that sort of single target silence that GPK is going to have, especially when you consider his lineup, the team around him. Nobody's really got any sort of saves. Sure, a defensive Decrepify could be offered, but it's not like the VP don't have good magical burst save. Once he's hit the 6, Jug's going to get blown up sometimes if the finger's up and a Decrepify has been used in an attempt to keep him safe.
Yeah, absolutely. And Line's levels are a little behind here. He's just a little bit over 5 at just past the 10-minute mark. But giving Oracle that ulti with the tome was just more important, because this is going to help offset and make sure that GPK doesn't die in a moment like this.
Let's see what Empire can get here. They really need to make a big hit with the smoke. TP's already coming in from VP, though. They're going to have the numbers, and they're prepared for this action. Who's going to start it off? Eknart tries with the Phantom's Embrace, but GPK, he actually jumps straight across him. Looks to go into the middle of all the action where the 4 heroes are standing. But now Empire down a member. They've got to be careful. Seiyu laying down the cogs, trying to get out, but GPK is able to close him with the step and dissimulate. Blows up another. I mean, DM, he's actually going to have to enjoy quite a bit of time on the cliff. He's up there for a full minute, Purge.
Yeah, that's not very good. A little too early for a force step from an ally too.
Oh, I mean, this is sort of the handicap that was needed. Empire, they might not have killed anyone, but Tide is on the cliff for a minute. It's got to be worth something.
I mean, but the downside is you're still up 3k net worth on the VP side. I kind of feel like they could have killed the Batrider line, ended up using his Hex to grab the Clockwork, but Clockwork wasn't 6 yet, so in hindsight, maybe better to secure the Bat kill. But they still have Finger of Death ready to go, and that's why they're smoking and going for a kill. They got Orchid too. Anybody in the game dies this, except for maybe like a Tidehunter type hero, but certainly everybody on Empire side's got to be scared.
And they might not, you don't expect this when the Tide's on a cliff. Now the question, I wonder, can Empire set up to, do you try and keep this Tide up here? Can you sort of prepare for in a minute when he is going to have the TP back up? We'll see. It looks like they won't be able to do so as DM. He's going to have the TP back up now, so he will finally manage to leave the solitude of the cliff. Meanwhile, over in the jungle of Empire, Save out alone. Empire will be able to take down that Lion. No trouble at all.
Yeah, this is the issue with Line 4. You have tons of disable, but your movement speed is definitely way below average, and you are very squishy. But you have really powerful abilities to compensate for that. So a normal 4 might be able to get out of that kind of danger by standing in position, but he cannot. And the problem is he can't stand behind his team on the other side of the river, because if he is, then he's not in a position to use his important disable. So you kind of have to put yourself in these dangerous areas when you play a Lion like this. But on the bright side, Tide is back on the map finally. His opponents did not know that he was up there, so eventually gets back into farming. And his net worth still sitting fine, but that definitely cost him a couple hundred net worth.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. Knocked him down a little bit. Of course, though, for him and the team, not too many worries on VP, as both GPK and Nightfall just continue to to hit some excellent timings on these items. Nightfall, Radiance is going to be done within the minute.
That's so fast, actually. It's incredible speed. So Radiance finished for him. Void Spirit's also top net worth with the Orchid. We haven't seen him getting a kill with it just yet. But importantly, this is buying time for Tide to pick up a Blink Dagger. That's kind of what they needed in that last team fight. Going mid, though.
Nightfall, he's ready. Starts some action, starts to run down the Pugna. TP's coming in.
Cool. Haven't seen Mech that much lately. It ended up becoming a lot worse when it didn't provide armor aura, so we saw a lot less as like typical offlane heroes. But this game, it's a nice way actually to take these like squishy int heroes and make them better against with survivability. You get this armor aura with Buckler, you pick up a Greaves, and now all the HP that he has is going to go way farther and make him less of a vulnerability. He won't just die instantly to every initiation, as we just saw there.
And after that, a bit of a showing from VP around mid to stop Empire from getting in. I'm going to have Empire go towards DM top. He's very tanky here with the hood, but they have got a lot of heroes.
The perfect counter, though. Phantom's Embrace, that does not get removed by Kraken Shell, so with that skill, no reflection from Tide to stop his death from coming there.
I'm still going to see VP try and make a move despite losing the Tide as save. Smoked up behind Nightfall. Nightfall, of course, as we say, with this Radiance already done, ready to battle. So they're going to keep the pressure on this mid tower. Now, it looks like Empire are just going to let this go, not feeling confident that they can do anything right now to push back this approach from VP.
How they invade with that tier 1 dead, they're going to feel really confident to move through, especially with their already set up wards here. Void Spirit looking for anybody. If he spots them, he's going to go. So Grimstroke's got to be careful. But Grimstroke also wants to fight potentially. Team rotating back over there. They got hook shot. They're a little low in mana for clock, but they'll be fine. They'll be able to defend. Let's see if they can get the D wards. This is a really important moment here when your opponents do leave your jungle like this. But I think the other ward is going to stay just out of that sentry range.
Yeah, perfectly placed. Getting but looks like pretty much the full duration out of it. VP. As they'll look back over towards the mid. I mean, again, Empire just sort of moving us forward, making sure that they are securing space for Jug to get his Battle Fury done, and it is there. So Smiling Knight, he's got his farming item. We'll see if he can sort of step up to the pace of Nightfall's farm on the Radiance Wraith King. Mid lane, jumps made in onto the Pugna.
Oh my god.
No chance there.
So much damage. I mean, he had Greaves, so he got to remove the Orchid, but then the problem is that, what do you got afterwards? They have tons of magic damage still, with the Oracle showing up in position, so these wards just giving them all the gives that they want. They spot their opponents, they can initiate. That's all they need to do. Slow the game down. Jug does have Battle Fury now, but his net worth is behind Wraith Kings. Generally, Wraith Kings are able to stay with keep even in farm speed with Battle Fury type heroes due to all of the advantages you get from the skeletons. So as long as VP keeps the pressure up, they should be able to hold this advantage, but it will still come down to later game stages of the fights. But with Tide having Blink Dagger, I don't really see their initiations being weak.
Obviously down bottom, GPK. He's gone in aggressively on to Smiling Knight. Hookshot's going to be dodged very nicely by GPK as with the haste rune he's able to continue to run. Gwyn, he's looking for the lasso. He'll be able to lock it down onto the Oracle, so they'll get at least Kingslayer out of this. But they won't be able to catch anything more as GPK is able to disengage. So it is something, but it is just a support.
Very cheeky play there from the Oracle. He used the Shadow Amulet to be invisible, and what he was waiting for was a lasso. I'm not here, you guys can't see me, nobody can initiate on me, but then the random Flame Break that was meant for Void Spirit pushes him out of it, and then he gets killed. It's pretty funny.
And Empire will get another one out of this. Save still hanging around in the jungle whilst Empire continue to sweep across. And both supports taken out. Again, a little bit of distraction really as Nightfall continues to get a lot of space on this top half of the map, already having the Sange done over the Radiance. Smiling Knight will come in to hold the defense, continuing to try and do his best to catch up with the Wraith King. I mean,
Empire's doing a great job though. I mean, considering the fact that Void Spirit had the Orchid so early, he hasn't died since he got the Orchid, but it definitely feels like his impact has been underwhelming from what we expected.
No, for sure. Yeah, hasn't really been able to find Smiling Knight in a position where that early Orchid has really caused huge issues for the Jug. As Smiling Knight consistently in positions, even when we did see GPK make that move on him down bottom with the Orchid, where it was unlikely that anything other than the Void Spirit would have been able to get to him in time, and it was the case. It's the Void Spirit alone, just not quite doing enough damage as a solo hero to take this jug from 100 to 0.
And most of the advantage that's coming from all these skirmishes is wards. And if you look at the map, there's a stupid abundance of sentry wards for both sides. They know that vision is everything here between opponents like Batrider, Clock. On the Radiant side, obviously, Void Spirit's looking for any heroes he can find with Orchid. Tied with Blink now is obviously going to look for an initiation. So here's the replay of that gank. He did as much damage as he could through the Orchid, and he got him kind of low. But if not for this Observer ward, he definitely dies. Maybe not definitely. Yeah, probably gets caught, lassoed for sure. In some ways, it would have been better if that happened, because then Oracle would have removed the lasso, and maybe that would have bought him time to get some return damage, but or escape, for example. But either way, Virtus Pro is continuing their map pressure with their vision. They're going to definitely work at this tier 2 on the top lane. It's only got 1,000 HP left, and that's going to open up shrines and make it even harder for Empire to ever spend any time in their own jungle. And by proxy, then it gives VP this massive Rosh advantage, because then they've got both of their towers close to Rosh up, and then they would control the shrine there. They could easily buy back and take fights there, and then all they need to do is maneuver Empire towards the bottom side of the map. Then they can all go top and take Rosh easily. So the game is still looking pretty good with for VP with this gold advantage that they have.
Now the thing is for Empire that they obviously do have some pretty cool combos to play around with the soul binds, the lassos. Is this sort of something that VP is going to be very scared of as a lineup, or do they have sort of sufficient counterplays to that sort of combo that Empire is going to try and bring to them?
I think the obvious way to deal with it is just to initiate first. If your opponents do find... There's a BKB on Batrider, so he's pretty protected against like a Ravage initiation, but if they can grab a Soulbind double lasso, yeah, it's going to be really bad for VP. They've only got one way to offset that, and that's going to be like Blink Ravage or Oracle spells. So, but again, it's all about positioning.
See down bottom, Gwyn.
Duels.
And not quite.
Use duels to set that one up.
And the Empire's got to be a bit careful. VP, they're sweeping right round. Seeing if they can catch them on the retreat. Jumping with Ravage. It will clip onto the clock, but Gwyn, quick with the BKB. Out with the TP. Say might still be in a bit of trouble here, but he's got the hook shot. He's underneath the tower. And VP, they won't be able to chase any further. So a nice disengage there from Empire. Ravage down. Nobody losing any life really for it. Just a BKB charge down the drain. And Gwyn's more than happy to spend that to keep himself alive.
Yeah, and actually, importantly, this wasn't the worst for VP. They should be able to get this tier 1 tower, and they got the tier 2 top already. They got the shrine too. So no experience bonus from shrines coming. VP gets map control. They're going to invade the tri-camp now.
On GPK. He's straight up. He's going to be able to find the Yule setup. Phantom's Embrace coming over, but he's able to dodge it with the Dissimulate. They look to burst through the clock first. They'll be able to get him. Sayu goes down. DM forcing back the rest of them as Smiling Knight can't really find a good target to commit him with the Omni Slash, so has to continue to hold it. Empire, they'll take the rest of them out of there. Only losing the clock on the front, but still it's VP again continuing to just grow their advantage. DD Rune also spawning top. VP certainly could look to get something achieved with that.
GPK is doing such a good job leveraging his high net worth in such aggressive ways. He jumps in, spots enemies. He knows that if they go on him, he's relatively safe. He had duels. He's even got an Essence Ring as well. So his survivability is like massive at this point in the game. And because Bat didn't have BKB, realistically, it's not going to be easy for him to initiate. And GPK crucially saved his Orchid in that fight too. So that things got a little bit hairy after that initiation. He could always ideally prevent Batrider from going in. But here they go. They're going to smoke and try to take this fight, knowing they're roaching.
I mean, if they can find the timing with the jump, Gwyn can get in there, roll forward with the BKB and get a lasso. It could set something good up. VP playing it smart, though. As soon as they know that Empire's hunting, they back out of the pit. They don't want to look to overcommit. They know that even if they leave this area for sort of split back up, it's incredibly unlikely that Empire's lineup of heroes is able to get into the Roche pit and really take it themselves, so VP can play relaxed.
It's not worth it until they have Ravage anyways. 20 seconds to go, then they'll have a better chance to fight to the death. They'll lose the tier 1 for sure, unless they initiate on Pugna right now. He's going to blast this down. So mid tower will fall, giving a little bit more map control for Empire, but still the net worth advantage is creeping more and more towards VP. They have more threats on the map. Their heroes are harder to kill generally. SNY finished now on Wraith King, just to reduce the amount of disable he's going to be hit with, either from decreps or from lassos. So definitely going to make it easier for him to avoid being kited constantly in this game.
Looking at sort of the way that the GPK is continuing to spend his net worth, he's he seems to have the boots of travel done, and do you like sort of the fact that he's getting this rather early this game as the Void Spirit?
I like it this game, especially because his opponents have kind of limited disables, and as a result, like between Astral Step and a Yule Scepter, he should be able to avoid everything mostly, and just having BOTs is going to allow him to just constantly outrun the guys with weaker disables like Pugna, or chase down heroes like Grimstroke who can't defend themselves well. So, and split push advantages too.
We're going to see Roshan, VP are going for it. They also look to make the jump over towards Seo. Then you is scouting on the high ground, looking for an opportunity to get him with the hook shot. They'll blow him up quickly. Seo goes down. Empire now just with the 4 of them. It's going to be very hard to sort of get back over here. Roshan down to half HP. Without Clock, sort of their best initiator right now. Not really too much Empire can do about this, and they're just going to split up, try and take what they can from the map whilst they know that VP's in it, but have no intention of actually trying to fight VP with their Clock down.
Yep, they wanted to for sure, but GPK once again leveraging the lack of disables. He's sitting aggressive, his smoke breaks, and he just jumps, knowing that he's going to be able to initiate on somebody and probably survive afterwards. If they have better disables on the Empire side and they could actually react to this Void Spirit, it would be less scary for them to take that engagement. But everybody on VP reacts correctly. The smoke breaks, everybody leaves the pit, they get the 1 kill, then they finish Roach, knowing their opponents can't contest at that point. So the farm advantage continues.
Now we see Smiling Knight just about to finish the Manta. I mean, as sort of the jug in this game, do things ever sort of get any better in terms of the matchups, or is it always going to be a hard game against a Wraith King that's the sort of an item ahead of you?
It's definitely going to be hard for the obvious fact that Omni Slash is like your big team fight skill, and he's got his ulti, so ideally what you want to do is Omni Slash the backlines if possible, like I'm talking the supports ideally, or to Omni Slash a guy that's lassoed, that way you can finish him off for that initiation, but that's going to come down to his teammates playing effectively, and the fact that he has to buy Manta afterwards is completely on the fact that his opponents have Orchid and good disables to deal with him, so he's got a kind of dangerous game, especially once Save's got his Blink Dagger now in line as well, so he's got to be very careful about spinning at the right time or initiating. I wouldn't be surprised. He's going to go Ags to allow him to jump in, but I was thinking maybe Blink Dagger as well. He needs a way to be able to jump in, do damage without being disabled on the way in, either by Ravage or Save or the Void Spirit even. So it's a tough game for a Jug this game for sure. I felt a little surprised when he ended up getting picked there in that 4th phase against the Tide.
Yeah, because so far, I mean, he's been able to farm, decently. Of course, nothing near to the level of Nightfall, but other than that, it's not really been able to achieve too much. Not really seen any opportunities for him to get any early action with any of the Omni Slashes. To the point, I don't even know if he's used it at all really this game. It just hasn't happened.
Either.
Yeah.
So it doesn't necessarily do amazing against Tide, at least once Tide picks up the cloak in lane and survives like he did. It doesn't do that great in the other hero matchups. Obviously, he didn't know that the Wraith King was coming, but it just makes the game really hard here for the Empire side to take engagements. Block on the map, but almost for sure going to die for this.
Yeah, easy setup. Seo losing his life yet again, continues to have a pretty rough game on the clock. 0, 5, and 1. Just hasn't been able to achieve too much at all, apart from just I guess dying for his team, but definitely nothing more than that this game.
He gave Pugna a better lane. That was the best thing that he's accomplished for sure, that Pugna did not get behind him. Pugna's sitting 2-1 and 2. He's got Greaves and he's got Aether Lens, but it's a little too hard for them to take engagements. The Clockwork 6 came pretty late and later than they needed. They needed fights by then. Batred had a below average game due to those nice ganks, so it's just all cascaded into VP having this big advantage right now.
Yeah, VP starting to take a poke at the high ground hit. And we'll see. GPK is going to head out towards the top lane. Let's push that out. I don't want to try and go for the high ground siege yet. Still got 2 minutes left on the Aegis to make moves.
Really early gem picked up, by the way, on the Tide here. I also love the pipe that he's picked up. His opponents, they have great counter push, but it's all nukes. And they've done this a couple times. They're just piping skeletons while they hit buildings because they know it's going to make them get 100 more damage in before they end up falling. So they've got great items to control the map here. 10k gold advantage now on the VP side, while Empire struggles to get map control.
I mean, and it's as you said, with that pipe, the thing is, even if Empire are able to get some sort of Soulbind, 2-man lasso, are they actually going to have the damage to kill any of these heroes when they're locked down?
Yeah, it feels really hard now, especially like Pugna is all about dealing magic damage. Barrier's really good against Decrepify because it blocks the damage before it's amplified by anything. So Pipe across the board is going to help counteract Pugna. It's definitely going to help against Batrider. It kind of comes down to Omni Slash, and while Jug is doing okay north, he's 5k behind the Wraith King now. So, and he's getting Ags afterwards, so he's just dealing damage with Battle Fury and Manta Style. Like, maybe he'll get a really good neutral item that'll help amp his damage up, but I'm not feeling it right now.
I just need to step up straight away there. As, will that actually be able to keep him alive? Or maybe not. The final astral step for GPK does get the kill done. He turns over towards Pugna, and that'll be another silence in with the Orchid. No escape for Patushara. As VP just taking them what they want here. It's just so hard for Empire to fight whilst they're down 12-5, 12k lead. And GPK, look at him just aggressively jumping up into the base. He knows that he's not going to get punished for this. The setup's there. Ravage to follow up for DM. Catches onto the three of them. They take down Gwynblind. Smiling Knight trying to spin away with the Blade Fury. He will manage to make it out of there and away from this aggression of VP. VP more than happy to turn their attention over towards the tier 3. Well, I should say that they're going to be a little careful with Tide being as low as he is. GPK Aegis is now expired, but as you can see, still full HP and full mana, of course, thanks to that Aegis regeneration.
They're just playing it super safe. Ravage gets used. Batrider not fearing the chain stun that came out there. He didn't want to pop BKB after Yule's ended. If he did and they didn't go in, it just would have been awful for him, right? BKB's down, now we can't fight. But they burn everything. In some ways, this is better. They lose their hero, but their rack stays alive. But it's really just buying VP more time to control the whole map and compound this net worth advantage that they have. So, game's still looking bad here.
Oh, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, Empire, this sort of lineup, when it comes to sort of defending the base, I guess, you know, if they can get sort of a lasso and get someone in nice and deep under the tier 4s, there's an opportunity. But other than that, holding the high ground, it doesn't necessarily seem like their lineup's going to come into a different sort of element at that point of the game.
This illusion just revealed their smoke. Empire playing on high octane, knowing they're behind, use a Phantom's Embrace on an illusion without smoke being broke. So now they know. Let's see if they get a good fight with this. Just no Ravage for 60, but can they grab the right person?
I mean, Gwyn's in with the BKB. He's looking for a target. He will finally manage to lasso the Oracle. Omni Slash coming out, but it's just not got the damage to back it up. They do at least find one. They'll get Kingslayer. But now, Smiling Knight, he's got to get on the retreat. Nightfall DM, they're able to jump in, get themselves on top of Patushara. Over towards Gwynblind and Smiling Knight they go. Gwynblind able to find the blink in time. To outside. It's just another one. Yes, you're going down. VP just so strong right now. 15k lead and just growing by the 1,000 every minute as it seems. This Abyssal Blade is going to be done very shortly for Nightfall.
They're doing so good. I mean, it was arguably an okay initiation. Batrider wanted to target the Oracle. If he does not, then his ulti gets countered, but had some vision issues there. And eventually does lasso him. They get the kill, but it took basically everything, including Omni Slash, to pick off that support. And Pugna ends up getting worked down eventually too. So tough fight there for Empire. And that was without Ravage, by the way. So it's only going to get worse from here, especially if their opponents initiate. So VP weathering the storm there. And we'll see if they can get more picks. Nightfall is going to find some here.
Quick jump onto Eknar.
Owen, how did that Swift Slash give you a lot of confidence in Empire's ability to win this game?
I mean, it's a Swift Slash into a Swift Death from Jug. Smiling Light is gone, and we might be seeing the G's. Yep, there we have it. There we have it. This was a rough one. It was anticipated to be a rather one-sided matchup, and this Game 1 Purge, it's kind of looking to be that way, as VP just cruising in this first game.
Yeah, the VP got the core matchups they wanted to. Their Wraith King had a pretty good lane matchup. Didn't necessarily have the best chance to get kills, but Wraith King's going to Wraith King. Their offlane Tide survived the early magic nuke pressure with a smart, fast cloak and bracer, which kept him alive. And then the two supports on the VP side did two great rotations to punish Batrider in kills that were a little hard to execute, but they got all of them. So they basically won 3 lanes, and then they just map controlled perfectly. They didn't waste their abilities. They took the towers as needed. They didn't make mistakes, and Empire just didn't have a chance to get back in the game because they were too far behind.
Yeah, it did feel, especially in sort of the way that the mid lane went down at the start, right? The Gwyn's game was slowed down to a point with how rough that matchup was that the Bat was never really able to achieve anything, right?
Yeah, he had a lot of trouble. You have to get BOTs relatively fast. He can't gank Wraith King easily. He can't gank Tide easy either. So they got the matchups they wanted, and they had tanky heroes that were hard for Bat to gank in the first place. So what are you supposed to do as Bat when you're behind, and the only people you can lasso successfully are like Oracle or Lion? Those aren't going to be heroes you find often, and you can't kill them endlessly while your opponents are also farming. So it just didn't work out for them very well.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. This first game of the best of 3, VP certainly turning up with the strength that a lot anticipated to see from them, as they will beat down Empire very confidently in this game 1.
They did indeed. We kind of saw the writing on the wall there already a little bit, but that first game definitely cemented Virtus.pro seemingly on top of the food chain. We're gonna break down that first game after this.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
First game of the series goes to Virtus Pro. Team Empire tried their absolute best here. They try to make the move, they try to fight into Virtus Pro, but they just lacked a little bit of oomph there in a lot of those fights. We're going to talk about that. We're going to listen to Brian and break down this entire game one as we wait for the second game of the series to come to us as well. Of course, you're watching ESL 1 powered by Intel, and this is the CIS DPC League Upper Division. I'm here with Kyle and Capitalist, and guys, Empire didn't quite get their show rolling, get their ball rolling. They didn't quite find their themselves in this series, in this game first.
Don't know if they could either. GPK absolutely beasting on the Void Spirit. Unfavorable matchup, even though it was a first pick mid-bat. And Nightfall demonstrating that Valyrian still is made of sterner stuff. Pretty much just playing a free game. Taking the W.
Taking the W. Yeah, we heard Perch say, I mean, at some point, Wraith King's just going to do Wraith King stuff, Cap.
Yeah, we've seen this Wraith King be like last pick or fourth in a lot of these drafts. I don't know if what's going on there with that. I have to assume people aren't just forgetting about one of the most successful cores in this patch, but it certainly feels like it anyway, especially with, they pick up this Batrider early, and I was thinking about it, I was like, okay, Batrider isn't necessarily like the matchup against Wraith King isn't the worst thing in the world if you're actually pulling that Wraith King into an awkward position where you have like zone team fight, where you have those Death Prophet, Exorcism, Monkey King was immediately the hero I thought of. Instead, they have Juggernaut, And I was thinking to themselves, like, this draft just doesn't really feel that structured. And I was going back through their drafts and I realized that none of their drafts, they ever repeat. They're not repeating any of the same openings anytime, which is something that I feel like for a newer team, you slowly expand upon these things. Instead, I'm looking at this and it's like, first pick bat, we're going to go Clock Phoenix, we're going to go OD +1. It's like, it's kind of all over the place when it comes to their drafting. I'm not sure if that's just general experimentation of patch and them trying to figure out what's best. But right now, in any way, it just feels like very hit and miss attempt at, I don't know, Battleship? Is that their approach to drafting? That's what I was thinking of.
It could be.
You're just kind of like throwing darts and seeing what hits and building the strategy from there. I don't know how you can be a good or bad Battleship player, honestly.
What? You have to read your opponent.
It's like being good at guessing questions on the SATs. They deliberately don't make the right answer C as often because humans will typically pick the middle. And they also do it less on the ends as well. So you should always guess B or D. That's right, kids.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for that analysis. I'm looking forward to, hopefully not some Battleship analysis, but some top tier Dota analysis from BSJ.
Thanks, Shiva. I think my analysis for this game will be about as swift as the game itself. I want to highlight this mid lane matchup. The heroes I love to see picked against Batrider are ones that threaten the Batrider. And this is an example of a matchup that I would consider to be a polarized matchup at this stage in the game, which means both heroes can kill each other. And I think what Virtus Pro really showed this game as like being a step ahead of Team Empire throughout the course of the game is just being slightly faster with their timings. If we draw attention to the minimap, both the supports on the Radiant side are making their way towards mid now that both of the mid laners have hit 6. Both of them threaten each other. While you see the Clockwork, the pink arrow, is doing the same thing, but it's a few seconds behind. And when you have two heroes that can kill each other, the early momentum of the game is going to be heavily shifted when one of them lands the kill. So we see here this first gank coming out from Virtus Pro. You just saw it in the highlights from the game. I honestly think this early game is exactly what sealed the deal for like the inevitable fate that Empire was going to run into because of how hard it is to kill the Radiant cores. If they get ahead at all, I think that the game just becomes even more and more difficult. And this kill right here leads to this next kill where Smiling Knight is overextending onto DM with his spin. The emphasis when it comes to playing carry is when you utilize your defensive spell to be aggressive, whether or not that's a pounce on Slark, a spin on Juggernaut. If you overcommit based on the other heroes in the game, in this case, the Void Spirit, you're in for some trouble. So we see them try to commit onto DM here, and right as he goes far enough, we pause right there. He goes just a bit too far where GPK is able to TP in and punish. He TPs in immediately, and they get the turn kill onto Smiling Knight. And this right here, it seems like 2 short clips, and it seems like not too much at 6:45 into the game, but I really think that this was the beginning of the end for Team Empire. And when you fall behind this much this early against heroes that you have a hard time killing, I think it's a hard fought battle to come back.
It is going to be a hard-fought battle to come back, maybe in the second game as well, which, by the way, this segment what's the cap?
2 minutes and 1 second. Man, I called it on the dot.
Short clips.
Brian started off, he's like, this is going to be real fast analysis. I was like, guaranteed it goes over 2 minutes, which that's why we love Brian, and that's why I think he makes a great analyst, is he is very thorough.
He really is.
2 minutes was about 10% of total game time in this first game, but, you know, it was still, I learned a lot.
Yeah, I hope that the coach of Empire is going to be very thorough as well, because this is where coaching really comes to play. How are they going to recover from that first game? How is Team Empire gonna make a comeback against the favorite Virtus Pro? We're gonna have to wait and find out after the draft. Break. After the break!
Break.
That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide, and with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round again.
Game 2 is incoming, and will the ferocious polar bears, aka Virtus Pro, do it again here in their first Upper Division Series? Empire also in their first Upper Division Series. They need to step it up. They need to come in with a better plan, because if they do the same thing as what they did in game 1, it is going to be a fast day for all of us here. I'm joined by Brian on the big screen. We have Kyle and Cap still here with me as well, and we are ready to jump into the draft of that second game. And I think, Kyle, is very simple. What you do not want to see, wait for it, there is no bad first pick, because it's banned, you're safe.
Nice. Nice. And polar bear fact, they are one of only 2 animals that will stalk humans. They see us as prey. They're murderous. And that's just what VP was in that first game, too. It'll be interesting if they can bring
What's
that
the
back.
other animal?
Guess.
I don't know. I imagine it's some underwater creature.
Nope.
Really? Lions?
Hippos!
Tigers.
Tigers it is.
I
Cap,
knew
you get a
that.
gold
That's
star.
why you have the masks on the back of your head.
Yep.
Yes.
The masks that make it look like you have eyes in the back of
Tigers
your head?
only attack from, they don't want you to see them. They attack from behind you.
Yes.
So this guy realized if you wore a mask on the back of your head, the tiger would get confused. He was actively stalked by tigers, but he didn't know how to attack him. So it didn't.
That's pretty good.
And that's what Empire's doing right now.
Yes.
Doesn't it work on
Somehow.
polar bears?
Polar bears, no.
Polar bears don't care. Polar bears see you, you see them, and they're just like, what up?
If you exist, you are food.
We about to make this white area real red.
You know what I see already, like as terms of food? Crystal Maiden. Definitely, generally food for a lot of people. What do you think of the opening so far, Brian?
I think the Monkey King into Phoenix is a bit questionable, but I think what they're going for is to get the favorable matchup against the Void Spirit. I imagine that they want to kind of follow the Void Spirit. If it's a 3 position, they'll make it carry. If it's a 2 position, they'll make it mid. So I'm kind of curious if Team Empire will maybe demote it to a 4 position just to not make this Monkey King pick nearly as effective as it is intended to be.
Damn, sorry, I thought there was more.
That's it.
Yeah, kept it short and sweet.
Beautiful.
I know Cap's got his stopwatch out, so I gotta
You know, I was like thinking about it. I was like, I wonder if BSJ heard that at all, or if he just immediately bounced after giving his spiel.
Yeah, I will say this Monkey King is fluctuating priority. A lot of teams are picking it up first too. I see it banned most often in second phase. It's like right on the fringe of, is it something you can't first do? I like it a lot when a team like OG does it, because they'll play it off lane as well. And I think that makes the hero just way more formidable, just because you can abuse the laning matchup so much better.
I mean, I personally think Monkey King's kind of a broken hero.
Yeah,
I feel
the
like
Ags.
he was good, and then they gave him an Aghanim
Yeah.
Scepter, and now I feel like in many ways he's broken. Then they also gave him a Shard, which is a huge quality of life increase as well. So I don't know. I'm just not entirely sure this hero's good in lane. He rolls up to a point where it feels like he is able to do so many things with the Aghanim Scepter, taking Roshan, taking buildings, all this team fight. I'm always okay with the team 1-2ing the Monkey King, because I just don't feel like there are many weaknesses to this hero.
Do you feel like you should be able to do something about the Ag statues? Because like consider Clinks, where you have an Ags, now you can have like the bonus Clinks army things out of Invis, but you can kill those. You can't do anything to the stone monkeys.
I think they should at least go inert if Monkey King goes away for some reason, where he just leaves statues on the ground and they're still beating on people, even though he's far away.
He's like, he's up in the tree. And
or like that's also he sieges tier 3 for a bit. He walks back, his statue's still hitting and stuff. Something like that.
Cap, I'm just gonna tell you, you're having a little Kyle moment here. The statues, they don't hit buildings unless Monkey King's within 400 range of them. So,
All right, 400 range is 400 range is still enough for you to be down the hill and outside of tower range, and the statues can still.
And buildings, they hit heroes though, correct?
Yeah, they'll hit everything else.
Oh,
but he was saying that you leave them at the tier 3 and then walk away.
Well, you can't. You walk away 400 units.
Yeah, 400 units. Thank you.
Just a little bit less than 400 units, please.
I was actually wondering about how that mechanic worked. I was so confused. I'm like, why? I thought I was gonna take that tier 2 or tier 3, and then I had to go to wiki that one. So
typical BSJ never knows his mechanics.
Think all the do all the statues disappear when he dies?
I'm okay with that.
I think they should all disappear when he dies.
Yeah, it works like that with Wukong's command, right?
yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense to me. Good call.
I can see that. That's a
like
good suggestion, Shiva.
Thank you.
I love Ags and what it does to. I think it's the second most impactful item in terms of how it influences Dota 2's balance and meta next to BKB. But I feel like you should reconsider its power level if a hard carry is rushing Ags. Like, it means the hero concept is it's just weird. I've seen
It means
literal
the
first item
Ags is
Ags.
really strong.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ags is not allowed to be strong. I only want to build Battle Fury on my carries.
Yeah. It's different, like Invoker as an example. His Ags is amazing. and we saw
Isn't
that
it?
rush.
Isn't it
But that's
nice though to be
diff.
having the flexibility that you can, that you do have some carries that you go Ags first on?
Virtus.pro continuing with this trend, and I've seen it a lot in China, where I was watching some of their drafts, and it felt like these team compositions were turning into these walls. Remember the strength-based core meta, where we were just having like the tankier the better sort of meta. I kind of feel like some of that when it comes to these team fights. I'm seeing like offlane Dragonite in China. I feel like this similar lineup here for Virtus.pro in Game 1 and Game 2, where it's just hard to walk into these heroes of Wraith King, Tidehunter, Monkey King.
I totally agree, especially with all these items now that provide extra EHP. And the fact that just burst nowadays is really hard to execute. People are much more willing to use buybacks. I prefer to have the team that can make more mistakes. It's way harder to be caught out of position as a Tidehunter than it is as a Luna, as an example. And the Lion Tide, like that's so much lockdown and burst potential already. You have a Monkey King. I already love the VP lineup.
I mean, they also locked it in like as fast as they could, right? After the banning phase, they knew exactly what they wanted. They go for the same 3-4 as they did in the previous game, and we saw what it could do then. We saw Lion work out. I think that was also our first Lion that we had, at least on the CIS region and the European upper division. First Lion, and it worked. Wraith King this time around, though, will not be on the docket, because that got banned out by Team Empire, as Virtus.pro banned out the Venomancer. What does Empire need for their last pick? What do we want to see?
Viper. It's banned.
Banned.
Nyx is also banned. Are there any break mechanics left? I mean, Viper would be the best pick, but yeah, that's gone. And they banned it themselves. That makes me very sad.
I think it's more about like the setup for team fights. I think right now they have Luna that needs space. They have Void who needs to make moves, and they don't really have like a hero that just sits in lane and the Void Spirit rotates to it. So I would like the Venomancer would have been perfect. That was my first idea, but it was banned out by Virtus.pro. It's like a hero that's going to synergize better in lane with Clock.
Bristleback.
Okay.
Against Monkey King. It's funny because
Kyle.
I thought about Bristle and I'm like, into Monkey.
You try lane.
No, it's the Axe.
The Axe Phoenix combo. Okay.
But it's just, there's so much pressure on this Luna to deal damage, and you're against Lion Tide. Like, that's the concern I have. The VP lineup, if you ignore the rest of the lineup to all in one hero, you're not necessarily guaranteed to win a fight. Whereas if you kill the Luna, like, where is the damage from a Clock and an Axe?
We saw them previous games struggle with that damage. When they got the fight initiation they wanted, they couldn't finish it out because they didn't have the damage to do so. We got an Ursa pick as the last pick for Virtus.pro. 10 heroes on the board, Brian. What are you thinking?
Favorable mid matchup for GPK, much easier to execute team fight for VP, and I just don't see how they really play the map on the side of Team Empire. I said they needed a hero that like sits in lanes and allows the Void Spirit to rotate, and it's pretty much the complete opposite of that to pick Axe. He likes to play off map, he likes to be a ganker. They pretty much have a lot of the same thing again. I think there's a lot of overlap, and I'm not a fan of Team Empire's draft.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. We'll come back to you after the game. Kyle, what are you thinking? You had Team Empire as the underdogs, the wild card, the team that could create some upsets. This is their first series. How is your confidence in them now?
I'm starting to doubt myself. I think I may have been wrong again. I like what VP's got. I think that once again they're going to collapse on middle, as BSJ so succinctly put. It is a favorable matchup already for GPK, and I think that the carry disparity as well. Like Luna can't do anything to an Ursa once he's got that BKB Abyssal up, and too much pressure on this single core to deal damage for the side of Empire.
Cap, what needs to happen for Empire to have a good game?
I don't know. I'm pretty shook right now just because I was very certain Empire's going to lose this game. I think they really need to be able to just roll forward off of this Axe Phoenix duo, be able to get really good Supernova team fights around it that allows the Luna to feel confident about running into these team fights. And I was sure they were going to lose, but then Kyle said, I think I might be wrong, which I feel like is kind of a paradox if Kyle's always wrong and then he thinks he might be wrong, so now I'm a little bit confused, but still going to go Virtus Pro.
All right, well, let's find out what's going to happen here in the second game. Can Empire put up a better performance? We're going to find out with ODPixel and Purge.
Let's find out. Let's find out indeed, Purge. I mean, looking at these lineups compared to game one, do you consider Empire's chances a bit better here, or do you think this one's going to be even more difficult?
I think they've got to be better than last game. The core matchups were just really, really solid. For Virtus Pro's advantage, they're still decent. Having Ursa against Axe-type heroes can be very good. Obviously, if you can get some early kills and effectively zone him on a lane, he's going to have a really bad time. But with the same vein, we've seen saw Ursa's get pressured yesterday, which is pretty effective. So I have some faith. If Void Spirit has an okay laning stage, if he doesn't get ganked again successfully by like the Lion plus support duo of whatever Kingslayer's playing, then maybe he can be the guy that pressures the Ursa really heavily and buys them more time in this match. So I think seeing how they react to the likely rotations from those supports is going to be one of the cool different things that we might see this match. And they're actually defending their safe lane and bounty runes is not super common here.
I might look to see if they can get a real poke on this, but they'll just take the rune and won't try and chase down the Axe any further. And looking at some of the cores here, the Luna from Empire, I mean, we've seen some other teams try the Luna. It doesn't seem to really be with great success in most of the games that we've covered here in EU and CIS. I mean, what are sort of your opinions on the hero right now, and why are we seeing teams go for the Luna?
Yeah, I've played her a little bit, so I feel semi-comfortable saying that she can have, like, her laning stage is a little vulnerable, but it's okay offensively. Like, you give your ally a lot of damage, but it being a clockwork kind of shows to me that she's just going to try to get as much farm as possible. I don't expect her to get kills, and in that sense, she's a little vulnerable to a hero like Lion, because between Lion and Tide, they should be able to kill her if clockwork makes big mistakes. So, I mean, she farms really fast, obviously, and she's fast in the sense that she applies a lot of magic damage with Eclipse, but it's a little hard to use it compared to some other carries, so I'm not 100% that it's going to work out.
Now we'll see what Smiling Knight is able to achieve this game. And we'll see Midge, and obviously last game GPK had an excellent start to the game from lane to those first few early rotations. And do you think that we're going to see a similar thing here as this GPK sort of got the lane start to give him that good beginning again?
Yeah, I assume that we will see rotations again coming towards him, but it all comes down to like the wards that spot them rotating over. I think both cases, when they ganked mid last game, neither support smoked, I'm pretty sure, as they approach, so they should be able to identify that this time, and if they can, it's going to buy more time for the supports to get levels, and they get the clockwork online a little bit faster, which you might otherwise have trouble with. But so far, Monkey doing pretty good. 9-5 versus the 4-2 of Void Spirit. Is not a great matchup here for Void if he keeps getting slapped like this.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's not really one that gets any better, right? I mean, I guess Gwyn, when he's got a couple of points, the Resonant Pulse is a little easier to secure some CS with that. But overall, he's going to have a lot denied from him by this Monkey King in the mid.
GPK is just doing such a good job here, contesting every last hit, basically. Running at his opponent when his opponent wants to go for range creeps, that kind of thing makes it very tough to play. Big double wave here. 2.5 almost for Empire on the top lane. Tide going to get in there, try to Anchor Smash, but at least Smiling Knight doesn't have to deal with being a melee hero against Anchor Smash this time, so he's just going to sit back, try to get his last hits.
And so far, able to do so here on the Luna. No struggles for Smiling Knight when it comes to the farm. I'm going to see XctN trying to do his best to poke at DM, but of course, Tide being Tide, DM not really caring too much about that harass at all.
And Clock's got to be upset about that, though, because before he went for that range creep and he did secure it, he got his mana drained pretty heavily. And now Clockwork 5 with no mana is pretty useless, actually. He's got high raw HP, his damage is okay, but his armor's low. So any other engagements he does just aren't going to look good. So now this lane just looks kind of funky, and it actually makes the line support look really effective. The pull connects, but Tide can contest this, and actually he's just dead, I think.
He is. They catch him with the stun. I mean, probably a little bit of him that's like, well, at least I'll have my mana back. But obviously still, definitely good news for VP and for DM there on the Tide, getting that first blood bonus.
Yep, he went to go start the pull. He thought his opponents were going to semi-disconnect, but then Tide just turns and gushes, and easy rundown at that point. If he has Cogs, yeah, he can keep himself alive, but no mana for him. So for now, he's a courier. Brings new Tango set to Luna, and lane resumes.
We'll see save as well, blocking the small camp, making sure there's not going to be any further chance for Empire to try and recover the lane position up top. Side lanes, though, Empire's cores are farming fine. It really is just this mid lane where we are once again starting to see a really big difference. 25 and 8 against the 13 for 3 as GPK close to doubling that. They do manage to get save. As,
nicely done. They catch him in battery assault Cogs, and Luna's damage output from range is excellent in this circumstance. Maybe can't attack through the Cogs necessarily, but despite all this, Tide's still last hitting really well. 28 last hits for him compared to the 23 of Luna. They're going to go on him, actually. It's a big wave here, though. This looks a little hard. Okay, this is great. Push the creeps away. Now he's taking full damage.
Still got the stick charges, but your DM's getting very low, and they'll be able to get the kill. Yeah, XctN finding some a perfect position there for the Cogs.
He really did. And it looked a little iffy because there's so many creeps there, but like you said, the Cog push was excellent. And in this whole time, Luna's right-clicking, Clock is right-clicking, and they get that bonus damage. So that's a big kill that I don't think VP expected to happen here. Going similar build on Tide this game. And some fight bottom.
At Nightfall, he's going to try and jump in, but won't be able to lock down onto save. Still has a dive available. And Petushra just too tanky for him to really fully commit on right now.
They're both last hitting well. Axe is sitting at 27, Ursa is sitting at 31, but the big disparity is still going to come from the mid lane. And in some ways, we haven't seen the supports roam, but I think it just clearly doesn't matter. GPK could get a kill with a support roam, but he's also just beating his opponent by sticking mid here by himself. So I think the one thing that's going to change things is obviously Void Spirit is much better at ganking than Monkey King is. CM in trouble, though.
Petushra able to step up, get the call. Burn here from Sayer's Spirits, bringing Kingslayer down. He should tick out to the Battle Hunger, and he will. He'll fall, but now the response is there from GPK. He's going to head towards Sayer, and he'll find it. See if he's able to maybe do something about Petushra, with the Boundless already being used. And just that level 1 jump, not going to have the chance to chase down anything else here.
Done. And Lion picks up the DD at the topper and he rotated over, so no DD to go on Void Spear, which would have been huge right now. Refills his bottle, can use that to gank with Astral Steps, so really big play by Save there while the Monkey King was gone from the mid lane, so pretty cool.
They're coming back over to mid.
They're going to try.
If they got enough lockdown, that they do, they'll be able to find him. That, as you said, the DD
and the boots
making the difference.
And he killed the courier with boots on it too. Oh, so painful.
I mean, that was they knew that GPK was coming back round. They hit him with a scan, so they knew that he was by that small camp. I guess just wasn't quite prepared for him to come. It was sort of about 10 seconds after the scan ended. Definitely an unfortunate, painful death there from Gwyn. And as you say, Save making that move and being around that area, just securing that opportunity.
It's possible they didn't communicate that he had Jingu Mastery, because that was the big difference maker. His 4th hit was the one that killed the Phoenix. So he comes to lane and gets a huge Boundless Strike and a couple big damage hits. So if not for all that extra damage, or maybe even the DD on Lion, he stays alive there, even though he would have taken a lot of damage. So
GPK
by himself now.
He's hunting for more as XctN. He's going to try and run, but Save. He's got the extra bit of lockdown. XctN actually looking to just try and deny himself to some of the neutrals. It's not going to happen. GPK finishing him off very easily here with the 3 points in his Boundless Strike, and immediately down bottom. I mean, look how quick GPK is just moving across the map. He's straight down to here. Petushra will get the call off, so we'll buy time for him to step back. They're going to dive back in. They've brought Smiling Knight down here. So Smiling Knight does have the Eclipse ready to go. Boundless. Down as the two of them.
Smiling Knight still trying to chase in, and Gwynblei's coming in from the side. Looking to get the catch on the Kingslayer, and with the setup into the Lucent Beam, they'll find one. Now diving in for more. Gwyn turns over towards Nightfall. Nightfall still yet to hit the 6, so it doesn't have to erase to rely on, but DM, he's in with the Ravage onto both of the cores. Sets up for the kill onto Gwyn. Now Smiling Knight, he's pretty deep and he has to run, but they're chasing. GPK comes in from the side. He's not even using the Eclipse, knows that there's not going to be enough damage to bring any of these heroes down with him. As VP respond with the numbers, and will manage to come out on top of that trade there, holding on around their tower against a team. You know, Empire, they really tried to make something happen there, bringing the Luna in.
Yeah, I mean, it was good that Void Spirit goes in to get a kill there, but he was a little overextended by the end of the CM finally falling, and all it took was Tide teleporting in with enough mana for that fight to just be completely one-sided. So, and in the meantime, Lion got another stack off on the large camp. He roamed mid, he got some more experience, and he's almost level 6, which is an excellent position to be on Lion. Get the ulti up faster, and now your ganks just become even simpler. So, no deaths on Nightfall either. Like, the net worth is just looking amazing for VP side. 4K advantage at 9 minutes is ridiculous.
And you like this sort of build-up as well, this game on the mid-Monkey King, GPK's, he's just going to try and get this Deso online as soon as he can.
It's interesting for sure. It's going to make his pressure a little bit easier. Like, most of the time we see something like an Ags to you know, accelerate your farming and stuff like that, but he's playing Space Creator. He's been doing this constantly since he started TPing around the map. He's going for kills, and having minus armor against low armor heroes like Phoenix or Clockwork is actually really effective. Might not be the best against like Luna type heroes, but right now this is a perfect circumstance to have some minus armor.
It's going to start things on to Say does have the dive. Didn't quite get the tree of GPK though, so GPK is able to instantly hop off, continue to chase. He's trying to get out of the map with the Sunray, and he's going to get dragged straight back into the map. He can't escape the game as another kill is granted for GPK.
Up bottom now, he's going to keep going. He's got ulti.
I mean, he's just so quick. He's so quick with these movements. I mean, we could pretty much just keep the camera on GPK as he is finding every single bit of action from top to bottom. No hesitations, no downtime at all for this Monkey King. As 5-0-3 now being involved in 8 of the 9 kills. It really is just sort of the GPK show.
I really had doubts that he was going to be able to roam effectively, but he's like doing some classic Topson material, going mid on Monkey King, doing well in his lane, and then he's just moving around, dumpstering everyone else in the game. Clockwork is still not level 6 yet, the hero that stabilized the lane a little bit, but can't actually gank until he gets that picked up. And the rest of the heroes in the game are just trying to catch up. Luna's doing okay on net worth with the Mask of Madness picked up, and she's queuing up a Yasha into Ags, but it's going to be a while until she feels really good in a fight here.
Empire trying to use their potential grouped up to go for tower. XctN on the side does find Save. Save trying to get his way out of the cogs, but he's not going to get out of this. Gwyn follows up, gets the kill over towards mid. GPK has already made the jump in onto Patushra as this Axe tries to retreat. They've got the Ravage out onto all the 3 of them. Boundless Strike down, finishes off the Axe. GPK turns over towards the second, takes out Gwyn. They take down XctN, as it's just too much of a team to push into. Each time, DM, he's got the Ravage up, and it's always just going to be a recipe for disaster trying to fight into this Tide underneath the tower.
I mean, it was perfect circumstances for Empire considering though, right? Like Clock, the least farmed tier on his team, ends up solo killing the 4 position here with a little help from the Void Spirit. But everything after that just got a little too clumped. The raw HP on the Virtus Pro side is really high. The Hood on Tide at this point, he loves to walk into an Eclipse at this phase of the game. He'd much rather eat that up over his allies. And it was also the fact that Monkey King was able to start things off getting effectively 4 hits in on Axe. Axe does not have Blink Dagger yet, so Axe isn't able to be as effective of a hero as Tidehunter is at this moment in time. And net worth not even counting. So really hard game for Empire to take the fight, but they do get the tier 1 at least.
On top, they do have a DD on Gwyn, so some good damage to set up onto Nightfall, and no ult for a few seconds. So there isn't any safety for the Sirius. Nightfall gets taken out. Quick solid jump there with that smoke up from Gwyn. Catches him off guard. Same time down bottom, Smiling Knight, he's alone. GPK is in upon him. And kills like this, I mean, GPK, is that pretty much giving him the Deso it has? So you're going to have this 12-minute Desolator done on the Monkey King.
Be a lot of minus armor. Curiously, no Orb of Corrosion this game for the Monkey, no Orb of Venom. He's just confident in his high movement speed. Phase really pays off in this way, that he's just going to be faster than every other hero on the entire map. So see what he does with the Deso now. -7 armor is like a 30% damage increase or something like that. He's maxed out his Boundless Strike levels really early to just try to maximize how much damage he can do after getting these Jingu Mastery stacks. So who's the next victim? That's what I'm curious about. He's not even farming these stacks. There's like a perfectly good 3-stack here that he could just kill instantly, but no. He wants to kill cores.
Oh, he wants blood.
Farming.
He wants blood. And he doesn't want to annoy his Ursa. I'm sure Nightfall's laying claim to those stacks with his Battle Fury. That's also now complete. So his farm's going to continue to go up massively and at a pace that Empire's going to struggle to deal with. Bottom lane, they're going to find the setup. In they go on a Smiling Knight. It's an easy kill. As the egg will be popped, but far out of the range of anyone on VP. I don't care about that Supernova at all. Empire still with 4 heroes around here, but it's still so hard to get anything going against VP, especially when GPK is in the neighborhood.
There's just nothing that Luna can do in that circumstance. She's on strength treads. She's at max net worth that she could have more or less. But against -7 armor from Deso and -4 armor from Gush, she just dies instantly. That was like 1 stun and she's going down. Like, how can she play the front line? Somebody else has to do it, and Axe can't until he gets a Blink Dagger. His net worth is behind where it should be probably, but we're just really seeing the net worth disparities make it very hard for Empire to fight as long as VP is in position and playing correctly, and they have been.
And all these kills and action that GPK has been finding, the level difference also really starting to add up. You know, level 12 in this Monkey King, closest in the game. Level 10, you know, sort of clear 2 levels ahead of anyone on the side of Empire. I'm going for that BKB next. I mean, once GPK has that, Empire are going to struggle massively to take him down. It will be a long time until this Luna has any sort of serious physical punch to cut through a Monkey King, especially when he has the Wukongs out.
And on the bright side, Empire still have their abilities ready, but so do their opponents. Ravage is still available, and Tide just finished his Blink Dagger. So if they do get a decent catch or group up a little bit too much, you're going to see a Ravage followed by Monkey King. Oh, hookshot almost catching him there. That could have been really good. Don't know if they would have had enough damage, but...
Yeah, it would have been pretty deep if it'd gone in and got that latch behind the tower.
Maybe some other follow-up, it could have been okay, but... Scary. Luna's shaving off the Yasha now. He's just going... actually, I'm sorry. That's not right. He does have Yasha coming now. So a little bit more movement speed, but still low HP.
I mean, Gwyn, he's going to look for the kill onto Save. Save buying himself some time, and as you say, DM having Ravage up. Empire's got to be careful how they go in on this. To simulate off to the side, Gwyn, he's realized this is not an area for him to continue to poke.
We'll turn this tide to our...
They really do have to respect fighting around DM.
Yeah, he could have Ravaged at any point, Blink and Ravage, but he's just buying time. He knows that if his opponents don't take this tier 1, they can't farm the jungle, and on the opposite side of the map, Ursa is getting literally everything he wants. Full Yasha finish after Battle Fury's net worth is 3,000 ahead of what Luna has. And one more item, and he's just going to be able to solo kill any hero on the enemy team.
That's not. He's stepping in, he does have Hookshot. But he's tanking the tower. DM's just going to come over the counterplay, jump him with the Ravage onto the 2 of them. It's a solid call from Patusha, getting them out to the side of the egg, and that will allow the Supernova to go off. Now the problem is, do they actually have damage after this combo to get any of the kills? It doesn't look like it. They try and step forward. Nightfall's picked up a triple. It was a great call, but 7k down, and as you can see, they just didn't have anything to actually take anyone down after hitting them with this call into Supernova stun.
I think they used all their abilities on Empire really well, like, especially Phoenix diving to that tree line and dropping the egg. He knew the trees would get destroyed and he could catch Monkey, but GPK jumped on the ground in anticipation of this, and that's why he still got a lot of his impact off in that fight. Most importantly, eventually throwing the stun and the Deso on the Luna, who gets bursted down. So they tried, and it was fairly well executed, but the net worth disadvantage is really showing now. The Nurse almost has twice the net worth of the Luna at this moment.
It's getting rough. It's getting rough. This game too, arguably rougher than game 1 was. With some of the sort of timings, and you say the numbers that we're seeing on these core matchups. VP, they're ready to keep the pressure on. Smoke's up. Roshan is there. Of course, very easy for them to take with this Ursa lineup. They want to do so, and of course having the Deso on GPK. You know, they've got a lot of options here. VP. They can go for Roche, they can go for kills, and pretty much do what they want right now. with the strength that they have. Gwyn trying to start something here in the mid lane, over to the side. Save, he found the setup, found the opening. Onto Patushra as he tries to get the call off. It's not going to happen. The hook shot comes in from XctN in onto Save. Save might go down here, so at least finding the Lion. But 2 heroes out, XctN as well to fall. As it's just another trade. The VP continue to come out on top, and Save, he doesn't want to waste any time out of the game. He's just going to buy back so he can continue to play.
I guess so. They're just happy tipping him. He doesn't care. He's already got Blink Dagger. Like, actually,
he doesn't need anything else.
Gold mean much to him?
Yeah.
It's not much at this point.
Yeah.
He's so set. He just needs to be there to initiate. He's the clearest guy that can initiate, catch any hero, and guarantee that Monkey King kills him afterwards. And that's actually an insane threat. Monkey has huge mobility built into his toolkit. Lion just has to be there to disable the play sort of close to Monkey, and Monkey effectively is his tear plus 6 seconds of disable. So, very good to have Save on the map still.
Yeah, GPK just half a recipe away from having that done. And yeah, Nightfall, how's this BKB looking? He's got the hammer well onto his. Empire, knowing that their only real way back into this is to find some sort of big catch, big pick off. They just keep trying to hit VP with the smoke, see if they can catch them unprepared, but it doesn't look to happen as VP sticking very solidly as the full 5-man, taking this tier 2 tower top. They'll start to sweep up here, Empire. We'll see if they can find any sort of jump onto the backliners, but it's going to be very hard.
See a lot of heroes right now. Axe Call's gonna be the big thing with Blink here. He's got to grab like 2 heroes at least with good egg position. Clockwork disrupting the backline.
Nightfall's just running in, say it. Has to dive away. Wukong's commands down. There's the Ravage onto the 3 of them. Sets up for XctN to be completely ignored as GPK jumps over towards the Luna. Patushra does find the call. They'll pop the Eclipse, but they just killed the Luna so damn quickly as it's a team wipe. VP cleaning up every single member of Empire as it's only the CM Kingslayer going down for VP.
Nightfall played that fight perfectly. He ran up to the high ground knowing he's got Aegis, he's got Enrage. There's almost nothing that he could run in that he's scared about. Even if he gets like called into Eclipse and dies, he's got Aegis, right? So what he does is he runs in the back line and he just follows the Phoenix. He just ran after him, forced dive out, and then continued running at him. He knows that he doesn't need to participate in the fight because they're so far ahead, so he just kept zoning him. Ends up killing Phoenix over by the Roche pit. No egg popped, and it just made sure that the Monkey King is completely on pressure. There's like no big team fight swing that was going to protect the Luna.
Smiling Knights. Got about half the goal for the Axe, but until he has that, he's still going to have to sort of stand in the midst of these fights there to get an opportunity with the Eclipse. And so we see he just dies so quickly. Mid lane Gwyn will manage to jump out. I've got to be, I mean, Smiling Knight and Gwyn, they're running at them. There's a lot of VP around. Got to really keep their distance and be careful how they try and make the jump on them. Say it. He's been committed on. He'll buy back straight away. Hook shot attempted from XctN. Patushra getting the call off onto GPK. GPK, he's still got the BKB. They turn over, take the Supernova out. Immediately, Patushra will fall to die back from Seu. Smiling Knight cannot escape this, as we may just see the Gs be dropped pretty soon. And there they are, on cue. The GGs are there. Empire will tap out of this one, 32-9, 20k lead for VP here in this game too. So they'll take the series 2-0. And they made it look pretty simple. This was no messing around from VP. Incredibly smooth stuff around just across the board from them in this series, Purge.
Yeah, and it was a little different than last game. Last game felt like they just executed really well. This one felt just like a complete outskill, that GPK just did whatever he wanted on the map. He dumpstered his lane, maybe not dumpstered, but he definitely won his lane. And then he went around the map like making all of these kills happen that were a little based on his high skill cap, basically. And their draft was effective. They played every team fight correctly, identifying the right threats. So Virtus Pro looking really, really strong as a squad here. And Empire looking lacking. Maybe just because VP is strong, maybe Empire's weak. I'm not sure which yet.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's going to be very interesting to see Empire get, see if they can take down some of the other teams that we have seen also be matched in these kind of one-sided affairs. And VP likewise, looking very, very much forward to seeing them play against some of the strongest squads in this region, such as Na'Vi and Live to Win. But as it is for today, there it is. VP, a solid win for them against Empire, 2-0 in this best of 3.
A solid win indeed. Thank you, ODPixel and Purge, and a fast win as well as that. We're going to break down that game. We are going to talk to the winners, but we're all going to do that after the break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime, but can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy too, the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Virtus.pro showing us once again why are they considered to be the top team in their region at the moment. They take the series 2-0 against Team Empire, who in the second game tried really hard and at some point got the perfect combination of the egg and the call and still couldn't win the fight. It was a rough one. It was also a fast one. I'm here with Cap and Kyle here to break the game down, and of course later on we're going to also talk to one of the champions of this match. Kyle, this series, Virtus.pro, I mean, they came to play. Like, there is no messing around in this first series.
I mean, this fight was the only one that looked like Empire had hope, and they got a Crystal Maiden for all 5, and you can't ask for a fight to go better. Just outclassed, outdrafted, no hope.
Yeah, when you get a supernova like that and a Sunray that pretty much goes the full duration, it was maxed out Sunray as well, and nobody was even close to being low. It kind of highlighted what we were talking about in just this wall of heroes to walk into, and I'm not sure if Luna is ever the answer to a wall. Luna wants to be able to have the confidence of walking in and right-clicking people with her low range, and I don't think you want to be close to Ursa. I don't think you want to be around the Tidehunter.
Or
He's going to anchor smash you. I don't think you want to be in Wukong's
Luna is like a championship surfer. You know, you want to ride with the rest of your team and just crash over your enemies. This was more of a Caribbean style beach where it's just sort of tepid. Nothing doing. Like, too much damage. You don't have any damage, and there's really nothing your squad has that's threatening.
So instead, he just floundered and drowned.
Yeah, if you're not standing proper on your surfboard, you don't keep the momentum going and you just sink. And that's kind of what Empire ended up doing here. That's how wave surfing goes. It's
I agree.
Like Constantinople sheets.
Okay. Kyle, you have a clip for us.
Yes,
you
I do have a clip.
Something.
I want to shout out to the best mid player in the CIS region for his pretty damn incredible rotation. I think it's actually... No, this is when he TP'd in, yeah. He gets the kill middle, TP's bottom, they force the rotate from the Luna, so already there's a huge win. And he does this because, as you can see, that was his charged Jingu that he maintained during the teleport. And that right there stops the gank. He heals to full and does like full damage to the enemy side. They can't dive anymore. You want Axe to be playing here, but he's not even in the fight. Now, oh, you want to bring in this extra hero? We'll bring DM. Now we're killing Smiling Knight. And if you look at Petishka? Really bad at pronunciation. They lose Luna. Like, that's so bad for your game. You're already in a tough spot. Now you're TPing bottom. You're dying. You have to now do the walk of shame back to base after respawn. At that point, game's over. GPK single-handedly ensured his squad would take the W.
Yeah. Cap, you said at the start of the series that you heard a lot about GPK from last year, where he was the hot stuff, right? Everybody was fighting over GPK, and now we know why. We saw why.
No. We've definitely seen why for the last year or so. And he has been winning so many of his mid matchups. What's impressing me is just like his confidence in rotations. We saw that from this Monkey King game where he's just moving around the map without hesitation, taking fights because he knows he can win them. And that kind of game awareness, you can't really... I feel like that's something that you can only train so much. You either have an instinct for Dota or you don't. And
a killer
GPK
instinct.
definitely has it.
And which makes sense. Much like their spirit animals. If he sees you, you're prey. Polar bears.
I have a question. We talk a lot about the region, and the top 2 teams are Na'Vi, who we saw win earlier today, and we saw VP win today as well. Both of these squads kind of had an opponent that was a lot weaker to them, and it showed. They dominated their matchup. Based on the performance today, Kyle, do you have a preference on which 2 teams is the stronger one?
Hard to say. I don't feel like either were really challenged. We saw pretty much the same draft from both sides in both of their wins. And VP, I mean, the Lion Tide Monkey King looks strong, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they had to show enough, so I don't know.
I like VP still.
I like Na'Vi still.
Okay. That's what we're going to stick on. It's nothing. It's honestly, when it comes to these sort of like super one-sided games, it's nothing but your gut. And like, I like what VP is drafting, so like, I'm also going to lean towards them because of that, right?
They're too mismatched to really get a read. Like, if me and Cap were to fight, obviously I'm going to win. But that doesn't mean that I'm a good fighter. It's just that I'm so much more combative than the bald-faced man.
Truly,
Yes.
a fearsome presence.
Yes,
everywhere he goes.
let's pick yourself over the person that actually at some point had to learn how to properly fight. That is very clever of you, Kyle, and I'm hoping at some point a TO will take this as a content piece or something like that.
Any day.
Any day.
Guys, it is time for more important matters because we actually have right now live with us. I hope you didn't have to hear that, Nightfall, but welcome to the show and congratulations on your series.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you well. Can you hear us well?
Yeah, do this one.
Nice, nice. I have a couple questions. First of all, I saw from the cameras that you had, the couple of you guys had during the series that you guys are all on bootcamp. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're all on bootcamp as 5 players. We're bootcamp for like already 2 weeks or something.
Awesome. And are you going to bootcamp throughout the whole season?
Not sure yet, honestly.
Okay.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
All right. It depends maybe on if you need it or not, because today looked very, very easy for you. I also had a question. I couldn't find the answer online, but do you guys currently have a coach?
No, we don't have a coach. We don't, like in CIS, it's not many good coaches that we would like, so we don't have one.
Do you need a coach? Do you want a coach?
I believe we're good without coach for now.
They don't need you, Kyle. There you go. You got your answer. And then I also like my real question is we have heard the name Virtus.pro a lot of times over the last few days. You are considered the strongest team in your region at the moment. Do you feel the same? And do you feel like that brings extra pressure when you play?
I don't feel. I mean, I feel we're one of the strongest teams in CIS for sure, but we don't feel any pressure. We just play in our Dota.
I had a question about your name change. Nightfall. Is that inspired by the Valyrian Steel Sword of House Harlaw, or is it something with Twilight fan fiction?
No, like it's just some legend soundtrack from Naruto. But I just didn't like my last name.
Okay.
So I just did change it.
Hey, Naruto-inspired works for me, and I'm sure the fans out there, they'll like to see that. Ayayaz in the chat.
All right. Well, I actually had a question about you and your team. You guys kind of represent the next generation of CIS players. There's a lot of old dogs in the CIS scene who have kind of tried to keep it going, still trying to find that success. What's it like just being part of the new generation and representing your scene?
I don't know, we're all super young and we just like to play this game together. We like each other. We wanted to group with that spot like for 1 year or something. Just it feels good that we're all young and we're on the same page.
Awesome,
yeah.
Great answer.
All right, thank you so much, Nightfall, for taking the time to talk to us. You guys looked so... Oh, actually, one more question, because this is an important one. We talked about this real briefly on the panel. It's a very short question. This was your first series of the DPC League. Do you prefer facing the other high-tier teams first or later in the season? What is your preference?
I mean, I think it's gonna be like on second part of the season. Like later.
Okay, yeah, it is going to be probably, but what do you prefer? Do you like facing Na'Vi now, or you like facing Na'Vi in a month?
I mean, me personally, I don't care who will play against. Like, for me, all teams are equal, so I can play anytime against any opponent.
I love that answer, and I look forward to seeing you play again in a couple of days. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us, as said. And
thank you.
Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Bye.
Thank you, Nightfall. Yeah, I mean, this was Virtus.pro, their first series. They show us why they're on top, and unfortunately for Empire, they were on the receiving end of that. And I think we're going to come back to this quite a few times, where we know the top 4 teams and the bottom 4 teams, and we keep thinking that there might be an upset. But it's gonna be a hard fought one.
The thing is, though, we will likely see one, right? Consider how many opportunities there would be, and that'll change the face of these groups. There are no playoffs.
True.
So it might you know, typically you would see the seeding swap up a bit, or maybe VP is the 1 instead of the 2. But now that's actually a huge deal. You drop one series to a team that isn't in that top 4, you're ruining your chances of making it to the major playoffs off the bat. Like, you have to win every series, which we've said, but we'll say it again.
We're going to say that a lot over the next 5 weeks. Don't worry. I do say that 5 weeks. Yeah, last week I said 6 weeks all the time. You know, eventually we'll get there and we'll see who is that top dog. But let's take a look at the standings as they are right now. We only had obviously a couple of series, and this is not correct.
This is how the standings could look.
And what would happen. Like this.
Now, also keep in mind, CIS, they get a slot in each phase. First, playoffs. Second, groups. Third, wild card. I think, right?
I believe that's correct.
That is correct.
Europe then has their 4th spot.
Europe and China have 2 and 2 in the wild card. SEA and CIS get the 1 each in the wild card.
Yes, I believe that is a correct.
It is correct.
Indeed.
Because I did my research, Sheaves.
Very important. I'm going to test you on that right now.
Proud. It's like, I looked up one thing. CMOM.
I'm a professional.
What is the next series that
I know what 2 + 2 is.
Team Virtus Pro is going to play? Who are they going to face next?
I'm not sure because I'm focusing on Europe Division 2 tomorrow. After that, we've got some more EU Division 1 action coming
Well, but we're focusing on Virtus Pro, so you should know Virtus Pro path. But it's okay because I did the prep.
Oh.
I did the prep, and I know it is live to win.
Oh.
Yes, so that is going to be our first
Spicy.
match of 2 teams that are actually considered to be in the top 4. And that game, as you mentioned, could very well be a decider game later down the road of who goes to the major and who does not, and maybe who goes to TI and who does not. Like, there's a lot on the line for that one. And we've seen also both teams perform already, and they look great. Live to win also had an announcement of an announcement maybe later this week, so perhaps we'll call them something different by that time. But I'm very excited for that. But
maybe they'll be win to live.
No, I don't think they will be win to live.
That's a pretty dramatic change. We live to win. We have to win to live.
I day. There was
something dangerous is happening there.
There was a segment in my Han days where we had to win. We had to be top 3 to pay rent. We were just screwed.
Were you top 3?
Would have been busking, huh?
Were you top 3?
Yeah, we were first or second every
There you go. There you go. At least successful in something.
$800.
We've had a good day today. Cap, favorite moment of the day?
Favorite moment of the day. I mean, I can't really point to these games too much just because they were super one-sided. So it was nice to cast again. I enjoyed watching GPK own on that Monkey King game.
That's fair.
I like any time that I watch a player play with like utter 100% confidence, and it works. It just makes it look so beautiful.
It was GPK in this series. It was Iceberg in the previous one.
Hard to pick a favorite moment, Sheaves. It's just nice to hang out with my pals.
If it was nice to hang out with your pals, you'd actually want to join us in the shuttle towards the studio rather than
bringing in the background
your
drama.
Own car. Okay.
Chat, I brought them cinnamon buns. Cinnamon buns. Delicious, warm cinnamon buns.
They were not warm.
And all I get
they were delicious,
is
though,
grief.
I'm not gonna say.
Never
Sweden
again.
does the
Don't
best
do nice
cinnamon
things
buns.
for people. They won't appreciate you.
Let's take a look at what's going to happen in the division, upper division CIS playoffs later this week, or group stage that are playoffs. We have one series on the Thursday. It is XctN versus Unique. One best of 3 between these 2 squads. You do not want to miss that. Obviously, that is Thursday. There's a couple of days in between then. But of course, you can still watch Dream League for the European division on the DPC League. It has been an absolute pleasure again today, and we will see you next time for more Dota 2.
worth going to forget.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Sarah, I hurt myself today trying to make the pain go away. Sarah, I want to fade away, be with the stars in outer space. You come and you go, you take me high, you take me low. But I don't know how to do this on my own anymore. Oh no, now it's my leave for the melancholy. Couldn't fill a hole inside me. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. Now it's Xannies till I numb my psyche. Cocaine just to feel my heartbeat. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain. Sarah.
There, you know, that
Hey.
We had an adventure this morning.
Yeah,
for
First
sure.
time I've seen you today, Shiver. Also, I resent the fact that you assume I want to see action. I would like to see a slow, methodical game of CIS Dota that involves a lot of split pushing and soft pressure with non-committal plays.
Okay, can I get a different one? Owen!
Sure, Owen, come on. I'm doing play-by-play for once. Come on.
Oh, you scared
You're
of me?
You're instantly like, oh, is it my turn to got my headset here?
Oh, it's not listening to us all at all.
He
He just
thought he had
heard
to
his
put his
name. He's
headset
like,
on.
oh, it must be my turn to talk.
He's eating an apple, very healthy. But no, Cap, I'm sure you want to see some CIS.
Yeah, especially for this first series, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, this first series is going to be really good. Before we talk about this first series, though, before we talk about what's happening today, let's talk a little bit of what's happening or what has happened yesterday. And we actually got a little bit of a couple of highlights for you from the last couple of series.
He immediately gets disarmed though, has the lasso, and they'll be able to go. They burn down Slayer, but that again is the position 5. A couple of these Omni Slashes going around over on the side. They'll find the kill on Chu. G also next to fall. He's not even going to be able to get that ultimate off here as down goes the Pangolier, and this is not looking good for Tempererd. He is left all alone, no one to protect him, no bodyguard. He's hexed up, all the damage, triple kill now for Ghostic. It's because there's a Dream Coil coming down. They're trying to make the moves, and they get a little bit of a wraparound here. They're trying to just burn down Tempererd as fast as possible. It's looking very good. Down goes the Wraith King. They'll follow up. They'll get the kill on Chu. And Asus is trying to just fight through all of this, but there's just too much damage as eventually he's going to fall. Milagel comes right back over. Again, Aegis is going to be burned as they wait patiently over here. G trying whatever he can to just try to slow them down just a bit. The root comes out over here on the anti-mage.
But suddenly it just does not. It feels very underwhelming as an Angel Spike. Hold up.
Here we go. Look at this here. The Doom, he's running forward. He wants to get the Doom off over on the Bristleback. They have a nice Dream Coil, though, holding them all in place. Linken's popped on Tempererd.
That was a pre-Linken's from the puck. That was really well played by Pikachu.
Smart. Roll in from Chu. And they finish him off. Okay, beautiful arena coming in hot here. They should be able to go and take down one of these supports. Yes, it's going to be Pikachu, actually, who goes down. During all of this, there's going to be the buyback, though. Ghostic next to fall. Big holding into place over here onto the puck, but he's going to fall. Words have already been used. Palantimos, he's got that blade mail. They're doing a lot of damage to him, and they're getting it right back again. But Tempererd, again, they just don't have a solution to this guy. He's on a triple kill. When you don't have that Doom on him, he is just too big, too...
Yesterday, I believe, was the first series in the CIS Upper Division that went the full 3 games, Moxie.
It was a long series, and I was a little surprised about it, to be quite honest. But, you know, more Dota, more fun.
More Dota, more fun. Maybe a little bit of the scrappy type of Dota, Cap, yesterday.
Yeah, the outcomes were definitely surprising. I learned some things. I learned about how strong Bristleback carry is. I always thought it was like a viable carry, but I didn't expect it to really be able to carry that last game the way it did. With a Heart pickup, Heart is also like a really value item right now. So, you know, I enjoyed that series. I felt like whenever I learned something about Dota, I'm happy.
All right, that's easy to please, because generally that's the key about Dota. You're never done learning. You always learn something new. And in case you missed it, you are about to learn what the standings are for the CIS Upper Division, because we've had a couple of series already. We were in our 2nd week, and so far, in case you missed it, we have had every pro that we've had on here from this division also tell us that the divide between the top 4 teams and the bottom 4 teams is very clear, very obvious in the skill of play as well, Moxie. I think this top 4 and this bottom 4, they're going to stay that way.
It's kind of harsh for the bottom 4, for
Maybe,
sure.
yes.
But, you know, yeah, I mean, you've got Navi, you've got Virtus.pro. Like, these are the 2 big names in the CIS region. It makes sense that they're going to be on top. You've also got Team Spirit, who's been recently proving themselves throughout a lot of the regional qualifiers throughout the year. And then, of course, you've got Live to Win, which, you know, has been becoming kind of like I don't want to say a dark horse, but definitely one of those teams that you have to watch out for, because they've been playing throughout the year as well for regionals, and they've been doing pretty decent for themselves.
Do you have any other insights regarding the top 4 and the bottom 4 from what we've seen so far, Cap? Are you with the pros where it's like, yes, this is a pretty big difference?
Well, people probably look at those standings and be like, okay, so the 5th place slot, that's the guy that's going to most likely make a jump over and challenge some of those top 4s. Wrong. Extremum, they are only 1-1 because they barely eked out that victory yesterday against Unique, and I don't think Unique is a terribly strong team. So that puts them lower on my radar as a result. Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a very clear separation, sadly. So,
yeah. One thing
no middle class here.
No
only
middle
the upper
class.
And lower.
But one thing we also have to keep in mind is that for CIS, there's less slots, for example, compared to Europe. So top 1 makes it into playoffs, right? The top of the of the rankings, makes it to playoffs of the major, that is. Second one, group stage of the major. Third one, wild card of the major. Fourth one, you just get 100 points. That's it. You're done. I mean, that's literally it. You get 100 DPC points and it might help you along the road, but let's be real, the real points are at the major. So it's a tough one still too for these top 4 teams, because you just mentioned all 4 of those, Moxie, and yes, people are expecting Na'Vi and Virtus Pro at the top, but then Team Spirit and Live to Win very close.
Yeah, they definitely are going to be duking it out for that last spot. I personally think that Team Spirit may be just a little bit further ahead. Like, I've been watching the regionals play and what's not, and they seem just a little bit more cohesive to me personally. But, you know, this is crunch time. There's a new patch. This is the DPC. They're going to be bringing out all their best strats because every game matters, and you want that 3rd slot. You don't want to be 4th.
You don't want to be 4th, and you also don't want to be 7th or 8th, because then you're out and you go to the lower division. And we can take a quick look at what is happening in the lower division. Cap, it's also quite the big divide.
I think those top 3 teams, especially the top 2 you see, most people look at that Windstrike and be like, oh, Hellraisers is a real team org, so they must be good. I actually think it's PuckChamp who, through the games that I've been watching, I think they're pretty legit. I don't know who they are, to be honest. Like, I look at all their player names and I'm like, okay, I think I recognize 2 of them. At best, I think Melees or something. I'm not even sure how I say his name, but I've seen that guy around. But I think they're pretty solid. I like them quite a bit. And then Windstrike just seems to be dumpstering people kind of everywhere they go. They just dumpstered the Hustlers there in fifth place. So
yeah, just earlier today already, and that was earlier today. And we're gonna take a look at what is happening later today. Which 2 series in the upper division do we have for you? And boy, do we have a treat, because this first series is actually our first series in this upper division between 2 of the invited teams. So we got Virtus Pro and Live to Win going up against each other, and then later on we got Empire going up against Team Spirit. But definitely that first series is our blockbuster, and I'm sure that if I were to ask our commentary team, which in this case, if I ask Owen, which match is he looking forward to most? Owen, there's no doubt that it is that first series, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've heard from some of the players in the post-game how much they sort of rate Love to Win as a team. And there's no surprise, right? You look at this roster and they've got the big sort of CIS superstars that have always been sort of scrambling around different squads. And now they're really in a lineup that looks like it could go pretty far, at least, as you said, you know, secure them the top 4 and maybe give them the chance to take a game off the top teams here, like VP and Na'Vi.
Yeah, and you'll be joined by Fogged, of course, but someone who we will also see and hear today is the guy behind you, Brian. Hey, good morning.
Morning.
It's still dark where you are.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's very cold here too, but luckily for my job, I don't have to go outside. I'm thoroughly loving this DPC so far because I just get free homework on what I get to pick in my pubs. And so far, I love watching teams like Live to Win and Virtus Pro, and I look forward to seeing how they do against each other. I think the games have been relatively not so close in the CIS region, so I'm definitely curious to see how they match up against each other today.
How's your Medusa practice going? I've been seeing you spamming that on your stream.
The thing about Medusa is that she kind of just hopes her team doesn't fail her in like the first 15 minutes. So the game either goes really nice because I get to hit some creeps, or the game goes really badly because I don't get to hit creeps.
Classic Brian, blaming his team.
Yep, I hear it too.
Medusa's perfect for you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
We'll come back to you later for the draft of the first series as well, Brian. And for us, we are getting ready for that first series of the day. Virtus Pro versus Live to Win. We are going to talk about it after this.
follow me under when I'm crumbling? Every night I wonder, will it ever end? Sometimes I can barely breathe, dear. Sometimes I don't wanna be here.
Chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't.
Here we go, our first upper division series of today for the CIS DPC League. It's Virtus.pro versus Live to Win, two of the invited teams. And we have heard a lot of stories about how Virtus.pro and Na'Vi are so much better than the rest. And Live to Win, I think, coming in as the first team to really, truly challenge Virtus.pro, because Virtus.pro did not get challenged by Empire last time they faced, right, Moxie?
No, they didn't look super great, unfortunately, on the side of Empire. And I think, was it Kyle who said he placed Empire like super high in his standings too?
Yep, yeah, you are correct.
Yeah, well, they're
had them as a dark horse.
Yeah, you know, it's not looking so great for his predictions, but you know, yeah, Virtus.pro, they're one of the best in the regions. They're very, very strong. They've got some incredible players, which I think also helps that star power.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think like in their last match, what was it? Like the Wraith King popped off like 8-0 and 1, and then GPK on the Void Spirit just went absolutely bonkers. I think it was like 12-0 and 14. Like, these are star players. And granted, the squad around them, though, also very talented because they enable them to do what they need to do.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm quickly coming to judgment here when it comes to CIS. And to be honest, it's been that way for a while, but I had hopes. The squads that have the younger players, I'm just going to be backing them.
Okay.
To be perfectly honest, like the squads that are recycling the same old players that have not managed to achieve success at the highest level, why am I going to believe in them
now? Yeah.
Now, when they haven't achieved that success for the last 5 years? What about the DPC all of a sudden makes them a changed person? I think very few people can go through what like Seb did, for example, right? And it's easy to believe in Virtus.pro because they've already got the results in there. Also, they're a young squad. they're full of entirely new superstars of CIS. So it's kind of easy to back them, you know?
I think I had two big storylines planned out for Virtus Pro. One of them is GPK, and then FN on the other side. We'll get to that in a bit. But the other one is Save. He is a captain coming into this squad, and this squad actually, as Cap says, they have already booked results with this squad. I think it's the youngest CIS captain to have seen this much success. And on the other side, you've got Seneko, and obviously Navi has always want to fly. Also, two very experienced. I say that they're still young, at least.
Well,
Seneko
not always want to fly.
Seneko is like 23, but he is like a veteran captain in my book at this point. But Save, he didn't get on the team until 2019. His first professional team was Fly to Moon in May 2019. That's not even 2 years ago, Moxie, and he is already here at this caliber of a team. As such a young player, that is an incredible potential.
That is, and I also think he's the only person that I've seen that can make Lion work at this point, because that is kind of a Garbo tier hero at this rate, but you see it on Save, and he looks great on it. He looks very, very nice. So yeah, it's exciting to see these new, like the young blood coming up, and just think about, the sky's the limit.
Sky is the limit. And the sky was the limit. GPK is obviously very highly known as the up-and-comer Wonder Boy mid laner. The last year, Cap made a lot of flashy plays, and everybody's like, okay, this guy, that's the guy to watch out for. That's the guy to have on your team. GPK obviously loving that attention. Was on Gambit at that point, and then got contacted by Solo. Biggest captain, most famous captain in CIS, and that is, that's reason to drop everything. And it's like, yes, of course, I want to play with you, Solo. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing here. Let's be real, but it didn't really happen the way it should have, right, Cap?
Yeah, he drew a lot of attention both inside and outside of the game, and one of the ways he drew attention outside of the game was wanting to be on a different squad than Gambit, and not being able to get that transfer for certain reasons, because Gambit held him as a superstar, which it seems like all of CIS does at this point. So they didn't want to give him up, and he didn't want to be on the team. He wanted to be on Virtus Pro. He wanted to be on a real squad that had the chance to be able to win a TI, and I don't think he really believed in Gambit. And he was also young, right? It's like when you're that young, you probably look at like that one TI, you're like, this is my chance. You don't think next year is going to be your chance.
You're thinking you're going to be the top.
Right now, I want to achieve success. Yeah, exactly. So it's totally understandable. In fact, I was listening through an interview with one of his teammates. I don't remember who was on that Gambit roster with him right now, but I know that person still talks to GPK and said, at that time, it was like 6 months ago when he said this, he was like, the kid, he was just young and he made a rash decision, and there's nothing like wrong with him mentality-wise as a player. Personality-wise, totally fine. He wanted what he wanted.
He jumped the gun. Forgot about this little thing called contracts for a little bit. I understand. When he wasn't playing for Gambit, though, when he was benched by Gambit because he tried to leave, etc. When he was benched by Gambit, it was FN standing in for him, and FN is the mid player of Live to Win. So they're going to go head to head here. But more about Live to Win later. Let's first hear from the offlaner from Virtus Pro, DM.
Hello, my name is Dimitri. I'm playing for Virtus Pro.
It's got to grab like 2 heroes at least with good egg position. Clockwork disrupting the backline.
Natus just running in, say it. Has to dive away. Lucon's commands down. There's the Ravage. Onto the three of them. Sets up for XctN to be completely ignored as GPK jumps over towards the Luna. But Two-Shot does find the call. They'll pop the Eclipse, but they just killed the Luna so damn quickly as it's a team wipe. VP cleaning up every single member of Empire.
I expect Live to Win to be close to Tempererd. Maybe a bit worse or a bit better, so also a team we should prepare much for. Yeah, I mean they have high level bit player for CIS. I find he's good player for CIS level, and they have Seneko, who is decent captain. Like I think one of the best in CIS. In last words, I want to say big thanks for every single of our fans, for every single of our sponsors, and for my friends, because people make us feel better. They just say warm words to us. it makes us play better.
People making you feel better, make you play better. I like it. People should remember that as a good lesson going into any type of game. It doesn't even necessarily have to be Dota at this point. But yeah, we heard he rates Synchronised as one of the best captains in CIS, Moxie.
Yeah, it definitely seems like there's a lot of respect going around back and forth between these teams, which I do like to see.
Yes, absolutely. And on the side of Live to Win, who we're going to focus on now, they have Dream as their carry position, by the way, former Gambit. I feel like everybody was in Gambit last year at this point, but also then former teammate of GPK, also has played with FN in the past. And Cap, I think at some point also Dream has been one of those Wonder Kid topics.
Yeah, he had a very short period of time. I think it was probably around the time where he hit 10K. That people were kind of talking him up. It's like, okay, maybe he's like the new hot carry that's going to come out of CIS. He hasn't quite proven that to me, but we'll see. Then again, I didn't really feel like EpiKid, who now goes by Nightfall, I don't think he really proved to me in his first run around as a team is like, oh, this is the hot new carry player. And I was like, are you sure? Like when he was coming in as a package with Ilias, right? It was like, okay, like maybe he is, but I saw a couple of mistakes that I don't think like the highest tier carries really pull off. So I think there's room for improvement for sure. And I'm sorry, but maybe I heard differently from that interview, but like I kind of felt like, DM, I got a chance to meet him at a summit. Really nice guy. Really appreciated talking to him. That was when he was standing in for Chaos. But like in that interview, he said FN is a nice mid for CIS.
I think he was pointing out his play.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yeah, for CIS though, right?
Yeah.
He didn't say he was one of the best mids in the world. He said he was pretty good for CIS.
Yes. Oh,
he said Synchronised is a good captain for CIS.
Yes.
VP is not a for CIS team.
They're not
we're a good team for CIS. This is the kind of squad that is looking to win a TI. This is the kind of squad that is looking to be, we're one of the best teams in the world, not in CIS. And so for me anyway, that's just the way that I look at the difference of these two teams, is that like potential-wise, VP has the room to be some of the greatest, while Live to Win, some of their players, I look at and say, I don't see that same kind of potential.
Well, let's see if we have some more confidence coming off from Afterlife of Live to Win.
Big Mars Arena forward, but it's not enough to stay crystallized.
Yeah, it's a long time. We didn't play DTP tournaments. Our team pretty excited to play these games. I think we pretty confident in this patch, but we learn something new, like every day. But yeah, I think we're pretty good. There will be some interesting match, like VP Navi, but there will be more even teams. I think we pretty strong team. If we get a good draft, we can show good game. I think VP pretty strong teams. Solo squad also good team. So yeah, we super excited.
Super great for him now as it's Slow Death gets a triple kill now for DR.
Afterlife says, if we get a good draft, we play a good game. And we're going to find out if they can get a good draft, because we are ready to head to that draft, of course, only after a short break.
With the right CPU, you can turn any game from familiar to phenomenal. Unleash the potential in all your gaming with Intel 10th Gen processors. With its optimal balance of threads, cores, and frequency to deliver elite real-world performance, only Intel can bring Marvel's Avengers to life with in-game PC optimizations. Supercharge your Marvel's Avengers experience with Intel Core i5, i7, and i9 processors.
Turn my heart into something gold. No, I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go.
Ready or not, here we come. We got BSJ on the big screen. I'm here with Cap and Moxie, and we are in the draft for the first game of this best of 3 series, and we are well in the draft already. Brian, can you talk us through what you see on the screen, please?
A lot to process here. Love the Dark Willow plus Mars combo. I think any straightforward teamfight combo has been really nice to see from a lot of these teams. In this patch, tight fights tend to be a bit chaotic. Pretty consistent too, and if you just have buttons that you say we push them in this order, I think it just makes the game so much simpler.
Is this a Seneko Coddle? I'm not...
That would be Live to Win that is on the side with the Timber Saw.
Okay.
And then Virtus Pro is on the side with the Dark Willow Mars.
Oh, okay.
So, what are those things? We haven't seen a ton of Dark Willow so far, but all of a sudden it just cropped up today. Saw it just earlier in the previous series with Dark Willow plus Puck, which I actually like that combo more because breaking the coil is so detrimental. But Dark Willow Mars is like a classic combination we see plenty of times because they work really well in lane together as well. So...
I love it against all the heroes that Live to Win have so far. It's a great follow-up damage hero to bring down the Timber Saw in the early to mid game when you usually have damage issues. Yeah. And then it's also nice against the Tusk because it's multiple roots, and Tusk can't use any of his abilities during roots. And it's also hard to ever kill the Dark Willow with roots or with the Tusk kit. What I've noticed when you ever have the 4 position like one-on-ones when they run into each other on the map, it seems like when you have like Clockwork against Shaman and the Clockwork kind of just murders the Shaman, that the team with the Clockwork has just immense amount of map control for the first 10 minutes of the game. And so I like these 1-to-1 4 position counters in the current meta.
Yeah, especially since when you get those kind of matchups, especially if you can get it where your like 5 position matches up really well to the 4 position, for example, just purely for the laning sake, it means you've got really good power rune control. So at that point in time, you're usually able to just win mid outright because power runes are so important.
Is this a bit early to be picking up that Timber Saw, though? Because, you know, we do have the Bloodseeker that got picked up. Obviously, Timber wants to be able to Timber chain around. It's going to get ruptured. There's also the Silence. Was that a little too ambitious, do you guys think? Or do you think that was just, you know, confidence coming out from Live to Win?
Well, I gotta say that I think they thought it was totally fine because it's just one of those positions. I've seen a few different teams do this. They'll pick up something like the Timber Saw, where normally you wouldn't be able to grab it, but because you go into this 3 different bands, so you look at the bands, they ban Ursa, Monkey King, Batrider. Okay, all your laning phase counters are gone, no problem. And we'll have to see like how Bloodseeker does specifically against Timber Saw for the laning phase. I actually don't know because Bloodseeker's skill build has changed a bit, right, Brian?
Yeah, what we saw Miracle do on Troll Warlord, and something I've been trying out myself, is that he just rushed a Maelstrom, because most carries that attack really fast aren't able to actually do anything to Timbersaw because of the reactive armor stacks. So I'm curious if the Bloodseeker will try something similar, where he doesn't really go any build-up items, and his first major items are just Maelstrom. And it's kind of nice on this hero specifically, because a lot of heroes that rush a larger item like that will deal with sustain issues, and Bloodseeker obviously sustains himself in lane. The one thing I think about Timbersaw is that he's like a Nyx in the sense that he just denies a lot of heroes. You don't want to pick any of these strength carries like Wraith King. You don't want to pick any like lackluster damage from the mid lane. It kind of makes you, it pigeonholes your draft a lot. And the thing I like about him early is that he frees up the 4 position to kind of go do whatever. So the fact that they picked more of a kill lane with the CM Jug in the safe lane along with the Tusk makes it so that the Timbersaw is not only going to impact just being a Timbersaw in the laning phase, but also enabling other lanes to have more potency in the kill threat. And Queen of Pain, I like a lot against the Jug. You can't really Omni Slasher. I like a lot against the Timbersaw. She's the +1 that Dark Willow needs. And I also like her against the Tusk because the Snowball Shards combo doesn't really do anything to any hero with innate mobility.
10 seconds remaining.
And what lanes well against it? Because that is what Live to Win is thinking about at the moment. That mid lane between GPK and FN. They wanted to go their way.
Well, there's not a ton of mids left in the pool, so give me a second as I scroll through, as I believe all the Spirit Bros are out except for Ember.
Correct.
Need something
They
with
could
lock.
go Viper, but it seems like
No,
pretty...
Viper also banned.
Yeah.
Oh, they already got rid of that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
got rid of the Viper DK. Yeah.
And Live to Win got rid of the Storm and Void Spirit themselves.
There's no puck available, also taken out.
I mean,
Death Prophet, is she in the pool?
Death Prophet is still in the pool.
Pugna's in.
Invoker is in. We've seen a couple, but I've not been super impressed.
SF is in. I think they've got a decent amount of leeway just because of the fact that this Virtus Pro lineup is going to peak real early.
Okay.
Invoker it is.
There's some control, some lockdown team fight.
I like a good amount of disengage when you're dealing with a lineup that is you should outscale, I think, and then they just want to run a lot of team fight at you constantly. So Invoker's really good for that.
I think they needed a catalyst for their team fight, and I also think they needed a buff for Jug. Like, Invoker Jug is a classic. Jug operates so much better with just one steroid on his team, like Bloodlust or Empower, or in this case, Alacrity. So I like what Live to Win's got going for their draft. I think Timbersaw is going to make some good space early. I think really big question mark for me is this Jug versus Bloodseeker matchup. Can Bloodseeker dish out enough damage to actually be a threat as the game goes on?
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. Cap, your final thoughts on this draft?
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that he closed out on that matchup just because I'm interested in it too, especially since with the Alacrity buff and the changes that we're seeing with Juggernauts where they're adapting their Aghanim Scepter earlier and earlier. I think, you know, they draw this game out 35 minutes. I think you feel pretty good about your chances for Live to win. But you know, Virtus Pro have been monsters at being able to just control the first 20 minutes of the game. We saw how they handled Empire really fast.
How about you, Moxie?
I think Nightfall and GPK are just two incredible talents, and I think that they have the right team that allow them to pop off. So, like, I like all the points that were made, definitely. You know, the fact that you can buff up Jug, the fact that you do have a little bit of team fight now coming out from Invoker, but I just think that I think this Quap's gonna run away with
You're thinking slight edge on the draft, perhaps for Live to Win, but not enough to be able to outplay the perhaps better team in Virtus Pro. Let's find out how this first game gets played out with Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Sheev. Yes, let's see indeed has LTW got it in themselves with this draft, Fog, to take down VP, sort of the kings of CIS right now. I mean, what do you sort of reckon from these drafts? Are we going to see a pretty good challenge from them here?
I see a lot of aggression on both sides. We should have a lot of fighting going on here, which is perfect for CIS. I'm actually liking both drafts. I definitely have to give a little bit of edge just because it is GPK playing this Queen of Pain versus some limited disables, and I've seen this man really pop off, especially on his spellcasters in the mid lane. So yeah, liking that. And I really do love the Willow and the Mars combo. I think it just puts you on the edge for almost every single team fight. The lane is also strong. And that's probably the biggest thing that edges me over for this team is I look at the opposing side, Live to Win, they don't have great team fight.
I mean, talking about the Willow more, what has been the reason why we've seen a lot of teams sort of stray away from it? Like, I'm thinking sort of like EU upper division. I feel like we just don't see this hero as much, even though, obviously, as you say, in this game, it still has some incredibly strong combos.
For me, I think this hero just requires a player that plays Willow. I think this is honestly one of it's been an extremely strong hero for some time. When it went through those big nerfs, sure, I think it got hit really hard, but I think that if you are a Willow player and you're comfortable, especially if you're playing with a hero like Mars, which just fully enables the toolkit, this hero is very strong right now.
And what did you sort of think about the final GPK?
We might get a 5v5. What's going on over here?
I was going to say that they're all coming over to this top bounty rune.
They're both trying to look for, with like the paired heroes. Look, the Mars and the Willow are paired off. The CM, the Jug, and the paired off. They're both looking for the kill combos. We get very deep wards from both sides. So it looks like we're getting some. Both sides are trying to get their lanes, right? Both teams are trying to match up properly here. Get this Bloodseeker into a good position versus the Timber. He'll get aggressively harassed quite heavily here.
Yeah, fair bit of damage before starting off the lane and save. Yeah, still running down Dream.
So this means Live to Win gets the lanes that they want. So it's Bloodseeker had to TP toward the bottom lane. They get to send the Timber top versus that Mars versus that Willow, and they're going to send the Jug bottom. So Live to Win get the lanes they want.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, actually, yeah, forcing that TP was pretty big.
Yeah,
because now that
was actually very smart.
Yeah, you can't do anything about this, right? If
you've got a bit here,
you've got to let it be. And so in the mid lane, the final pick from Live to Win, being FN's Invoker. Do you like this, or do you feel this was sort of just a case of, well, what else can we play in this game?
Little worried for it. I think there's just so much burst damage that can come out, and it's a hero that's just a risk in general. I think Queen of Pains are just, they're up in the air. Invokers up right now are up in the air. Just, you can have a good game, but you can also fall flat on your face. And I feel like Quas Wex right now actually gets countered pretty hard by this Eternal Shroud item. I feel like it actually owns EMP because you just literally restore mana instead of losing the mana, which is pretty ridiculous. So we'll see how he's able to make it work. It works. It synergizes well with the Jug. I'm just worried if he gets speared, he's dead in every fight. If he gets speared and latched, he's just absolutely going to get exploded in every single one of them.
Yeah, he's going to have to be incredibly careful with his positioning. I mean, in terms of saving, there is at least the Tusk Snowball. That could certainly come in handy if FN does get jumped upon by these heroes.
But like Brian was saying, they do have ways. They have a lot of ways to prevent that, right?
True.
The Blood Right being dropped on the area, the Willow running in with all his roots that prevent pretty much Tusk's save kit. And we're seeing the aggressive tri-lane working out very nicely. They force the TP out. Bloodseeker wants nothing to do with being down there, and immediately reaction comes out from Live to Win, put the Timber down versus the Mars again. So nice stuff coming out from this Dire lineup.
Yeah, immediately trying to get something done in terms of damage onto DM. He will be able to step away, but really forcing these lane matchups and as we're seeing, allowed to do so. It's not like it's easy for VP to really switch them back over every time that Live to Win is sort of setting the plan in motion here when it comes to what matchups they want on the side lanes.
They're not doing, because of these constant changes though, they're not doing as well as they would if they just got the perfect lane matchups, right? You see these shifts are actually hurting them a bit. We see DR getting aggressive onto save. They might be able to actually get this Okay, he doesn't actually commit for it with the boots. Yeah, his last hits are actually 8 and 7. You see Bloodseeker's actually ahead of him right now. FN is doing excellent in the mid lane. I thought he was going to get pressured a bit more the first few levels, but doing a great job.
Yeah, it's got 2 nulls and now has pretty much the same amount of right clicker, just a little bit more actually than the Quap. Now with GPK not quite getting his 2 out. So yeah,
GPK opted for Bottle Rush instead of getting some stat start here. Maybe actually hurting him a little bit in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, obviously getting the ball sooner, he knows that when it comes to sort of the power room control, with all the attention on the side lanes, we'll have to see. I mean, do you think we will see either side be able to sort of send supports over for the 4-minute rune?
Yeah, they should. They definitely should. I think the Tusk will go for that bottom rune and probably save going for that top rune on the Willow. They have to check it. They don't want. FN does not want GPK. If GPK gets a DD,
if he gets
FN's lane, so he has to actually get some help there. Just to make sure that doesn't happen. And they're both going to actually check it. So the CM and the Tusk are both going to. And I'm actually surprised that DP sends nobody.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance that GPK is getting this at all unless he blinks on the top and it's there. It's not. It's bottom. So.
Oh, and it's a DD. It is a DD.
Yeah, that would have been. I mean, that would have been pretty big for GPK if he had got that. I mean, not only sort of just securing next few waves easily and getting a lot of denies, but maybe being able to really pressure FN. But as it stands, with that rune taken away, FN's just going to continue to have the lead in this lane. Only slightly, but still impressively as the Invoker against the Quap.
Oh, almost catches that EMP as well onto GPK. I mean, these two guys, they play each other in the lane all day in pub. So as we see, oh, Synchro getting low. One more hit.
There we go. First blood coming in here for
Nice
VP.
VP.
Save.
Very nicely done.
Now we're seeing things continue down here on the bottom lane. Nightfall not struggling at all to farm into this timber, but Afterlife, as we can see, finding just as much as very, very close really across all the lanes. Everybody's farming, nobody's getting heavily pressured out. I see on the bounty runes, looks like it might just be the, oh no, okay, GPK is able to get the other one.
Because of these lane movements around too, I'm always watching now when there's teams with Coddle, just looking at the stack game. Actually hasn't had time to really get any stacks up because of all these movements. As top, DM. He'll be okay. And now VP finally has the lane that they wanted. They finally have the Mars Willow versus the Jog and the Bloodseeker versus the Timber, but they now have their level, so they can actually deal with the lane. Afterlife not going to get pressured as hard. Same thing for that Jug.
GPK, ooh, he was thinking about going for that there, but
he cocked it up.
I mean, he got about down to what, 370 HP on the Invoker, and how much is that? It's about 200 something, right? Level 1. Yeah, it wouldn't have been quite enough. It would have been very close. Yeah, it's 340. He had 370 HP, so he did the maths. He knew not to blow it. He's gonna look over the river.
Immersion.
He could get immersion if he wants to, and he will. He'll take it. Drops the Sonic Wave. GPK securing himself the kill.
It's dead either way, no matter what he does there, unless he snowballs to a neutral. Even if he snowballs on the enemy there, he just gets waved anyway, so eats the death. Synchro getting wrapped on up top, save.
See if DM can get in close enough. TP backup is on the way from immersion. Comes in with a snowball. He's actually going to make the move straight over towards DM here. As this looks like a pretty dead Mars. The setup's in. And with the damage from the Blade Fury, Live to Win turning it around and now looking over towards Save as well. Save still has the Shadow Realm. And again, no hesitation from Save, just using that Shadow Realm to TP out to safety. But some very nice quick responses there from Live to Win, bringing in immersion and putting a stop to the Mars Willow aggression.
Yeah, I mean, very nicely done so far. Because they have this Timber in the bottom lane, he can just chill by himself. The supports now have free reign. They can just dictate the pace of this early game. So CM and Tusk going to be eyes on them for Live to Win, to see how much they just set up their lanes for success. I mean, yeah, Mars is now going to get bullied out completely. This is a little scary for VP. They can't actually have the Mars get levels at all. So it's going to limit the movements, and now it's going to be GPK who has to kind of bail out the side lanes a bit here to at least protect this early game.
And sort of, how easy is that going to be for GPK on the Quap this game? Is it a pretty nice game for him to make moves and get kills, do you think? Or are these heroes kind of tricky for him to burst and take down?
They can definitely be a little bit trickier.
Yeah.
That Jug always has a way to kind of play around it, besides, you know, just getting eaten a Sonic Wave. But yeah, Timber and Jug are not the easiest ways to set up for kills. And that is the lanes where he has to risk ganking, because that's where the CM and the Tusk are going to be, for the most part, set up. So yeah, this looks like a pretty solid start here for Live to Win. And they're just, it's constantly 3 heroes checking the runes, another DD for FN, they're denying GPK all of these power runes.
Yeah, it's really smooth stuff here from the Dire side. I think we're seeing already why, as we mentioned before the series, Live to Win, absolutely a squad to keep your eye on here in the CIS upper division.
And look at DM. Yeah. Like he shows his face pop, and instantly they're surrounding him.
This is some impressive moves from Live to Win. It just doesn't stop. I've got the setup here surrounding DM. They're going to try and bring some backup to see if VP can turn this one around, but an Omni Slash comes in onto Nightfall. Already gets him down to half HP. Dream's going to chase with a Blade Fury. Nightfall, he's lucky to get that speed boost, as he'll be able to step out back to safety. Dream's out with the TP, so is FN. Immersion also going to head out of there, and he's going to get away.
They're all TPing out.
Every single, all 4 of them there with the TP retreat. I mean, they're just a little more awake than VP, it seems, in this first game, as it's just it's very, very clean stuff here from Live to Win.
Movements on point. Afterlife now has a free lane bottom to pressure since everybody TP'd away. He's very likely to get this tower. The Jug rotating down too. This is good planning here. VP, they're gonna have to start to make some better adjustments. What they're gonna do is give DM the mid lane so that he can get that 6 online, as he desperately does need it to be able to weather the storm of this early game. It's collapsing quickly.
Let's see what the 2 of them can do down here, but this tower already gone. And would you sort of agree with Brian? I think he was sort of talking about how he was a little concerned for VP's lineup if it does go on, and seeing how well this Bloodseeker can sort of stand toe-to-toe against the Jug in the late game.
I have to agree. I mean, it's a full early game snowball lineup, especially when you have Queen of Pain and Bloodseeker. You're not drafted for the late game. You're drafted for the early fights. If they start to fall too far behind, Dream is going to just free farm while his other heroes are able to continuously pressure. This could turn out very troublesome for them if they start to fall any further behind.
DM will get away with grabbing that bounty rune. They won't try and make moves onto him. I'm seeing FN not going to get the rune this time, as GPK is able to make it over and grab it. And FN going to be going for that Witchblade.
Yep.
So that it's going to be a lot of damage. Suddenly GPK, if he's sort of misblinks in, gets himself a little too deep, he's going to be very vulnerable. I mean, we sort of talk about the save that Live to Win have. It's not a lot, but there is a snowball. There's something. On VP's side, if this Bloodseeker or Quapper out of position, they're just in a whole lot of trouble.
Their games are going to be difficult till they do have that match community for the most part. Whenever you're playing versus Invoker, if you don't kill the Invoker at the start of the fights, he will trip up your entire battle as Nightfall. Up top, FN's rotating.
He's having to use this Rupture sort of defensively to hold Synchronised back from chasing. The arena's going to be dropped down. They've got the combo with the snowball. Oh, it's beautifully done it by Immersion as he takes in FN. Nightfall will get away though. Immersion not quite able to find the shard to follow up that little bit of a cute save. They might still find him. Nightfall's trying to TP out. Afterlife finds him in the trees. They get him anyway. And now Nightfall down without a TP. You can see it there already. Maybe a little frustrated there. I mean, he's going to know on this Bloodseeker, if his game's getting shaken up now, it's only going to get harder for him.
He can get recalled at least out to the lane when Kingslayer is about to hit 6 here, but yeah, I feel like you can't die almost at all as this Bloodseeker in this game. You'll have to have almost a perfect one versus this Jug, because you're just going to start getting outscaled, out-farmed. The Maelstrom's already up for Dream. Yeah, he cannot die like that. Immersion, though, with just an absolutely beautiful snowball. And now, again, back onto the aggression. Just continuing to look for plays here as Afterlife forces in the towers with this hood.
Saves waiting in the tree line here with the backup. He's going to get the fear down onto the two of them. He's going to turn and go aggressive here onto FN. See if he has the damage. FN able to turn with the Tornado. The Curse Crown upon him, but he's already out with the Ghost Walk. He's himself far enough away, but not enough to keep himself alive. Those GPK jumps in to get the kill. Does, of course, mean that GPK loses his own life there. We'll see if Live to Win lose anyone else. It won't look like that they do. They're able to keep everyone else up. I mean, in this sort of a game, is it worth it for GPK to throw his life in to kill FN, or do Live to Win not care about that?
I don't think Live to Win cares. FN is not the full carry, right? It's the Jug who's going to be the huge core of the scale, so I think they're fine with whatever they do get those as Afterlife continues to be this beast. Mid, taking a lot of damage, though.
He's nearly got the kill, and he has. Let's see if he dies. He's got that armor building up, and he's out with the chain. He's going to be fine, Afterlife.
Oh my god.
They're having some problems here, VP.
Hey, look, he was very close to actually going down. Any other spell connects, and he does die. But, the hood, just how farmed he really is already setting up, even as a salve, so he can continue his pressure. All going well for Live to Win.
What we're seeing here on the old replay.
Beautiful.
Some of that good old neutral hitting. Oh, wait, no, this is live. Oh, it was a replayception. We don't know whether this is live or a replay. It's.
I heard a Sonic Wave, though, but Sonic Wave is up, so it couldn't be live.
I think this is live. It must be live. I don't know.
It is live, I'm joking. DM bottom.
We're stuck inside the replay. No, this is live. This is real. And unfortunately for VP, that is, losing another core. DM taken out down bottom. The top lane, GPK is getting in aggressive onto Synchronised. Synchronised just going to stand his ground, pop the ult. They will have the fear to put a stop to the channeling. And it's Synchronised dead. Still having to, really commit for these smaller kills, whilst the rest of Live to Win just continue to roll around the map. Now look at it going on to Nightfall. They've got him. Another death on this Bloodseeker, who you said, whose game is so important at this stage. Each of these deaths just dying like this and not being protected by his team, it's just hurting the overall flow of VP's draft so much.
Oh, and it's a disaster.
It's rough.
Bloodseeker completely shut down. No ways to gank Jug when he can just spin and TP out with no BKB or spin piercing disable for them. This is looking pretty grim right now already. GPK, he's having still a pretty good game. He's got Orchid. He has to make so much happen with this Orchid now.
I mean, what would you think it's sort of been that sort of made this beginning so tough for VP? Is it mistakes from themselves, or do you think it has just been Live to Win playing really smart, especially in the laning stage?
Definitely a bit of both. I feel like VP's they weren't being clever at the start, right? They just sent DM top, and they just sent DM top, and then they sent him again after the tri lane shows up. And then afterwards, they adjust and send him to the mid lane to get levels. He was too far. He was very far behind this game. He hit level 6 at, what, 9+ minutes or something like that? Maybe even just a little bit before that. The Mars, I mean, they just got outmaneuvered super hard. As 5k lead, Live to Win immersion.
I mean, he's just
walking
going in. I mean, he should dive for this. Or maybe not. They're able to heal him up with the burst. Is he going to live? He is. He's able to get the snowball out. Turn over towards GPK. GPK's up to the high ground. He's trying to get a sonic wave up, but he's been punched up. Turns, does get the wave out onto the two of them. They've killed immersion. Can they get anything more, though? Looks like GPK is having to back out after the use of that ult. Afterlife trying to chase, not quite able to find the tree. Into the side, though, Dream, he stepped in. Here's the turnaround combo save. Commits with the fear. They burst through the jug. Big plays from Save to punish Live to Win for diving in, moving in aggressively through the trees. GPK trying to get the chase back on, but the rest of Live to Win will get out of there. But Save, it's in the names. Definitely saving the state of the game here, getting the huge counterplay onto the jug.
And Nightfall's able to actually get farmed during it too. He wasn't actually involved during the fight. He's just on the opposite side getting levels. That was very nice for them to catch back. A beautiful fear, and the Willow actually has a pretty much full vessel actually finished up at a good time versus this Timbersaw. Not too shabby.
It's going to be quite the issue. I mean, what are we seeing on the Timber after that?
He's got a Greaves.
Oh yeah, he has pretty much so.
Yeah.
That's
but you can
a little unfortunate. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you say, sort of force him to pop it early to save his teammates and then look to make the aggressive play on him.
Yeah, exactly. The Greaves are going to be another problem, though, as you can remove all of Willow's toolkit pretty nicely. Also versus that Orchid that's come out from GPK. He'll be able to play around that very nicely.
GPK, has he got the damage here? He hasn't. Snakeo's out.
So name of the game, I feel like, for VP now is weather the storm. As much as you want to be aggressive, I think you can take the fights if you see a good position, but try to get these BKBs online. GPK?
They're coming for GPK. He's been rooted. He's got to blink out to the side. He's going to try for the TP. Is the snowball there? Ooh, he's out. That's close.
Ooh.
He makes it away.
I like that Seneko did this build. We've seen this a couple times when you're lacking some disables. They just max the Frostbite, and it's been more popular lately, but seen the jungle.
Making an aggressive move on to save. The arena's going to get laid down here by DM. Turns with a spear, but Save's already down, and they're moving in onto the Mars. As DM falling low, Bloodbright does set up for a potential turnaround kills, and here they come. 3 dead, and soon to be 4th by the looks of it. His Dreams just run down.
Oh, baby.
As that's the combo that they drafted for here. This massive amount of team fight, Arena, Bloodbright, Illuminate, all coming together perfectly. And VP, they've just shaken the game back up.
It looked like maybe they were a little late for a second there, but a clutch recall comes in, I believe, from Kingslayer onto Nightfall. Nightfall gets a 4-man, I believe it was, Bloodbright onto all of them there. Zooming through, just cleans up. Very nicely done there. DM gets the perfect setup. Then this is one thing, that big team fight that we were mentioning, it kicks off for them.
Yeah, it certainly still punches, regardless of the start that Live to Win had against VP. If they get themselves caught in that combo, it's going to hurt.
And they needed that too. It's completely swung back around. Experience even only a 1k gold from a 5k gold for Live to Win. And DM has now been enabled to almost have his Blink Dagger for himself too. So now they have actual forms of initiation soon to maybe catch the Jug off guard when he is playing far up in the lanes.
No, it's going to make a big difference to the ways they can find these kills. As before, it was the best hope of initiation was just the old walk up, or GPK having to go in and throw out a dagger, and as we've seen, that's just left him in very vulnerable positions. See down bottom, they're hunting for GPK and Save. See if they're able to get a catch on to either of them. 4 members have Live to Win down here right now on the hunt.
I'm loving how aggressive their movements are on Live to Win. They're just constantly on the prowl looking for stuff. And Save. He's going to be spotted.
Yeah, he's not got any options here to get out. As at the least GPK, of course, being able to have the space to retreat from the area. They're going for DM.
They saw DM. Can they actually get to him? He's a bit fast. He'll cut the tree with the ult. So I have to like
All right.
latch to it. Okay.
That's something.
So that's clever, actually.
Definitely, 80 seconds though without the arena could be a good window for Liv to win, to get something done. Again, as we saw, last time, it is the full team fight combo that's the real threat. And without key parts of it, VP definitely at a bit of a weakness.
Yeah, just back up and farm DM. Just be a little cautious when you're clearing out the... I'm just going to call that the death wave, where the waves meet in the middle and you kill it on the low ground. I feel like I've seen 900 people die there every single day.
Oh, we're seeing on GPK's BKB. Very close.
They're gonna have both done at a pretty good time. Nightfall actually has his done, so he can turn up to these fights, and this should prove to be pretty damn strong for VP. With their big team fight combo with the double BKBs, they're gonna be immune to a lot of that damage. All they have to watch out for, I guess, in particular for Nightfall, is watch out for the Omni Slash. They gotta be stacked up, or at least just around him in an area.
I mean, even that right with the Maelstrom build, the Omni Slash isn't going to really be unless it's like a full Omni Slash on only him, like
or an Alacrity Omni Slash.
Sure, like the BKB is just
going to protect a lot.
He's going to be able to run. He's going to be able to get out of there unless he's caught completely alone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And they're going to come in and try and defend.
Short. Yeah.
See how they can start this GPK. In with the silence, Sonic Wave into the fear, but here comes the save for now with the snowball. Is it enough though? Dream is stuck in the arena. He'll get out with the Blade Fury, but he's being chased down by Nightfall. Does still get the Omni Slash out. The bouncers are coming over. Is it enough to get any of the kills though? It isn't. Kingslayer and Nightfall still alive. They're looking for Kingslayer in the trees, but Afterlife can't quite find him, as they haven't lost anybody on VP. And VP, they're ready to start cleaning up more. They've got Dream, the big one. They're looking for Afterlife. Nightfall doing his best to kite out the chakram, but the Spirit Vessel's down onto Afterlife. He's being slowed down by this bind. Jump forward from GPK. They're going to have the damage to take him, surely, unless FA can do something incredible. He comes in with a tornado. The strike just off the mark. Doesn't catch GPK, as VP will end up being able to also take down Afterlife.
Both teams were so well set up for that too. That snowball from Immersion, instant, because they knew the Jug was going to get gone on because he doesn't have Manta, but it didn't matter. They got everything on him, and he was too low to follow up. Nightfall with the BKB turning up, able to dish out all that damage, and it's another great fight set up from VP and bringing themselves back in the game. Up to a 4K experience lead off of that.
Yeah, this is some very nice fights here. You can see how sharply this game has turned back towards VP's favor.
Yeah, and that was GPK before the BKB too.
Yeah.
So now he can be even more reckless, jumping in to go for those silence plays. Dream, he does have his own Manta, so he won't have to be completely covered from Immersion like he was that last time, but definitely seeing some big team fights coming out from the side of VP.
Yeah, and still the damage options they have through BKBs is just limited to the point that VP are going to have that. They're going to come in with the harder hit in each of these fights, and it's really a question if Live to Win can sort of out-sustain them. And at the moment, you're down to sort of they do have good tools, of course, Pipe, Greaves, and the Healing Ward. But, if we see, again, these sort of situations where DM's able to get 2 or 3 heroes down in the arena, Live to Win are certainly going to struggle in the 5v5s.
Yeah, this is where the Invokers start to look... It starts to look like he's a lot worse because the BKBs are online. You don't have good targets to go for, so it's getting harder for FN for sure to find these options. His DM, he's getting recalled up top. The tornado almost.
That was close, but he's out, and VP now in position to put the pressure onto the top tier 2.
In the position to put pressure on top tier 2, and also in position to potentially protect their bottom one, because DM can set up and TP to the tier 3 if he would like to actually go for this defense now that he got recalled top. He's going to sit around mid, around his Bloodseeker.
And just make sure Nightfall's not going to get jumped, and he isn't. VP very much playing in a way that, if Live to Win do want to try and make a move, it is going to be into the entire team, and all ults ready to go on VP. As VP know, they're feeling strong, they're pushing this wave right up towards the high ground.
Oh yeah, threaten the base, of course. If they haven't even taken out the tier 2 yet, you can threaten base pretty decently here, at least force reaction back, and then you can start backing away. Or maybe make the jump if they step too far forward, but as soon as they see 2, They're gonna back up, reset. Do they have a smoke? If they'd like to, they're gonna smoke. Okay, this is a really nice move if they're gonna be able to find someone. If they can swing across to catch people in the river. They're also gonna find a DD for GPK. This could be very nice for them. Let's see what stragglers they do find. It's gonna be immersion.
Yeah, they'll take it. I mean, they know already that live to win. They struggle when it's full 5v5. Now with just any sort of hero down, that the team fights just become inevitably harder. FN.
Save's going in. He still had the smoke for a second. He gives vision.
I'm going to start trying to commit onto Save. Have they got the magical burst? They do. They'll take down Save. The arena down. Looking in Afterlife on the side. Synchro trying to hold his ground with the ult, but he's pushed to the side by the Sonic Wave. Nightfall popping his BKB, trying to commit to chase down more, but there's a buyback coming in from Immersion. Now it's Live to Win. Still trying to do their best to hold the high ground here. Afterlife trying to see if he can get any setup onto the rest of them, but VP, as soon as they did lose DM, and that buyback came out from Live to Win, they back up, they get out of there.
I think they saw FN's BKB get used to. They just backed up and reset it. Couldn't actually get any other kills there. They committed almost all their ults too, so this is Live to Win, making the heads-up play. Everything but the Willow. Actually, no, even though Terrorize was used, actually all their ults on cooldown. This is a really heads-up move. But there's a lot of spam. The Coddle plus that Blood Right. Healing Ward still on cooldown for 4 seconds as well. Uh-oh, they're getting low.
I'm gonna see what VP can do about this. Greaves to be popped by Live to Win. Roshan, they really want to commit for it. GPK's jumped into the pit. Is he going to be able to put a stop to it? He's able to grab the Aegis. Live to Win, get the kill, but GPK, he's able to pick up that Aegis, also get out without even falling the once.
DM in the back line.
He's committing with this BKB. I mean, FN's getting very low. He's trying to run, but he's been ruptured. FN now dead for 50. Live to Win, they've got to be careful. Quick Manta for Dream to remove the dagger and the silence. Afterlife as well, backing off. But now VP definitely with the upper hand now. The availability to make something happen whilst they're the ones with the Aegis.
Poor Immersion. He got bashed into getting rooted, into getting bashed, and then he gets killed because he gets silenced in the Blood Right in the pit. If he lives a little longer, he could actually maybe get a snowball off or something in the pit, but GPK comes out, the big winner here.
He's in.
Jumping in.
All right. He's looking for an easy kill onto Suneko. And they'll get it. Can they get more, though? Looking towards Afterlife. He's into the root.
All of them versus just him.
They've got a fair bit of damage. Is it enough, though? As Afterlife continues to try and retreat, but save TN. They're on the chase. They're able to get the spear into the trees. They've caught him. As Afterlife's down as well. Dead for a full minute. As VP now 21-13, 3K lead. It's a bit of a shaky start with Live to Win making the fast moves, but now we're really seeing sort of the team fight, team player VP just being a step above.
Oh, this is huge. Yeah, I mean, GPK now, because he has this Aegis, he's level 18, he can be reckless, so reckless, he can jump in for all this and in a very comfortable spot now. Is this, I mean, this Bloodseeker has surpassed the Jug now, finally. And the Jug's team fights, it's not looking good for Dream. He actually can't find any targets to really go for. His spin is irrelevant in most of the situations. He hasn't been able to go for his shard because of that reasoning that his spin's just not going to be as useful anymore. And they just eat the Omni. They're too tanky. The Bloodseeker ate majority of those bounces. I like DM's build too. Just the Blink, the BKB, and then just straight into supporting his teammates, going for a Solar Crest. This is looking pretty damn good for them. Live to Win. Now they have to weather the storm that's coming for them, as they're going to have a Scotty finished up on Dream, but it's still not feeling like he's going to do enough inside of these team fights. They need to somehow break the combos that are going on.
Yeah, he needs to definitely get sort of lucky on the crits and especially on the Omni slash bounces to actually get some of these kills. There's Nightfall. He's stepping in. They're going to be able to find the opportunity to go in straight away. It's sort of awkwardly comboed, though, with the Tornado. And Nightfall, they're able to pop the BKBs on all three of them, DM, Nightfall, and GPK, as they'll stand their ground. FN's had to TP out. As
that was very awkward.
That's yeah, not quite the synergy you're looking for.
It's what level? It was a level 3 Omni too with a. I mean, it
was a fair bit of damage that was missed out because of that Tornado. Yeah, no doubt about it.
What level boss is it? It's like a 2.3 second. It was quite a lot of damage missed out. That hurts.
They will find save. Or have they got any more AoE? Yeah, they do. Lots of it with the Blade Fury and Sunstrike if necessary. And they're actually going to go for a smoke straight up. See if they can try and make a move whilst Arena's down. But I mean, even saying that, Arena's back up in 5. So if VP can get themselves together, even without save.
Oh, is this illusion? Oh, no, they joy punched the illusion. No, he got baited immersion.
I mean, maybe just sort of losing the flow a little bit after what's been a few awkward movements as of recently by Live to Win.
They're gonna try for DM. The tornado won't quite clip him. Hard kill to get anyway. You can just BKB and TP out since the Tusk Punch was used further south. Bounty runes kick off. 2 for 2, and a DD spawns bottom. And I believe that's GPK now with a full AC. So most, the damage is already pretty limited from that Omni Slash as we've seen in the last few fights. Now even more armor for everybody.
Yeah, it really does seem that just with the build, I don't know, with the sort of the build up the Dream went for, it's just never felt that it's had sort of the moment in this game where VP's really been that scared of this Juggernaut.
No, not really. Recalls coming in. They're bringing the Willow, looking for a smoke, looking for a fight. Immersion on the low ground.
He's going to get the jump in onto Kingslayer on the side, though. Look at this. DM, he's managed to get pretty much all of them in the arena into the fear.
God.
They're having to pop their BKBs to get out of it, but they've lost Seneko. Jump from GPK, trying to come in onto Afterlife, saves him with the chase. As Afterlife, he's trying to run with this Vessel and this huge amount of magic damage, bringing him down low. Omni Slash does come in. They're grouping up, trying to split the damage. Sonic Wave pushes Dream over to the side, but he is able to kill off DM this time. Mars plus the 2 supports down on VP. Finally, sort of, this was what Dream's been looking for. An Omni Slash, there was a lot of targets to hit, but the bounces were there, and he's able to take away one of the cores with the damage and leave it in a situation where VP's just got to abandon the fight.
He's just his tankiness there. Just VP thinking that they can chase him and kill, they just get turned on. A little over-aggressive. A beautiful ult, too, from DM to kick it all off. He hit 4 of them right away, but yeah, the BKBs and just the resets, this Timber, still proving to be a nuisance. Maybe they have a bit of a lack of initiation on the side of Live to Win, but he's just super annoying because he's just in the midst of the fray at all times still. GPK, being cute. I mean, they could have pointed that out. Afterlife could have seen he had the AC aura on himself for a second there, but he'll be able to push the wave. GPK gonna cut the wave.
Still keeping it a very close game though here, 22-17.
Yeah. We're seeing GPK's not changing, but adapting the build a little bit. He's going to be going for what's at the moment a Daedalus, so he's a little worried about their physical damage still. He's still worried that the Jug is going to get online, which, I mean, Dream absolutely is still getting pretty large after that last fight in particular too. Almost has an Aghanims. So they do still have to worry about some stuff in this game.
Now we'll see what sort of time now. Yeah, just a minute until the potential Roche respawn. I mean, both teams are...
Dream.
What's he got?
Dream really wants. He just really wants. He just wants that Axe before that Roche does kick off. He's gonna finish it. So they have a minute to farm it. They're gonna guard him. And we see VP. They're setting up for that Roche. You see Kingslayer the way he's warding right now, getting the sentries and obs all placed down in the area. It's all just about this preparation for the next Roche engagement. Afterlife. They're actually going to try from here. They're bringing the whole party.
He's not an easy kill, though.
The Rupture is going to prove problematic for him, though.
He's out of the arena. I mean, they feel a little scared about chasing any further. Yeah, they had to sort of get that kill very cleanly done. Otherwise, he's going to be able to live long enough for VP to really question how much they want to commit for the Timber. And they don't. VP have to pull back from that.
Timber probably has the best chat wheels for stuff like that too. When you do mess with kill, he just taunts the hell out of you.
And now again, a little bit of a window for Live to Win, where if they can try and bring a fight whilst the ults are down, they'll certainly take the opportunity. But VP just keeping themselves held very close to Roche, as it's going to be still a minute and a half on the respawn timer confirmed. Live to Win, looking to make a hit happen before that.
Dream is very potent right now. He's very strong now with his new Swift Slash at the ready.
Absolutely, it makes all the difference. The Ags are just a huge step up in the potential damage output of this hero in the fights.
Immersion. Okay, not a little bit of weird blink, but he gets the ward on the high ground.
All right. I'm going to come up with a counterplay. DM's going to drop the arena down onto the two of them. BKB popped by GPK. They're taking out Immersion. They're also doing a hell of a lot of damage here to Afterlife. This time, Afterlife cannot retreat. He goes down. Buybacks here from both supports on Live to Win. As now Dream, he's sort of in a very tricky position. He's completely isolated. VP, they'll be able to move over and take him down as well. Now Dream out for 80, as he's not going to be back up for the Roche respawn. And this was Live to Win also committing 2 buybacks there to maybe very wishfully have the chance of getting over and helping out their carry. They couldn't. It was too far, too deep on the enemy half of the map. As Live to Win taking a huge net loss there in that fight, now down 6k.
I'd have to see the way that it all went off there. That was really weird. That was I mean, Immersion jumps up to get a ward on the high ground, baits his team to the left, and then Nightfall just eats the Omni Slash and runs it south. So the fight is completely split up. VP gets a Mars ult and a Fear on 2 targets.
Oh, they're in?
And then just isolates the Jug.
Oh,
and now they have so much time to clean up the base.
Yeah, with this Abyssal done, Nightfall making quick work of Suneko. And of course, that's a very dead Crystal Maiden. No buyback on Suneko now. As they're going to have to try and defend 4v5, and even that's not going to happen for another 30 seconds. Jug's still down. VP having all the space to take the mid-racks and to back off and also look for the Roche.
Yeah, they should have time to... And they already previously had set up all these wards. Kingslayer in the area, Immersion. He was spotted for a second. They did know he's in the area here. But they can just go into that Roche now. There's going to be no Omni Slash when he does even respawn. He won't be able to commit in time around there.
Yeah,
I mean, Immersion, he's got to do some steel play.
I mean, he could try. Is he going to go for it? Yeah, GPK's making it hard. This Roche is falling too quickly. VP. This is going to be theirs. It's time to kill as well. Aegis and Cheese in their hands. Do we have any big items coming out for Live to Win? Of course, we've got FN. He's queuing up the Hex. Wants to make sure he has that extra opening against these BKBs that they're all sporting in the team fights. VP.
His impact just feels pretty much, it's been gone for a long time on this Invoker though, versus all these BKBs. He can't make too much happen. He's just been stuck at like 2-3-10, not really be able to throw out any two big combos or anything like that. And I feel like his alacrity is going to be the most impactful thing now in these future fights on Dream. I mean, look at this around here coming out from VP.
Yeah, Live to Win.
They see the Chaos Meteor.
FN.
Well, to FN. Uh-oh.
I think on the detection, they do sentries down. He's able to get the BKB off in the TP. And they haven't got anything to get through it. Nightfall not quite close enough to jump in with the Abyssal, so FN will make it out of there, but only just. It was quite a close call there.
Quick moves from VP, swinging around, clearing out the lanes. Now they've got all 3 lanes in a great momentum position, so I think they can actually look to siege the base here. I think they can go run north, try to find any heroes that are in the jungle, and just look to siege. And yeah, that looks like it's the plan. DM already charging up onto the high ground.
And Nightfall's Bloodseekers. He just sort of popped off at a pace that the Dreams really struggled to keep up with. Dream, nearly having the Mjolnir. Still just, with the way that both heroes are built, you can't help but feel this Bloodseeker's just doing so much more. As Afterlife, they get the setup onto him. Sonic Wave flies through onto the 3 of them. Afterlife down and out. Nightfall is ready to start diving in. The Omni Slash does come out. Let's see if it's enough. It's enough to take down Nightfall the once. But he's got the Aegis. He's ready for round 2. With no buyback on Afterlife, this is getting increasingly harder for Live to Win to hold VP off.
That Alacrity Omni actually did decent work. He's got a Swift Slash too with his fresh Mjolnir.
Yeah, VP.
Yeah, these fights just they're too hard. Every time, just DM drops the ult. They drop all their ults as well, and then FN has to just watch from the outsides. He can't actually help this poor Timbersaw who just gets everything thrown onto him.
I know VP's execution here for the last 10 minutes or so has just been pretty flawless. You know, as well.
Just great teamfight lineup.
Yeah,
just great way they swung across the map too, with the recalls and everything have been just on point.
Yeah, and the way they've been able to fight, you know, with Nightfall as frequently as they have, in comparison to what Lift to Win's been able to achieve with Dream, they haven't just found nearly anywhere close to the same amount of opportunities to start fights themselves as it's just been
Nightfall.
VP running at them. Nightfall, it's going to get punched up, the BKB up, still just no other way that Lift to Win can commit onto it. He's not scared of anything.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary for him because he jumped forward so far with the Abyssal and his BKB and his Minotaur Horn as the Timber was respawning. So good reset. Good thing that they didn't overcommit there on the side of VP. Back up, get those bounty runes, keep this gold lead growing. Rapier's queued up. Dream knows.
I mean, he needs it. Honestly,
He needs physical damage.
If he can get the Rapier, and I think I sort of want to say only if he gets the Rapier, they will have a chance of turning. They need that extra damage. They have to make sure that when he goes in with the Omni Slash, 1-2 heroes are guaranteed dead. At the moment, that's just not happening. Apart from situations like this, when one's out completely on their own, something that we haven't really seen happen for the last 20 minutes. You know, sure, this is great for Live to Win, but VP just haven't been giving them any of those opportunities up until, you know, now. You know, I think VP, they're trying to be as efficient as they can, split up across the map. They feel pretty comfortable. But DM down for 80 seconds, this could hurt if Live to Win can make a move quick enough to punish the fact that there is no Mars.
And Dream finds probably the best item I feel like he could get at the time.
Oh, yeah.
He finds a Penta Edge. So just straight physical damage for himself. I mean, hey, little things, but everything is going to matter for them right now. It's a very tough hill to climb for them. As VP still positioned in a very nice aggressive area. GPK also finds a Penta Edge with his Daedalus finished from the last fight. And moving over.
Let's see what they can get.
GPK just deleted.
Ooh. Very nicely done here.
Did you see that too? Stormcrafter, the item, it actually hits hits things while you're smoked. So watch out for Stormcrafters when you're smoked, guys, because it might reveal where your positioning is.
What's the range that it hits people around you? Is it that far there?
700.
Okay, so and what's the smoke dispel range?
It's big.